If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment for more videos like this.
When driving through forests, haunted backcountry roads, or the middle of nowhere, what's the most high-strangeness and scary creature or paranormal being you've encountered on the road? From werewolves and skinwalkers to Dogman, Mothman, or anything similar, share your story.
Strange encounter in Sharpsburg, North Carolina. Wanted to share a friend's encounter. This was in Sharpsburg, North Carolina, on Sharp Road. To clarify, this is a friend of mine who had never heard of Sasquatch before, and we live in Sharpsburg, North Carolina. I believe this guy has no reason to lie. The encounter genuinely shook him. So he told me for a couple of weeks, his trash can had been getting knocked over and rummaged through every night, and it was too heavy for dogs to be doing it. His girlfriend also reported feeling as though someone was watching her through the back windows and door, which overlooked the woods. One night, he was taking out the trash late and says he saw what he described as an 8 feet tall monkey man. As I said, he had never heard of Bigfoot. He's the sort of hood/gangster type. What makes me believe him is that he described it as having eye shine. He says it stood there, just out of the light from his back porch, against the tree line, emitting a low growl. He dropped the trash and went inside. He called me, freaking out. I've looked at reports for Nash County and have seen a few, such as one crossing 301 Highway, which is a road running through Sharpsburg. Since the encounter, he has asked around, and someone else from Rocky Mount told him that if you look up at night, driving near Rocky Mount, you can see them standing in the trees. Spooky stuff. I trust him. I've never witnessed this man lying or swayed by anything or anyone. What do you guys think? I grew up exactly near Highway 574 in the middle of nowhere, 3 miles down a dirt road near the Glade. Many strange things happened to me while I was growing up. There is a lot of beauty and history in that area. To get to our home, we had to drive up a hill, which we called Hell Hill, which was really climbing the side of an embankment to reach an elevated portion of the geography. Of course, it was not paved and was entirely clay. Most of the time, this was not an issue, except it was always terrifying trying to navigate that path when it had rained and the road was a slippery mess. As a child, I had visions of us falling off the side of that embankment into the land below. This fear was not unfounded. Our neighbor Johnny died after backing his truck too far and falling off the edge of the hill. Regardless, it was late at night, and especially when it was muddy, it was standard operating procedure for someone planning to come up the hill to wait for anyone proceeding to finish coming down prior to starting their climb. My parents saw a pair of headlights begin their descent and waited patiently for them to round the slight curve in the hill before they found the bottom. The headlights rounded the curve about where someone waiting at the bottom might normally lose sight of a vehicle temporarily. Unfortunately, the lights never reappeared. My parents waited several minutes, but no vehicle reappeared around the bend. So, they decided to risk it and start up, but they found nobody along the road going up the hill. We still don't know what would cause headlights to appear to come toward us and disappear along the way. That is probably the most mundane of the strange things that happened to us while I lived there growing up. I still have nightmares about moving into that ghost-infested piece of land. Texas, 3 feet tall monster with sharp teeth sighted. I'm from South Texas, La Joya, Texas. I'm here working in the pipeline, staying in Monahans, Texas. Well, a few months ago I went down to my home place. A few days later, I came back. It was a hot sunny afternoon, and it took me 9 hours to get to Fort Stockton. From there I took Highway 18 north towards Monahans, Texas. Something didn't feel right. It was a lonely highway. I saw many dead deer and other animals along that highway. About 15 to 20 minutes north, I saw something eating a dead deer. I stopped to see what it was. That thing popped its head up while chewing that deer meat. It was about 3 feet high. If you have seen that movie, Critters, it looked exactly like that, except its colors were brown with black spots. It might have been 2 arms or long ears coming down its head. I can still see those sharp shark-looking teeth full of blood to this day. I'm not making this up. So travelers going towards the oil fields, be extra careful. Be aware when you stop to relieve yourself on that highway. We encountered a strange creature while driving late at night. Does anyone know what it could have been? Some time ago, my mom, sister, and I were returning from a party. The house where the party took place was on the outskirts of the city we live in, so the way back was filled with cornfields, huge houses, and subdivisions. It was around 11 p.m., and the narrow street was only illuminated by the headlights of our car. We were approaching one of the subdivisions, and up ahead, as the streetlights were coming into view, we saw the silhouette of something crawling with long limbs from the right side of the street to the left side. It was quick, We were around 10 or 15 feet away from it, going around 45 miles per hour, and the thing made it to the other side in a matter of seconds. My mom started screaming because it was very weird. We only saw the silhouette of it, so I can't give much detail about how it looked. It was as big as a baseball bat, long and narrow, like a log that was super thin, no more than 10 inches in girth, and it got slightly wider at the head. It was crawling with its two long front appendages while walking with the back too. It seemed to wobble as it did. It was a really creepy movement. I can't really describe the feeling it gave me. To be honest, I started screaming too when I saw it, and then we laughed nervously. We don't know what it was, and I haven't found anything about it. I don't believe in paranormal stuff, but I can't help but feel like that was not an animal and that it was a creature of some sort, even a demon. Don't go up there alone at night. Highway Patrol Trooper here. Florida. This was about 5 years ago when I was a 2-year rookie. I wasn't very familiar with the history of the area that I was working in at the time. It starts fairly tragically. I was working the midnight shift, and we got a call that a fatal car crash had happened. I head up there, and I'm the first trooper on scene. I check with the deputies, and they give me the rundown. A naked guy walked out onto the highway right into the path of a semi. Parts of him were here, there, and everywhere, and there's a pickup truck off in the woods about 500 feet back. I've been on long enough to keep my breakfast down but still new enough to not be completely unnerved by being surrounded by the smell of recent death. Long story short on that investigation, the man was mentally disturbed. The investigators told me he must have been having a meltdown, crashed his truck into the tree line to end himself, and when that didn't work, walked up from the tree line, stripping off all of his clothes, and just jumped in front of the first big truck to come along. Fairly standard night that particular month. I worked on 6 fatals that month alone. The weird things started happening about a week later. I'm working, and I get a call from a pedestrian on the interstate in the same area as the fatal crash. Routine call, usually some drunk who drove into a ditch and is trying to put some distance between him and a DUI arrest, so I traveled the 40 miles up there, not expecting to find anyone. I get there, and sure enough, there's no one there, so I turn around and start driving away. About 30 minutes later, I get a second call from a pedestrian in the same place. I head back up there, and surprise, nothing. I start driving away. I get about 3 miles down the road, and the dispatcher calls it back to me again. 2 odd things about that. 1, I'm still in the area, and 2, I didn't see any damn cars that could have been calling the sighting in. So, I flip a U-turn in the middle of the median, and I head back up. At this point, I figure it's teenagers messing with our dispatcher, or it's some vagrant trying to hitchhike and hiding from me in the woods. So I pull back into the median, back my car up into the tree line, cut my lights out, and start watching the shoulder. After about 10 minutes, right where the suicide took place, I see the shape of a man move from the tree line to the roadside and walk right up to the road. I turn my spotlight on, and the whole thing just disappears. No motion, as if someone ran off, just gone. So I put my car into gear and got the hell out of there, and the car just died. There's nothing really supernatural about a Crown Vic with 180,000 miles just breaking down, but the timing was pretty damn freaky. I start trying to get the engine to turn over, and I notice the trees behind me rustling. Finally the engine turns over, I put the car in gear, and I head as far away from that spot as I can. A few nights later I'm sitting at breakfast with one of the old salts, and I tell him what happened, and he looks at me and says, "Yeah, don't go up there alone at night." Back in the 90s, a trooper kidnapped and ended a woman in the trees in the median. He went on to tell me that a lot of guys have had experiences with their cars dying in that area. The whole area just feels wrong when I pass through. Even though they ripped up the forest to expand the road. Trying to make sense of my stepdad's experience. Thoughts? I've heard of many humanoid creatures/legends, but this one has me stumped. The last time I visited home, my 60-year-old stepfather shared this experience he supposedly had quite a while ago but had never shared before. Since then I've thought about it quite a bit, and I get the most chilling feeling. I also want to mention that my stepdad is a very stoic, no-nonsense, extremely intelligent, logical person. Hearing this from him shocked me. Here's his story. My parents live in southern Maryland. One day around dusk my stepdad was driving home from work along a highway that is lined by forest not far from our home. While driving, he saw 2 tall, pale, slender figures emerge from the forest. He said they looked at least 8 feet tall and that their bodies appeared to be exoskeleton/insect-like. As he drove by, he said that one of them looked at the car, and he felt as if it was looking at him right in the eye. When he looked in the rearview mirror, they were quickly retreating to the forest. What the hell did he see? Is there any lore to back this up? Avoiding the toll roads in Oklahoma near midnight. My great aunt had just died, and I was able to get enough time off to go to her funeral. My husband and I, from Colorado, decided to travel through Kansas and Oklahoma to northeast Texas. The drive started off rough, with our battery giving out once we got on the interstate, away from the city. Even though the battery was out, the car alarm was going off. We got a new battery, but the burglar alarm wouldn't stop even while we were driving. We took the fuse out in Kansas. We avoided tolls as we made our way through Kansas, only stopping for lunch. We can't avoid any major issues until Tulsa. Our interior lights in the car won't turn off. We took out another fuse. We get on the toll roads to make it to Texas. It's 9:30 p.m. and dark. We didn't know the tolls in Oklahoma were only cash. We can do the first, grabbing a 20 at the brightly lit gas station before the next, getting change to break the bill up. We make it through a few until we are out of cash, and the next point to get more is a 20-mile detour. She gives us a write-up and puts us in the system. If we don't pay the toll at the next booth, state troopers will arrest us. We go off the detour. And the gas station closed over an hour ago. There is nowhere for us to get more. Our car stalls, but we figure out if we hit the gas right away after starting, we can drive. We take the back roads. The unpaved roads that run along the side of the toll roads. Our car roughly makes its way. We need to find the right turn onto Jumbo Road. The sign comes into view, painted on poster board. The paint never set, or the humidity made it drip like a child's school project. We tentatively turned. We saw animal eyes reflecting at us as we made our way to the first curve. At the bend, a dog ran out into the unpaved street at 11 p.m. I slowed. It came beside the car and bit at the tire, and we sped up to lose it. A few acres later another dog came to bark and chase us, newly as tall as the windows. The movie The Hills Have Eyes haunted every property we passed. Our car was worse for wear as we made it back to the interstate and finally crossed the border to Texas, only an hour away from the hotel room my mom had booked for us. At 1 a.m, the fog had rolled in, making the winding small-town highway nearly impossible to drive on. We could only see. We had near collisions half a dozen times before we finally made it to the hotel at 1:30 a.m. I have a story about UFOs that dates back more than 20 years. My mom tells this story every so often. Before I was born, she and my brother were driving late at night on the highway in Massachusetts. My brother was probably 8 years old at the time. He's 32 now. He starts to freak out at what he's seeing in the sky. My mom looks up and sees a massive UFO hovering right above the car, but it was so big that its circumference covered both directions of the highway. She says it had lights around the whole thing, and at one moment all lights shut off simultaneously. Everything went completely silent. And she could still see the contrast of the UFO versus the night sky. After that, it was gone in a second. I'm quite jealous. I wasn't there, considering I'm 20 and drive on this highway often, but it's a cool story to think about. My 2 encounters in Northern California. I was 6 in 2001. My uncle, grandma, and I stayed in the Hoopa Valley. We are Apache living in Southern California, and we had family in Northern California who had a cabin. We went to stay with them, and during that night we heard loud screaming in the woods. We called the nearest ranger post, and they said they would keep an eye out. Now, it could have been coyotes or wolves, but as I have grown older and become fascinated by gorillas, I remember the scream sounding very much like a gorilla scream, though I was young and may have just been scared. My uncle and cousins confirm they heard screaming as well. But they say that's normal in the Pacific Northwest. I'm skeptical of this being a Bigfoot, but still, it's in hardcore Bigfoot country. My second encounter was when I was 20, driving to Ashland, Oregon, to see my older sister with her family. We were driving through Shasta Trinity National Forest when, far in front of us, a giant hairy thing ran across the street into the brush. It had orange hair like an orangutan and ran in an ape-like motion, not fully on all fours but almost. Really hairy, like a thick coat. Going near the trees as well, we could tell it was giant and fat as well. My reaction was I lightly said, "WTH is that?" My dad tried today and will say it was probably a sickly grizzly. But even he, at the time it happened, said, "What the F?" So he was shocked by it as well. It was orange and long-haired and hairy. This one I believe was a Bigfoot, but of course I understand skepticism. Just funny, they were both in the same area. The Pacific Northwest is hardcore Bigfoot country. So yeah, your thoughts? Skinwalker travels 15 miles on foot in just a few minutes. I've seen a skinwalker once. I have never seen one since. My older brother, older sister, and I were going home for the weekend. We were coming in from Phoenix. We had to leave pretty late. It usually takes us 5 hours to get home, which is in Low Mountain near Piñon, Arizona. We drove toward Keams Canyon Highway and took a certain dirt road that would take us straight to Low Mountain. Before we reached the dirt road, we noticed a very old lady walking on the side of the highway with a cane at 2 o'clock in the morning. She had her scarf around her head and a long black jacket and was wearing a green dress. We did not think anything of it but thought it was weird that she was walking late at night on a highway. The reservation is really dark at night, and there are hardly any people driving on the roads. We eventually turned onto the dirt road. A mile away from the highway we noticed the same old lady walking on the side of the dirt road with her cane. I freaked out. I started crying because we knew that it was the same lady 15 miles back. My brother stepped on the gas and started driving faster. He gave us some medicine to protect us from harm. We eventually got to a highway that takes us to Chinle, Low Mountain, or Piñon. We passed the first bridge, and we noticed that the old lady was sitting on the highway with her head down, waving the cane in the air. Before we could pass her the car, it just shut down and wouldn't start. The old lady stood up facing the opposite way from us so we wouldn't see her face and walked across the other side of the road. She turned her head to face us, and her face was painted all black. She kept walking and eventually disappeared in the distance. My brother turned the ignition, and the car started. It scared the hell out of me. I was crying so bad that I never wanted to drive on the road again. When we got home, we told my parents about it. My dad said that there was an old couple that lived between the two highways that did bad medicine on people. He also said that her husband had passed on not long ago and that she walks that road every now and then. They had 2 kids, one of them passed away at a very young age with an unknown cause of death, and the other one drinks and huffs. We ended up driving back the longer way, which was taking the highway to the Junction Road and going toward Ganado. It was very real and very scary. A short story sparked a memory of a story I was told. Boss needs to think I'm working, so I'm going to throw this out there. I saw a report about seeing skinwalkers in the form of an old lady or grandma walking on the road. I can't remember which road has a lot of these sightings, but it must be in Arizona or New Mexico. It's a long stretch of highway, and I really wish I could remember what it was called. Anyway, my cousins used to scare the hell out of me when I was little and would visit them. They are half Navajo and half Apache and spent most of their formative years in New Mexico growing up on the Navajo reservation. The story goes that this family was driving at night, and a good deal of their trip cut through the Navajo reservation. The father, who is the driver, is the only one awake when a coyote runs in front of him. This scares him, and he slams on the brake, which wakes up his daughter. He drives for a while, and along the road he sees an elderly woman walking alone on the side of the road. He wants to stop but can't for some reason or another and keeps going. Mind you, this stretch of road is nearly empty except for 1 or 2 passing cars, and the only light is from the moon. He feels guilt but can't turn around. Further down the road, he sees a figure on the road, and as he goes by, he sees it's an elderly woman. He believes he is seeing things and doesn't have any second thoughts about stopping or turning around. He continues driving, and it happens again and again. He hears his daughter scream from the back seat and asks her what is wrong. His daughter answers that a dog is keeping pace with the car and it's following them. She wants her father to stop and get the dog. He starts to feel uneasy and tells her to go back to sleep. He passes the old lady again, and a few minutes later he hears his daughter screaming from the back seat, saying that an old lady is running by her window looking in. He freaks out and steps on the gas, hoping to bypass whatever is bothering them. His daughter stops screaming, so he assumes everything is okay, so he slows down. He turns around to check on her, and when he turns back to the road, the elderly lady is standing in the middle of the road. He slams on the brake to avoid hitting her but somehow ends up rolling the car. The car rolls a few times and is upside down. The daughter wakes up, and in the light of the moon, she sees the feet of a woman at her father's door. This is along the lines of what my cousins/sisters told me about this certain stretch of road. I think it's in New Mexico. Has anyone heard of it? It makes me want to go hug a native grandma with their scarves, white shoes, and skirts. After renaming Route 666 to Route 491, the number of accidents dropped. One of the most ominous stories is of a large black sedan that charges out of the darkness behind motorists and gains on them no matter what speed they are traveling. Witnesses feel great fear as the black sedan, also known as Satan's coach or Satan's sedan, whizzes past them. The pack of vicious hounds, believed to plague travelers, is another unexplained occurrence. Referred to by many as the Hounds of Hell, this pack is supposed to be able to run as fast as a vehicle, shred rubber tires, and even crash through the windows of speeding vehicles to maul passengers. Other incidents have included a haunted semi-truck, crimson red, driven by an evil spirit, the pale ghost of a girl in a white gown standing in the road, and even skinwalkers. In Native American lore, skinwalkers are shapeshifters, able to change form and run in front of vehicles to obstruct traffic. Highway statistics show there were an unusually high number of accidents and fatalities on this road, which added to the belief that anyone who traveled on it would immediately be cursed. Oddly enough, in 2003, when the government renamed the highway US Route 491, and spent $10,000 to change all the road signs, the number of accidents dropped drastically. Perhaps the number 491 doesn't have the same power to draw evil spirits as does 666, the mark of the beast. What did we see? My girlfriend and I were driving from Bremerton, Washington, to Shelton, Washington, for a New Year's party at my friend's house. Now I'm not sure if anyone is familiar with this highway, but it's a curvy road with only one lane on either side. It was around 11 o'clock at night, so it was pretty dark out. When we were almost to Shelton, we came around a curve to find something standing directly in the middle of our side of the road. Luckily there weren't any other cars in the other lane because I would have either hit them or whatever was standing in the road because I had to swerve all the way into the other lane to avoid it. After we barely missed this thing, neither I nor my girlfriend could figure out what the duck was standing in the road. This thing looked gnarly, almost like it was snarling. It kind of resembled a bear, but it was also way too tall to be a bear. I guess you could say it had the legs of a deer, and the upper body was a bear. I don't know if there are skinwalkers in this area, but whatever it was, it did not look familiar or friendly. I've seen plenty of deer and bears to know that it wasn't either of those. My girlfriend and I both just refer to it as the demon bear that almost didn't let us make it into 2020. Can anybody help me figure out what the hell we saw? When I was 15, we were exploring a logging road off of 299. In the Trinity area, driving up the road, we passed a very large burned tree stump, 6+. Anyhow, we drove for maybe 5 minutes, and for some reason, we looked at each other and said, "Did you see that burnt stump?" Anyhow, we ended up driving all the way back to the highway and never could find that stump. It was maybe 6 feet off the side of the dirt road. About 5 years ago I was up off of Highway 4 in Alpine County fishing on a small creek. I'd encountered a KTM lion in the same place a few minutes earlier. Anyhow, I was fishing and walking up the creek when I caught wind of a really bad smell. It was enough to make me leave the creek. As I turned around to leave, I saw this huge barefoot print in the small sandbar maybe 10 feet behind me, and little bits of sand were still sliding into the impression like something was just there. That gave me the heebie-jeebies. Been back there dozens of times and never seen, smelled, or heard anything. Good trout though. Strange thumps on the top of my car. I was driving down an inner-city highway one night. There were a few cars on the road, not too many and not too few. Suddenly, I heard what sounded like several loud thumps on the top of my car. I wasn't driving under a bridge, so I don't think anyone threw something at me. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw a car driving close behind me, like when a person wants you to move out of the way so that they can pass. I kept driving, and I heard the thumps again. I have no idea why, but I felt that they were connected to the car behind me. I pulled to the right lane, and he sped past. I still have no idea what that was about. The Skinwalker. The following is an account told to me by a Native American brother-in-arms Marine buddy. We swapped stories as we rotated in and out of our duty station during the Gulf War. This is, as best I recollect, because he witnessed this as a younger child and would hear tribal history and folklore retold by elders in his native tongue. I do not doubt this man. The recount begins with stories of the supernatural. My friend, we'll call him Curly, asked if I had ever heard of a particular stretch of highway in a remote southwestern desert. I shrugged, and he continued, saying people would report to the local authorities that they were being paced by a werewolf or dog-looking creature, for lack of any other descriptor. It would run next to their car, and you could not outrun it. Disturbing details such as attempting to open the car door, calling out your name or family member names, and being unable to harm the creature. In fact, you could research accident history in that area and would be able to run across many stories of people attempting to outrun the animal, only to lose control and wreck. There are also EMT stories of people babbling about the previous as they were dying or riding to the hospital. As a child, he would attend the large family gatherings, and as has occurred for eons, they performed ceremonies and recounted stories of their champions. On one occasion, the conversation turned to the Skinwalkers. This was back in a time when children played together, away from the adults. You didn't interrupt the adults. If you did, it was only one of you, and that interruption had to be worthwhile. So, the children had been playing outside when the ceremony began. Curly and a few others had snuck into the house and were taking turns watching through a small hole in the wall. Many gathered around one, shamanic chanting, animal skin, smoke, dance, ancestors. He looks away because he is scared. When he looks again, there is a skinwalker surrounded by the same elders. They all bolt. Native lore is as follows. Tribes who were in alliance and had a need for communications, such as impending war or herd movement, needed to get that message quickly from village to village. The spirits of the ancestors were called upon to bless the one walking with skin, the supernatural powers of that animal. The skinwalker could then shapeshift into a wolf and run at incredible speeds with great stamina to each of the villages and deliver the message. He complained in polite disgust that the wrong people in the tribe now had the knowledge of the ancestors. That they enjoyed using the supernatural powers of mind reading, shape-shifting, and other unnatural abilities to their advantage, even for profit. I lived in Bremerton for 6 months. Right by the Safeway in the parking lot next to the woods, there was a nail salon and pizza place, I think, in the same strip of property, and a small coffee shack. I saw a half-man, half-dog one night while peeing, and my pit, Hayes, was going nuts. I ran back into my car, and this dog thing, laughed like a hyena and jumped onto a parked truck, and the people inside were doing drugs. We were addicts who all lived in cars and vans, but I know we all experienced this thing, and I remember hearing the girl inside scream and start their truck. The guy got out of the truck and ran down the street. A bit after that, when the truck was gone and the thing was gone, my dog refused to move from staring out the window facing the woods, when I kept telling him to come on and go to bed. He would just let out this small growl and small woofs. When I looked at the woods and it was almost daylight, I could see this thing's eyes glowing, staring back. I never knew what happened to the creature or the people. I didn't know what the thing was until a few weeks ago. We saw the woman again before we left, and I remember talking to her about the night of the man dog, and she told me she never found Kevin. She reported him missing and explained the situation to the sheriffs, who did drive by more frequently after that night but never got out or bothered asking us questions. They didn't believe her. I never walked into the woods there again. I know she wasn't joking or lying because we saw missing posters all over the shelter in town. I believe her. I know she was telling the truth. I saw it, and it never left my brain. I still am scared to this day. Shapeshifter in the hills. My girlfriend and I were driving back to the cabin we rented in Hocking Hills, Ohio, in July 2025. We were on our way back from visiting a local dark sky park there. Hocking Hills is an incredibly scenic area with rolling hills and winding roads. At night it is incredibly dark and difficult to drive due to the sharp turns and frequent hills. You never know what's going to be over the next hill or around the next turn. As we came over the top of a small hill heading into the tiny main town there, I was suddenly startled by an old woman bent over in the middle of the road right in front of the old church. I slam on my brakes to slow down, and I notice she stands up and begins to wave as if she needs help. As soon as I register this, the hand she's waving above her head and her arm kind of morphs seamlessly into the head of a deer, as her whole person just suddenly transforms into an entire deer. The deer's eyes reflect in my headlights, and then it goes running off into the woods. I was shocked and scared as hell. I looked to my girlfriend, who was clearly terrified and shaken, who then said, "Did you see that lady in the road? What just happened?" I've tried to rationalize this as some wild optical illusion, but we both saw it. The lady was bent over and then waved to us as if in distress, like she was luring us in or something, and then just immediately shapeshifted into this deer and ran off. Gives me chills thinking about it now. Has anyone else seen anything like this before? Kentucky 1983, pig-human hybrid sighted. A Kentuckian woman reports she was on her way home driving on Highway 94 when she spotted the creature in plain daylight. "I was in my little red Mercury Bobcat, and I saw a tall, slender creature on the side of the road," she told Thomas Markham about the 1983 encounter. She claims the unidentified animal had just jumped out of a field crop just 50 feet away from her vehicle, running across the road like a gorilla. It was using his arms and legs, headed into the marsh-type land going towards Kentucky Lake. She says she got out of the car and shouted at the animal. The animal then stopped, turned around, and began looking straight at her. Reportedly, as fear sank in, she headed back to her vehicle and locked its doors. I waited a few minutes while the creature was still visible. This was rush hour, but the odd thing is that there were no vehicles in sight. She recalls. So, she says, hoping someone would come along, she waited a little longer. I could flag them down, and they could see the creature, too. She described the creature as a 7-foot-tall hairless animal with pink skin, a long torso and arms, hands similar to that of a human, and short legs. Its neck was longer than a human's, and it held a small head with small pointy ears. She said its face hosted intelligent eyes and a pig-like snout. She believes the being was young and that it reminded her of a teenager, mischievous but not harmful. I would describe it as a cross between a primate, a pig, and a human, she said. As soon as she got home, she told her husband about the odd encounter, but he didn't take her seriously. He thought I was crazy, but I know what I saw, she said. Markham thinks the animal could have been a dog-man, a cryptid reputed to live in the northwestern quadrant of Michigan's Lower Peninsula, although other sightings have been reported in different locations, such as Kentucky. The beast was first reported to have been seen in 1887 by two lumberjacks, who described it as having a human body and a dog's head. Maybe with some kind of skin or hair condition that caused it to lose all of its hair, theorized Markham. Why would anyone get out of their car and holler at an unidentified animal? Strange that there was no traffic. I am hoping you can shed some light on an incident I had a few years ago. I was 25 at the time and was driving to my friend CW's house. It was quiet at 11:30 p.m. as I drove south on an old country road off of, redacted, highway near, redacted, in North Georgia. Very few people pass this way because it leads to nothing but a small group of houses. I turned on the radio, but nothing came on. I figured it was a blown fuse, but then I started to hear weird scratching sounds coming through the speakers. It sounded like a distant voice, but I couldn't understand what it was saying. Suddenly, something flew in front of the car and hit the windshield with enough size and force that it totally mangled the grille and hood. I immediately stopped the car. I heard what sounded like wings flapping on the roof, but then something rolled down the back window onto the trunk and then eventually onto the road. I thought I killed whatever it was. A woman in a truck had pulled up from behind and said she saw the thing hit the road. She said that its eyes were glaring bright red. As we looked more closely at this thing, it resembled a man with large bat-like wings. The woman walked back to her truck and pulled a shotgun from the back and pointed it at this bat-like creature. It was starting to move, and we backed off. It slowly stood up on two large raptor-like claws, turned, and stared directly at us with those terrible bright red eyes. The woman pumped the shotgun. It slowly levitated off the ground with wings spread until it was about 10 feet up, then instantly, it let out a deafening screech as it just disappeared with a loud swoosh. The woman, who I found out later was CW's aunt, and I just looked at each other. This thing had the body of a well-built man. It had no feathers but charcoal gray skin like that of a bat with some hair on the shoulders and around the eyes and legs. When it spread its wings, it had a span of 12 feet or more. I estimate it was about 8 feet tall. It had no head, however, just the eyes embedded on the shoulders that had brows. I didn't notice a mouth or nose. There is no way I was going to report this, and CW's aunt totally agreed. We both drove off to CW's house. I was so shook up I stayed the night. The next morning, I went outside to inspect the car. There was a huge crack in the windshield, and the grille was mangled beyond repair. The hood also had a deep 25-inch dent. I started to walk back to the house when I noticed something lying in the grass beside the garage. It was CW's golden retriever lying dead from massive lacerations up and down its back. I just knew that thing did it. That was 3 years ago, and I constantly dream of this creature. I was told by a friend that I had encountered a Mothman. Possible encounter in northern British Columbia. Here is a possible encounter I had a number of years ago in the early 2000s near the remote town of Athlone in northern British Columbia, Canada. At the time, I was living in the southern part of BC. I had grown up in the Yukon, so a girl I was dating and I took a trip up north to visit my parents, who were still living in Whitehorse. Athlone is a couple of hours south of Whitehorse, just below the Yukon border, and it sits on the shore of Athlone Lake. The scenery in the whole area is spectacular, so my girlfriend and I decided to take a day trip there. There were also some warm springs just outside of Athlone, along an old dirt mining road that led farther into the wilderness. The whole area is essentially wilderness, so it is not as if you can get much deeper into it. After spending some time sitting in these warm springs, which were really just small springs forming a few little pools, we decided to explore a bit more and drove farther down the road. We found a spur road that ended in a large pullout where hunters could unload their ATVs. A small ATV trail had been cut through the forest, and I assume it went higher up the mountain whose base we were at. My girlfriend and I decided to hike up this trail just to stretch our legs. As we walked through the forest, we heard the usual sounds of birds and squirrels. Then, all of a sudden, the forest went silent. Not long after the silence began, it was shattered by the loudest and most aggressive scream I had ever heard. The only way I can describe it is animalistic, but also disturbingly human, like someone screaming aggressively at the top of their lungs. After we heard this unholy scream, my girlfriend and I looked at each other and instantly knew we had to get out of there. We turned and walked as fast as we could back down the road to where we had parked. Luckily, it was not far. We got into our vehicle and sat there for a minute, watching the forest to see if anything had followed us. After a minute or two and seeing nothing, we started the vehicle and drove away. Both of us were shaking. As I mentioned, I had grown up in the Yukon. I had spent a lot of time in the wilderness on hunting trips with my dad and had never heard anything like this before. It was not a bear. There are no cougars that far north. We had not seen another person or vehicle all day. It was not humans. My brief encounter. In 1976, while driving home from a road trip, I was with my girlfriend. We were in the foothills of Alberta, close to Medicine Hat. I was exhausted, so I parked my boogie van at about 2 a.m. at the side of the highway. Around 4 a.m., there was a loud bang on the side of the truck. This startled both of us. I looked out the back window, and running across the road was a tall, long-haired animal with 2 legs. I jumped up. I remember saying, "We have to leave now," trying to maintain some calm so as to not scare my GF. For the longest time, I blocked it out. And didn't think much about it. I find it funny that your mind won't allow you to believe what you're seeing. I think it looked back at me, but I cannot seem to remember. I never told my GF what I saw. Hitchhiker. My dad had shared this with me. A few years ago my dad was driving his truck with his friend in the passenger seat. It was about 11 p.m., and not many cars were on the road. As they drove, they spotted an elderly woman with her thumb out hitchhiking on the side of the road. My dad thought it was very weird for an old woman to be hitchhiking, let alone at 11 p.m. He pulled over, and the old woman hopped in the backseat. She was very thankful and directed instructions of where she was headed. Fast forward to about 10 minutes later, my dad is still driving down the long road, and my dad's friend in the passenger seat looks very pale with shock written all over his face. My dad nudges him and asks what's wrong, and he quietly bobs his head in the direction of the woman. My dad turns his head toward the elderly woman but doesn't understand what's wrong. He scans her and suddenly snaps his neck back, facing the road. The hairs on the back of my dad's neck stood up, and he had goosebumps. The elderly woman, who was perfectly normal from the waist up, had actual orange chicken legs under her skirt, which was now exposed from sitting. All 4 chicken toes on each leg have claws. My dad and his friend continue to drive, not saying a word, frozen with terror. As my dad approaches the woman's destination, he summons up the courage to speak to her. "Okay, we're H." Both my dad and his friend turn around only to find the backseat empty, the woman nowhere to be found. My dad hadn't stopped the truck, whoever it was, and there was no sound from the backseat either during the drive. They tried to look for the woman on the road, but there was no one or even any cars in the area, only themselves. My dad still can't explain it, but he says it is something he will never forget. Also the reason he will never pick up another hitchhiker again. Terrifying mountain road in Pennsylvania, help me find it. Background: about 20 years ago my dad was traveling for work and brought the family. I was fascinated with maps and spent a lot of time trying to help him find a faster route. Eventually I came across the perfect shortcut that looked like it would save us 45 minutes off our trip. Oh, how wrong I was. The shortcut I had found was a 2-lane highway cut directly into a mountainside. There was no shoulder, and it had the steepest drop-off I had ever seen. A single mistake and going off the side would have meant certain death. I could tell my father was visibly shaken, as was I, but there was no possible way to turn back or escape this route, so we had to press on. The entire ordeal lasted about 45 minutes, as I recall, and my father never let me talk him into taking a shortcut again. I was just thinking about this recently and was trying to find the route but had no luck. I was hoping you all might remember that road and whether it is still open and as terrifying as I recall. I was followed home by some sort of entity. First off, I'm from Portland, Oregon. Tonight was a relatively clear night. It rained earlier in the day, but there was no fog or any other weird weather. I know how this sounds, but this really happened and freaked the duck out of me. I'm naturally a pretty tough guy, but this made me call my wife while shaking like a leaf, ready to cry because it was freaking me out so bad. Less than 10 minutes ago, I was on my way home from my friends. About 10 minutes into my drive, I noticed I was being followed. Literally all the way home, more than 10 miles from the time I noticed this dark cloud thing. I was on the freeway going about 60 miles per hour when I noticed it. It never missed a beat. Literally kept exact pace with me for 10 plus miles. Literally the only way I can describe the thing is as a small thundercloud, pitch black but somewhat able to see through. It was about 5 feet high, and I'd guess about 25 to 30 feet long. I was the only car on the road, and out of the corner of my eye in the right-hand lane next to me was this thing. A cloud is the best way I can describe it. It was very dark and formless, kind of translucent. I could barely see through it, but it was transparent enough for me to not be 100% sure it was there. It really freaked me out, so I called my wife, and then I decided to change lanes into it to see if it would disappear, and it did. I thought so anyway. About 30 seconds after I lost sight of it, it instantaneously reappeared right outside my driver window. It was a little bit taller than my car and was about 3 times as long. When I took the exit to get home, it disappeared again, and I thought I lost it. Less than a minute later, it reappeared outside my passenger side. It was almost as if it would just float over my car from one side to the other while keeping pace with me the entire time until I turned into my driveway, where it disappeared again. My driveway is about a half-mile long and shared with 5 other houses. The house right before mine has a dog that always runs up and jumps on the chain-link fence and barks like clockwork, but as I drove by it ran toward the fence and stopped dead in its tracks about 15 feet from the fence and didn't make a sound. This has never happened before. Seriously, this dog never misses a chance to yell at the neighbors. My wife was waiting in the front yard for me when I pulled up, but because of the darkness of the driveway and lack of lights, she said she couldn't see anything. Has anyone ever heard of anything like this? I'm honestly freaking the hell out right now. Black-eyed, soulless creature. It was the first month of 2014 on a highway near Mount Hood, Oregon. 2 of my best friends and I were coming back from a snowboarding trip at about 11:30 p.m. The night was eerie in a way, partial fog and not a soul around. We were driving about 55 miles per hour. I was in the front passenger seat as I began to make out a figure ahead of us in the second lane to the right of us. It just stood there. We drove out of the fog, and there it was. A clear image of a creature that is not of this planet. As we drove by it, I stared right into its soulless black eyes. The driver only got a glimpse of it and thought it was a small deer, so he did not bother thinking twice about it. The other passenger was asleep. It felt like I had looked into the eyes of death. The creature was about 4.5 feet tall with large black eyes. It had wings covering its body and skinny legs sticking out at the bottom. As soon as I got home, I made a sketch of it. When I showed it to the driver, I saw that deep inside he knew what this creature was and that he saw it as well. He just didn't want to accept the fact of something so unearthly. He was a Christian buddy of mine. To this day, the image of that lost, empty, soulless creature is still imprinted in my head. They are real. And they are out there. Old sighting, 2 to 3 years back. So I'm writing this since no one from around here has shared anything remotely similar, and with here, I mean my country. I'm from Spain, and in the summer I normally go to my grandparents' place, located in the southeast of Andalusia. They live in the countryside, with the closest town being a solid 20-minute drive away. I usually spend my nights out with friends and return back home at around 1 a.m., which in itself takes a solid 7 minutes. While returning one night, as I was basically 2 minutes away from my grandparents, something compelled me to look to my right. As I turn my head, I see a white creature, smaller than a cow but bigger than a runt, running on all fours like a human would but more effectively, if that makes any sense, and disappearing behind a bush. I was absolutely shocked but didn't really run. I turned on my flashlight and proceeded to walk home and sleep. I would have just given this one to my imagination if it weren't that a few days later, while asking, someone in that same town matched the exact description of what I saw, claiming to have seen it during daylight years before I did. Any suggestions and questions are more than welcome. I really want exterior opinions. The only animals living there are cows, and they weren't there that day, since they usually move them to other fields. An interdimensional car crash? I'm hesitant with this one, but it did perk my ears up. If true, then it's an amazing encounter. Location: near Amersfoort, the Netherlands. Date: 1999. Time: 2:15 a.m. The witness was alone on a highway when suddenly the front windshield became dark. He was not able to see, and he hit a car in front of him. He then skidded off the highway and crashed into a tree. He looked at the car, but it was not damaged. A police officer then came by and asked him if there had been an accident. Confused, he said no. After the officer left, a man appeared. He told the witness to follow him. Soon they came upon a landed disc-shaped object with a dome on top, shiny and silvery in color. He took the witness inside and explained to him that he was not from another planet, that he was from planet Earth but from a different frequency or dimension. He told the witness that the car he hit was one of them and the driver was one of them. They had repaired his vehicle. The man then showed him around the object and explained to him how the object operated. He was eventually allowed to return to his vehicle and went home. The thing by the road. When I was a kid, my dad used to drive us out to visit my grandparents in rural Kentucky every other weekend. It was a 4-hour drive, mostly highway, but the last part wound through empty backroads, just trees, fields, and the occasional mailbox. One night, it was raining hard, and we were running late. I remember the wipers squeaking and that steady drumming on the roof as we went through a stretch with no streetlights at all. Then the car headlights caught something, a person standing on the shoulder. Dad slowed down a little. The figure looked like a woman, barefoot, wearing this thin white dress plastered to her legs from the rain. Her head was tilted down, hair covering her face. I remember the weirdest thing was she wasn't shivering. Just still. Dad rolled the window down an inch and called out, "Are you okay, ma'am?" She didn't move. She slowly lifted her arm and pointed down the road. About 100 feet ahead, a massive tree had fallen across the road. We wouldn't have seen it in time to stop if we'd kept driving. Dad braked hard, heart racing. By the time he turned to thank her, she was gone. No sound, no movement, no footprints in the mud. We backed up, turned around, and found another route. When we got to my grandparents' house, Dad called the county sheriff to report the fallen tree. The deputy said, "Yeah, that's a bad stretch. You aren't the first to see a woman there." This happened in June of 2024. Parker Preserve in Burlington County, New Jersey. My brother and I were driving down a dirt road in Wharton State Forest in June of 2024 looking for a campground in the area. I was in the front passenger seat of his pickup truck, he was driving. This was just a few weeks ago. We weren't going to camp, we were just looking for the site. It was at dusk, the sun was setting, almost on the horizon. As we were driving, less than 20 miles per hour, something leapt or floated across the road right in front of us, like right in front of the truck, moving right to left. The best way I can describe it is that it looked like a black square or rectangle. Like the size of a black poster board. It went across the road unnaturally, like the way the reindeer move in those old stop-motion Christmas shows. You could clearly see below it, but there were no legs. There was no neck, or head, or tail. We asked each other, "What was that?" And then immediately after, something else scooted across the road on all fours really fast going left to right, maybe 25 feet in front of whatever the black square was. We both saw the same thing again. This time it was like an all-black chimpanzee or young gorilla scrambling on all fours into the bushes faster than any other animal I've seen run across a road. I clearly saw the hands hitting the road when it was in front of me, and the odd curve of the back struck me. The strangest thing is, as the second animal first came out of the bushes, it looked to me like an all-black tumbleweed spinning so fast that the edges looked ghostly. Like a black center fading to gray at the edges. This tumbleweed looked like it opened up from a blur to the small ape that we saw. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but my brother saw it the same way. It wasn't a turkey, a baby bear, a coyote, or a dog. It was definitely an ape. All black. If someone told me there was an escaped monkey out in the woods, I'd say I definitely saw it. We stopped and got out and didn't see anything else. I believe in Bigfoot, but I always thought it was a flesh and blood animal. But, if what we saw was a young Bigfoot, I think there's more to it than that now. I can't explain what the first object was, but the second thing was a whirling dervish that transformed into a 3-foot-high ape tearing across the road on all fours. Interesting Mothman sighting. Middletown, Ohio. It was about 8 p.m., and I was driving home after dropping a friend off at her house. I came to an intersection, a red light, and stopped. Nothing out of the normal, just a regular night. The roads were fairly deserted. While waiting for the light to change, I saw something that looked like the back end of a deer as it quickly crossed the street. I didn't think much of it except for the fact that when I drive through there, I have to be careful because deer apparently like to jump in front of cars. That stretch of road is only a couple hundred feet posted at 40 miles per hour. I slowed to about 30 to 35 miles per hour to watch and look at the deer. When I looked to see if the deer was still there, I witnessed something quite a bit different. This massive thing was standing back a ways, but it was clearly visible. The yard it was standing in has a huge white shed with a light attached to the front, though this didn't help because it cast a big shadow. The figure stood on the ground, but its height reached to about the top of the doors to the shed. It had two curved-like masses coming from the sides. But the most obvious feature was the deep red, glowing eyes coming from the center of the black mass. It was something I couldn't stop looking at. I continued to drive, but all the way home I felt I was being followed. Help identify crawler. I've been directed to this community to confirm what I saw but also to gain more insight into what could have happened. Story for context. So a few years ago, 3 friends and I were having a small fire and just hanging out at night. The night was getting later, and we were getting low on firewood, but the family farm has an old plot of trees, maybe 30 acres of old growth with more new growth growing around it. For our area this is a lot. We all hop in the truck and drive the couple miles over there. We pulled Mac down one trail that was pretty overgrown and started gathering deadfall from the ground. It was the middle of winter and a cloudless sky, so we could see fairly well even without our headlamps on. We loaded the bed about half full when one of the guys just got a weird feeling and spoke up. Not uncommon when you were in the cold woods at night. But then we realized that we hadn't heard anything for a bit. Usually you could hear coyotes or the cattle in the feedlot a half mile up the road, but it was dead silent. We all start looking around, and one of my other friends notices something silhouetted by this one evergreen back in the trees. We were mainly just using small headlamps and phone lights, so we weren't really looking up much. We couldn't quite tell what it was and started thinking it was just a dead tree with its bark stripped. This was about 60 to 70 feet away. Then it shifted behind the evergreen, out of view. Due to where we live and what we do, we always have firearms near us. Each of us had a pistol, so very quickly we grabbed them and lit the area up with our lights on them. We at this moment were thinking it may still just be a person. Not our brightest moment. We called out the basic stuff guys do when they are scared but don't want to admit it and started making some noise. We were moving to check what was there when it peeked out again. Very quickly we realized it wasn't a human and verbalized this as well. We started slowly backing up without turning our backs on it. And this son of a witch shifted further out. At this point our guns were just flashlights in the shock and fear, and very quickly we backed the remaining bit to the truck. No one fired, and we bum rushed the remaining few feet to the truck. When we shined the light again, it had shifted to another evergreen, not closer but almost parallel with us, but closer to the trail where we had to go down. We ran the 10 feet to the truck, and this thing moved 30 to 40 feet to the other tree. Almost like it was going to try and cut us off. We were done playing this game and very quickly spurred the truck down the path and back to the house, where we decided we didn't want to have a fire anymore and went inside for the night. Just for reference, the pickup was a small single cab Toyota pickup that could barely hold 2 in the cab, so the other guys had to sit in the bed and watch for this thing as we tore out of there as fast as we could without hitting a tree. Topography. There is an old cemetery a half mile down the road on the same mile section. Not sure if that matters, but I think it could be relevant. There aren't many caves in this area, mainly a mix of farmland and thick timber with deep creeks running through the areas. Description. This thing was white. We noticed it by it being almost illuminated by the moon. We didn't get a good look at the body, but it was thin. Looked normal height. The face looked hairless and almost blank, but we could still make out the dark areas where its eyes were. Unfortunately it was far enough away that even with our flashlight it was on the verge of its range, so that's the best I have for it. Beings. I've read a lot about different cryptids and supernatural entities and have had some other encounters or potentials, but this one was the most that really happened one. I don't know if it matches the description of a rake, wendigo, or what, but I still go out there fairly often, just never at night. We didn't really talk about it too much after until recently, when one of them reached out, and we've been trying to figure out what it could have been or what we should have done in that moment. Does anyone have an idea of what it could be? I just don't feel like it fits any of the common things I see except in the way it looked, but not the way it acted. My one and only experience with anything extraterrestrial occurred when I was driving back down to Miami from Orlando. 20 years ago. Must have been March. It was night. I took the out-of-the-way road instead of the highway. There were trees to my right. Their height dipping into darkness. On my left, the view was open enough to include the billowing clouds in the sky. I was on the phone with my sister when I saw it. I immediately started freaking out. There, emerging out of a cloud, was a light. It resembled a headlight bulb. This thing was big. Cone-shaped. The cloud around it broke apart where it stuck its head out. And as fast as this thing showed up, it receded back into the cloud. My sister can attest to this happening. My unexplainable experience. I want to preface this by saying it was about 15 years ago. We didn't see anything or hear anything and only have questions of what? A friend and I were out late one night cruising back roads in their Jeep. This was a normal occurrence. I grew up camping, survival training, mountain biking in remote places, etc. The woods at night were nothing new. We had been cruising various roads here and there, town to town, into the wee hours. We turned off the main highway along a Forest Service road that headed north. Nothing out of the ordinary. Windows down as it was a nice summer night. I was driving, and around 10 minutes in, an overwhelming sense of dread overcame me. Without making any change in pace, I asked my friend, "Do you feel that?" They turned to me, pale-faced, and absolutely agreed. I proceeded to make the most concise 3-point turn of my life to ensure we did not get stuck and immediately returned the way we came in. Only once getting to the highway did we start to feel better. It took us some time to fully calm down, and we talked about what we felt. We agreed we felt the same thing. There were no sounds, no smells, nothing on the road. We didn't see anything. We only felt the exact same thing at the exact same time and knew we had to leave. A Bigfoot in the area is the only thing that makes sense to me. Our primal brain may have reacted to its presence in a way we do not yet understand. Our intuition could feel it? A survival instinct from years ago? Our brain could smell it, but we couldn't? I have been within 10 feet of bears on the trail while mountain biking and had a Mexican standoff. I have seen grizzlies, moose, elk, coyotes, muskrats, raccoons, deer, beavers, etc., all up close, either on foot, on a motorcycle, from a vehicle, or whatever. I've awoken at my campsite surrounded by coyotes at night and had a curious small animal investigate me in my sleeping bag as I slept under the stars. Nothing has triggered my primal fear like that. I wish I saw something or heard something. Anything tangible. In any case, this is a captivating tale. It's late on Saturday night. Get spooked. I moved back to the area this year. I'll go back to the exact location this spring once the snow melts. But as we all know, there's a slim chance that anything will happen again. That's life. Was it Skinwalker, and if not, any ideas? This past 4th of July I was coming back from a friend's house around 10:30 at night. I drive a 2019 4Runner. They live out in the country outside a small town in Arkansas. It's also along the Trail of Tears. I pull onto a 2-lane highway, and as I'm leaving the town, I'm following 3 other vehicles, and no vehicles are following me. I'm driving along this flat and smooth 2-lane highway listening to the radio when I feel my vehicle shake just a little. Not like a vibration or like running over something, but just a shake like someone pushed on it. I thought it was strange but didn't concern me too much. However, almost immediately after, I heard a knock on the back glass. Knock knock knock, knock knock. I started reasoning in my mind. Fireworks? No. It was a clear knock on the glass. I was covered in chills and freaking out. I called my friend and just made him talk to me. When I got into my town, I pulled over into a well-lit gas station to check and see if I had hit anything even though it didn't feel like that. There was no sign of anything on the outside. So I went home completely freaked out and might have slept a bit that night. I hadn't thought more about it until seeing a story recently on here about something similar, and it made me wonder. My uncle used to live out close to where this happened to me, and I asked him if he ever experienced anything out there. He told me that once, when he had 2 Doberman pinschers, he took them outside one night, and their hair immediately stood on end as they went into full protection mode and headed towards a pond. He grabbed a flashlight and started following. The dogs were barking as they descended a small hill, but then they suddenly stopped and ceased barking. They started backing up a little. He shined his light ahead and didn't see anything but could tell the dogs were afraid of something, so he decided to trust them and head back to the house. So, all that to wonder if anyone has experienced anything like this? I'm not a commercial truck driver, but I've done my fair share of sketchy trips and round-the-clock driving. This particular night had extreme road conditions. The snow covered the road. I was making a new trail on the highway. Passengers are asleep. I got about 1.5 hours away from home when this vehicle was riding behind and proceeded with their high beams and hazards on, so I slowed down to about 60 to 50 kilometers. To see if they would pass, but they never did. I was followed for 45 minutes. Finally, the vehicle passed me. It was a blue truck. I couldn't see inside due to the dark and no license plate. I thought I would be petty and flash them. When I turned the lights on, this truck vanished in a split second. A bearman was seen in West Virginia. I have been listening about sightings of man-like creatures all over the internet. Back in January 2014, I was driving home from my workplace and witnessed an unexplained thing cross the roadway in front of me. I was at my workplace, the Toyota plant in Buffalo, West Virginia. I was on vacation but needed to stop by and pick up my paycheck. It was close to 5 p.m. I was driving home on Route 35 and then turned off onto Hurricane Creek Road heading towards home. It was dark by that time. There is a wide turn about 1/4 mile from the highway. As I drove through the turn, something on 2 legs walked out of the woods and onto the roadway. I turned on the high beams, and when I did, the creature turned its head, bared its teeth, and ran into the opposite trees on 2 legs. I have no idea what this thing was, but the teeth were huge. It was about 6 to 7 feet high. It had a snout like a bear, but the head looked like a man, eyes, ears, and hair. The body had black hair all over it, but it was built like a stocky man, long legs with big flat feet and arms with man hands. It shocked the hell out of me. When I got home I told my wife but didn't tell my daughter. I didn't want to scare her. I've been hunting in this county all my life but have never seen or heard of anything like this. I thought I'd write you after seeing the upright canine reports, but I don't think that is what this is. I could only call it a bear man. I'd like to know what you think. My grandfather encountered a banshee. My granda was in his 20s when this happened. So about 50 years ago. We live in Ireland, so there are a lot of witch stories and stuff like that. People are also superstitious and very strict Catholics. Anyway, my granda was a truck driver, and he delivered beef to people who ordered some meat and butchers who needed resupplying. He told me that he was driving along one morning, and it was very foggy and quite eerie. He said he thought he saw something on the side of the road. On country roads here we don't have sidewalks. He said it was the shape of a woman, but he drove on anyway. Then he saw her at the end of the road as he came to a stop about 20 meters, 62 feet, I don't know, away. There she was, a ghostly figure with long black hair and pale white skin and no shoes. Her face was horribly ugly with an elongated jaw and no eyes. She then let out an ear-piercing wail. My granda told me that he had never heard anything like it. The wail was so loud that his hearing remained muffled for 20 minutes afterwards. Anyway, he was so scared he ran up the road into the nearest town, which was about 8 kilometers, 5 miles, away. He had left his truck back there, but he said he wasn't going back there to get it. The ironic thing is that he lives at the opposite end of that eerie road today. This incident occurred approximately 7 or 8 years ago. I was like 16 or 17. I was with my sister, her husband's sister, and 2 cousin brothers. We were driving back from Cortez, going through the mountains near Steamboat, Arizona. Well, it was late at night, and all we could see ahead of us was darkness and tall trees. We were driving a white pickup truck. I was sitting in the front with my sis and her husband, and the others were sitting in the back of the truck bed. Suddenly, a coyote crossed in front of us, prompting us to offer a prayer. Because when that happens, it's bad luck. We were driving for an uncertain amount of time when 3 or 4 more coyotes ran in front of us again, and we also started seeing owls. Seeing owls is considered extremely unlucky, as it signifies that someone in our family will suffer severe harm. But then it's a Navajo thing. We saw about 6 owls, and the strange part was that there were 6 of us in the car. So as the night grew darker, we pulled over, I jumped in the back, and one of my sister's husband's cousins got up front. We were like 5 minutes away from the house on a dirt road. We could see the house, and we were going like 30 miles when all of a sudden something big and black jumped in front of us. We struck the object with such force that it severely damaged the front of the truck. When we realized what just happened, we got out of the truck. Looked around. The strange part about this situation is that the creature jumped out on our right side, even though a large fence was blocking that entire area. After a few seconds of realizing what had happened, we moved forward. We went in front of the truck and saw a few drops of blood and hair. We tried to get the truck started, but it wouldn't work. Only one headlight on the left side worked, so we shined the light out there trying to look for whatever we hit, but we couldn't find anything, no footprints, no blood drops anywhere. There was nothing. Then, all of a sudden, in the distance, we started hearing 2 people laughing and whistling, running around us, and hiding in the shadows. We knew what it was, and we just started praying in Navajo. 15 minutes went by, and they're still there laughing, an evil, scary laugh. Then one of the guys that was with us decided to run back to the house to get help. Since we can see the house from where we are at. While we were waiting, we've noticed that we could only hear one person around us. We were scared and didn't know what was going to happen. Then, in the distance, we saw truck lights turning on and coming toward us. OMG, we were so happy. When they got there, the guy that ran to get help told us one of them was following him. He said he could hear something running in the shadows near him. He also said when he was running by an empty water tank, you could hear it laughing, echoing off the tank. After we returned to the house, we called the cops. When they showed up, we told them what happened. So he asked us to take him where it happened. The truck was still parked there with the one headlight on. He was flashing his light around to search for whatever we had hit. He couldn't find anything, no footprints walking off. I mean, we hit that thing so hard that it should have died, but we just couldn't find it. While we were explaining the situation to the officer, we had a strong feeling that the officer did not want to be there. We didn't either. The following day, We called in a medicine man to get a little prayer done. I saw an 8 feet tall dark hooded figure on the side of the road. When I was a child, I saw a dark hooded figure on the side of the road that was as tall as the speed limit sign on the side of the road. The hood he was wearing was more of a long dark cloak. He was running. The headlights of our car lit him up, and he had depth and dimension, not a shadow or some translucent apparition. As we got closer, he looked at me. Though I couldn't see the features of a face, I saw his eyes. Has anyone else seen this or something similar? What the duck was that? First, I must admit that I have no imagination at all. With that said, the night before last, my girlfriend and I drove out to Salt Lake in California Valley off of the 58. On our way back around 10 p.m. on this long dark highway, we see this weird looking creature in the road. I got a good look at it when we were passing it. It was about the size of a full-grown deer. It had looked like it had been run over at its midsection. No cars had passed us for over 2 hours, but it was using its arms, they looked like muscular human arms, to prop itself up. As we were coming up to it, it had looked at us. This thing had no ears or snout, and to be 100% honest, I don't know any wildlife or animals out here in Cali that don't have ears or a snout. It looked dark gray to me but white to my girlfriend, but to both of us it looked kind of shiny with my lights on it. But anyways, we passed it, and my girlfriend begged me not to turn around. Of course, she caved when I said, "What if this is our chance at a sighting?" So I flipped around less than 2 miles past the thing and backtracked about 10 miles, and there was nothing. Nothing there, no fresh blood, no blood trail, no ducking evidence that this thing was on the road. I turned back around to get us back on the right track, and still nothing. It was another long 2 hours thinking about this thing and hoping it would show itself again. We truly don't know what we saw, but we truly believe that we didn't just see a normal animal on that highway that night. We personally think it was a skinwalker/rake. I don't know what the duck we saw, but we know the image that was burned into our brains. Green ball of flames. About 2 years ago, one night, my girlfriend and I were on a late night roadie. We live in Indiana, so we were on country back roads. We were driving down the road when we came around a bend, and there was a bright light in the sky. From what we could see, it looked like something out of a cartoon. It was like this small moon covered in green flames very slowly falling to the earth. I stopped in the road and jumped out to see a bit better before it ducked behind the tree line. It had to have been 1 to 2 miles away, and it would have been some farmer's property, so I couldn't get to where I thought it would have touched down. So we thought, okay, well, we will hear about this soon. But nothing ever became of it. No one I've ever asked has even seen something similar. Or really even taken my claim seriously. Can anyone say they might have seen something similar or have some explanation? My girlfriend and I still can't stop thinking about it after 2 years. Has anyone come across anything spooky on Sugarloaf Mountain in the Roosevelt National Forest? My boyfriend and I had a strange encounter with something on Sugarloaf Mountain, just outside of Boulder, Colorado. We had decided to save money by camping in our cars at campgrounds while we were traveling. At around 7 p.m. we arrived and parked at the entrance of Sugarloaf campgrounds. We set up the car with blankets, blacked out the windows with trash bags, and settled down for the night. At around 9 p.m., we heard something. It sounded like several heavy raindrops scattering along the top of the car. Except there was no downpour that followed. I felt as if the car shook very slightly. It just went silent. We hadn't covered the windows perfectly, there were little gaps. Near my window I saw a black shape move. I thought it was my boyfriend's hand, but I reached up and found nothing. Later when I asked him about it, he said he saw something move past the window and thought it was my hand. It felt like forever that we sat there, listening. We were on a gravel drive, but I couldn't hear any footsteps, there were no other sounds. I looked up and saw a black shape move past the front passenger's window. Then the tapping sound started again near the side mirror by the front driver's door. My boyfriend hit the lock button on the keys twice to make the car honk and blink lights. The windshield was the least covered part. The trash bag wasn't long enough to cover it, so there were some sizable gaps on the sides. Once the car made noise, a dark shape moved slightly into view. It looked like the snout of an animal. I wildly thought it must be a bear. They're the most active around early November, however. There was no huffing, no grunting, and no other sounds besides that weird tapping and some rustling that shook the car very slightly. My boyfriend slapped his hand against the window, trying to scare whatever it was off. It seemed like the more we tried to scare it, the more bold it became. The snout kept appearing by the window. My boyfriend whispered that maybe it was the trash bag blowing in the wind. Except it moved in such an animal-like way. Plus, there was no wind that night. Finally, we decided to make a break for it. My boyfriend jumped in the front seat and started the car. Truthfully, we would rather not see what it was. I told my BF to drive as far as he could with the trash bag still covering the windows. We pulled the one covering the windshield. We didn't hear anything running away, we didn't hit anything, and we didn't look back. We made our way down and eventually took the rest of the bags down once we felt we were far enough away. The whole ride down we tried to rationalize what it was. Maybe an elk, bear, or moose? But that didn't explain those perfect tapping sounds along the roof of the car. We also would have heard an animal huffing or walking around the car. Maybe a smaller animal had hopped along the roof? But what was that huge black shape moving around the car? Maybe it was the trash bags? This does not explain the tapping sound or the reason why the car moved. I'm not a hardcore believer in the paranormal or supernatural. I've always liked cryptid stories because they're spooky and fun. If you had asked me before this if I really believed in things like Wendigos and Bigfoot, I would have said, maybe. Even if I don't really believe it, I still respect it. When we first got there, I did have a weird feeling and thought about joking about a Wendigo being nearby, but I didn't want to invite it or call out to it, even if it's not real. I tried keeping things light. After this, though, I don't think I could not believe in it. I firmly believe it was something unnatural. Every rational explanation didn't make sense. Let me know if anyone has had any sightings or weird encounters near Sugarloaf, Roosevelt National Forest, or Rocky Mountain National Park. Weird late night car ride. A couple years ago my mom, aunt, sister, and I went for a late night drive around 12 a.m. We do this all the time, so there are a couple roads we always go down. One of them being where the KKK used to meet up. The original church and a couple other buildings are still back there. It's a straight drive down the road, taking around 20 minutes from start to finish. About 7 minutes down the road, the radio station we were listening to cut out, so I started to look for a new one. Listening to stations for a couple seconds, then going to the next. While doing this, a song came on that was a bit weird. I skipped past it, then went back. We listened for a minute or so, decided it was weird, and changed it. I don't really know how to describe this song because I've never heard anything like it, but it was older sounding and only instruments. Anyway, after I changed it, my mom, who was driving, noticed she had no idea where we were. My aunt pulled up our location on her phone. We ended up on a road that was a dead end. We were pointing in the direction of the main road, meaning we would have had to turn down the road and do a U-turn. Which we didn't do, we had only gone straight down the road like we always did. But it gets even weirder than that. 2 hours had passed. The last memory we all had was the song, but it felt like everything had happened in the span of 2 to 3 minutes. To this day none of us know what happened or how we got there, and we also haven't been down that road again. Weird animal that ran across the road ridiculously fast. I live in northwest New Jersey. It was about 9:30 p.m. the other night, and I was driving through a wooded area, and this thing zipped out in front of my car and was gone back into the woods before I could even react. It was probably about the size/general build of a small pig. Kinda stocky on top but with very short legs. But it ran like a horse. It crossed the road in under a second. And it had really fluffy brown fur. Since it was gone so quick, I don't remember if there was a tail or not. If there was a tail, it was small. I don't remember anything bushy. I thought it might have been a dog, but it was a bit too small for a dog. Plus, considering the time of day, it was weird for a dog to be out, and I looked around and saw no one out looking for a dog or anything. Could have been a stray, maybe, but those are rare around here. Trucker assisted 3 aliens? I'm not sure how this fits in, but the experience has stayed with me, and I had to share something. I am a long-haul driver and was traveling east on Interstate 8, just east of Fortuna, Arizona. Having checked the clock, it was 3:45 a.m. when I alerted my partner to the presence of 3 or 4 individuals standing in the middle of the traffic lane. After sounding the truck horn, I began to slow our rig. Given the fact that the area is well known for human smuggling and is dangerous to travel, I wondered if, perhaps, we should keep going. But, when it became apparent that at least 3 of the individuals were wearing some kind of uniform, I decided to stop along the right shoulder. Nevertheless, my second driver emerged from the sleeper with the shotgun that we carry. Both of us agreed that neither of us was going to step from the cab, and we kept the engine idling. 3 individuals walked slowly toward me, toward the driver's side of the cab. From a distance of about 15 feet, I could discern that each of the 3 individuals was appropriately attired. I wondered if the Marines, from the nearby Marine Corps Air Station, had crashed and were going to ask us for help. As I lowered the driver's window, the shortest of the 3, bundled in heavy white gear, with what looked like white armor around the chest and a partial faceplate that emerged from below the chin, said to me, in perfect English, "Not to worry, we have a minor situation." It, motioned with his left arm toward the distance, off the highway. It was strange because neither my partner nor I saw anything as we approached the group, but, sure enough, something was putting out intense red flames, maybe 50 feet off the right shoulder from where we were parked. Before I could say anything, a triangle-shaped wedge of the landscape to our right, with the flames at the base of the triangle, rose up and sliced through the truck cab. For lack of a better description, I felt like I was looking at some kind of image, as it came through the cab. I mean, the individual who spoke to me appeared first on the left side near me and then appeared on the right side, the raised side, and then on both sides, which appeared raised. My throat was so dry, my stomach in knots, honestly, I felt like I was going to heave. I figured we had it. 3 individuals, 2 in white, wearing helmets, and 1 who appeared burned or blackened and without a helmet, appeared in the image to our right as they made their way around chunks of rock, walking towards our cab. There was a lot of communication, like radio, between them or between somebody. The one who had spoken to me, after I had lowered the window, now sounded metallic. So I turned once again towards the voice, to my left again, towards the open window, and he, or it, wasn't there. I turned toward my partner in the front right seat, who was still cradling the shotgun, but there was nothing there. I mean, it was black. It was perfectly silent. There were no flames off to the right in the distance. Our clock showed 5:15 a.m., but the entire encounter felt like it had lasted 15 minutes or so. I don't know what to claim. I stopped to assist several entities that appeared to be projected from somewhere, and I still feel nauseous. An interesting roadside encounter. Location: near Falls Village, Connecticut. Date: February 2013. Time: 10 p.m. The witness was driving home from work and was only 2 miles from her residence, which is located in a very rural area south of Falls Village. The roads were still dark from the heavy snow they had received, so she was driving very deliberately. All at once, a deer jumped from behind a snowbank and bolted in front of her car. She slammed on the brakes but still skidded into the back of the deer. She didn't see where the deer went, but she was not stuck in the snowbank. She got out and noticed that her driver's side headlight was smashed as well. She tried to push the car out of the snowbank, but it was not budging. So she had no other choice but to call for a tow truck. About 15 minutes after she called for help, one of her neighbors was on his way home and stopped to ask if he could help. She told him that she had called for a tow truck, but she didn't know how long it would be before it showed up. He said he would go home, get some chains, and return with his 4-wheel drive pickup to pull her out. She thanked him, and he left. Not long after her neighbor left, she noticed lights coming toward her on the road. The lights were large and very bright, so she figured that it was the tow truck. As the lights slowly proceeded towards her, several more lights illuminated above and below the others. The vehicle, or whatever it was, stopped about 50 yards from her and remained there for several minutes. Then all of a sudden she saw a brightly lit being floating through the woods across from her. It reminded her of those bright white aliens from the Cocoon movie, though she didn't see any facial features. This quickly floated through the trees and out onto the road. It started to come toward her, but she was petrified and could not move. It didn't have arms or legs, but there was definitely a head and something on the end that resembled a fish tail. It stopped directly in front of her and hovered no more than 10 feet away. There were no eyes or mouth, but she did feel warmth coming from it. It was very calming and comforting. Then it suddenly whisked towards the lights. After a few minutes, the bright lights started to fade, and they were completely gone. Her neighbor soon returned as well as the tow truck operator. She asked them both if they had noticed any vehicles with intensely bright lights, but they both looked at her like she was crazy. After they pulled her from the snowbank, she drove home, quickly took a bath, and headed for bed. She was still feeling the calming sensation and desperately wanted to go to sleep. Watch out for the smoke. Location: near Deming, New Mexico, 1992, midnight. The witness was driving on US 180 along the desert and was listening to his CB radio when the radio suddenly went silent, and he vaguely noticed a patch of white light shining on a rise over the left side of the road. He then heard a voice in his head telling him to watch out for the smoke. Thinking it had been the CB radio, he replied, but there was no answer. Suddenly what looked like a huge luminous cloud of smoke began stretching across the highway ahead. It formed a solid curtain across the road. The witness drove into the grayish-white vapor for an hour. He stopped his vehicle and walked across the road and into a ditch but was still unable to see anything. He suddenly went into a state of paralysis and sensed the approach of 2 persons. Each person got on either side of the witness and placed a firm grip on his forearms. The beings had long bony fingers. He was then led to a shiny metallic object shaped like a flattened arch with rounded ends. A rectangular opening appeared on the side of the craft. Next he remembers sitting back on a chair inside the object, feeling dizzy and numb. He was briefly alone, then two beings entered the room. One being was a male who had a round oval face and two large oval black eyes. He was 5 feet tall with a thin torso and limbs. The second being was a female, similar to the male being. The witness was then led to a dimly lit room and placed in a reclining position on a chair. He felt a buzzing, stimulating sensation on his facial area and felt as if a small object was being introduced into his nose. He was then released and let outside, and he floated horizontally towards his vehicle. He resumed the drive, and the vapor-like fog quickly dissipated. Skinwalker in the Canadian woods. This happened last night. I live in the NWT. It's the province above Alberta. I live in the only city here, with a population of about 20,000, beautiful in the summer. We're surrounded by the woods and lots of lakes. There's one popular trail people often drive to access said lakes. Anyway, last night I was driving on the trail with a guy friend to find a secluded spot to do the nasty. He recommended V Lake, which is the first lake you could access in the trail system. The way it's set up is there's a long narrow dirt road at the right of the highway that you have to drive on for 20 minutes before you can get to the lake itself. The dirt road is surrounded by trees and is riddled with little lakes here and there. It's my favorite lake to drive to, mostly because I love narrow dirt roads with lots of tall trees. So it's a Sunday night and we're the only ones driving. We weren't high or drunk, we were just having fun, listening to music. Then as I was driving, about 10 minutes into the dirt road, an extremely strong smell of rotten meat filled our noses. This weirded my friend out, it made me panic. The first thing that came to my mind was skinwalkers. It was vile. And the smell just hit us all of a sudden. The windows were closed, and the AC/heat was set to the lowest. The car is clean, and nothing there could have caused it. I asked him what he thought of the smell. He said barbecue, and I told him there's a current fire ban in effect in the city. That can't be. He agreed and said it smelled really rotten to him. The smell was strong, it was making me nauseous. I'm now more aware of the woods surrounding us, how it actually makes me feel kind of claustrophobic, and how every turn and curve makes me more anxious. My gut was telling me something isn't right. I kept thinking about skinwalkers and the stories I've read for the past 2 days. I was getting more scared by the moment. Then we drove through another curve, and my lights and high beams shone quickly on a person standing inside the mouth of the woods, and that's when I panicked. I asked my friend, "Do you still want to drive down this road?" "Yeah, I don't care," he replied. During this time I seriously knew something wasn't right, and my brain kept screaming at me to turn around. I keep glancing at my mirrors. Frank Ocean's voice wasn't calming me down. I was so scared. I think he saw my discomfort, so he piped up again, "We can turn around if you want." I slammed on my brakes, did a 4-point turn, and hightailed it out of there. Once we were back on the highway of the trail, I told him about what I thought of the smell, but not the person I saw in the woods. I didn't want to freak him out. We had a long conversation about it. I know we shouldn't have, but he kept asking questions because he was curious, so I answered but tried not to mention its name. Also, while we were doing the nasty, we were parked at the picnic grounds of one lake, and little stones started hitting the driver's side of the truck. A couple would hit every minute or so. It unnerved the duck out of me, but I was busy, so I ignored it. There was no one else on the trail, because we didn't hear or see anyone driving. That was kind of weird too. One statement of his, though, that kind of unnerved me was, I think it was trying to lure us further into the woods. So on the way back, I had him drive so I could calm down. I was calmer on the drive back. There were some foxes with glowing eyes in the middle of the road that kind of freaked me out at first, but then I realized they're just foxes. I also saw roadkill on the side of the road that had not been there before, which I found pretty weird. It was the size of a big beaver, but really, there's nothing to panic about, I think. So yeah, this all happened from 1 to 3 a.m. last night. I now really believe in skinwalkers, I just wasn't expecting to encounter one. Strange figures/creatures on Highway 123. I was going home from Seguin 30 minutes ago, and I was just getting to the water tower off of County Road when I saw this green thing about the size of a dog run in front of my car, and it stopped right as I ran it over. I thought it could have been trash, but I clearly saw an arm reach out to run. I looked at my girlfriend, and we both said, "What the heck was that?" I thought she would have said it was trash, but she also saw legs on it. I've heard stories my whole life about this highway, and I've gone up and down the highway all the way south to Corpus hundreds of times. This is by far the creepiest thing I've ever seen on that road. It was the summer before my sophomore year in high school, 1985, and my twin sister and I went for a bike ride. We lived in a small town, Pop. 3000, and this was before any technology like we have today. I'm so glad we didn't have social media back then. But I do wish we had the internet for school. We had to go to libraries. We had our Walkmans on and rode to A&W, they aren't around anymore, because I wanted to see a guy I liked that worked there. The road is a major highway for little towns in the Midwestern state I lived in that runs east and west, so we rode east. It's about a 2-mile ride from our house. There are houses on both sides of the 4-lane highway, so we would ride on the sidewalks or cut back a block and ride off the main highway if it was busy. Nothing is busy in a town of 3,000. We get to A&W to turn around. In case you don't know what an A&W is, it's a burger and fries joint, and as we are waiting for the cars to go by to cross the highway, a truck goes by. There was technically only one person in it. A guy with dark hair who was oblivious to what was in the truck with him. As we watched the truck approach, we see what we thought were 2 people, but the passenger sitting next to the driver looked oddly white. Everything about it was white, but not a beautiful white. It was dingy white. As the truck approached, moving at the 25 miles per hour speed limit through the residential area, I increasingly focused on the white passenger, feeling a growing sense of unease and wondering, what is that? As it neared us, I realized what it was, and as the truck passed, it was looking at us and smiling. I made eye contact with it, and about 15 seconds after the truck passed, we looked at each other quizzically. At the same time, we both said, "Did you see that thing?" "Yes." "What was it?" It wasn't human, nor did the driver know it was with him. It looked like a skeleton but had some density to it, and it was wearing a dingy white t-shirt, the same color as it was. It had scraggly arms with very little flesh, horrific wavy white hair that was thin, and eyes that looked dead, but it could see. It had turned its head to look at us and smiled the most horrific smile I've ever seen in my life. It had its arm around the guy's neck, like you do when you're watching a movie with someone you like/love. It had jagged teeth, and some were pointy and long. When it grinned at us, we weren't afraid but got the distinct sense that it was attached to this guy. We confirmed we both saw the same thing and biked it back home. It was the creepiest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. We still talk about it today. Since we believe we are spirit beings and that more is happening in the spiritual realm than the physical one, we 100%, without a doubt, know it was unearthly. Sometimes I think it didn't happen, but I can't seem to forget it either. I am driving down a highway fast. About 14 years ago, I was angry and frustrated at my entire life. I was just in a bad way, not really caring about anything. I was not at all suicidal but just in a dark mood for many good and bad reasons. It was just a bad season in my life. As I was speeding, maybe just 15 over, I got pulled over. Like any other traffic stop, the cop pulls me over, waits a bit, and then gets out of his car. It got kind of strange after that. I've been pulled over a lot in my life. I speed a lot. Usually it's quick and obnoxious and shitty. I sign my ticket, and that's that. He asked me for my driver's license, and I gave it to him. He said, "Hey, you can't go that fast here. Maybe on I-70, but not here, just slow it down. Hold on for a minute, I'll be right back." I thought that was an odd thing for a cop to say. He was kind of cool about it, though. Real chill and laid back kind of vibe. I remember that because he looked very much like a cop but was way too easygoing and chill to feel like a cop. He walked back to his car, the lights flashing still behind my parked car. I waited and waited and waited. I looked behind me, and no cop. I called 911, kind of irritated that I didn't get my driver's license back. He just drove off with my insurance and driver's license. WTF? I told the 911 operator what happened. He put me on hold. As he did so, I looked down, and my license and insurance were on the dashboard in front of me. The 911 operator said, "Sir, we have no one operating in your area. The closest officer we have is 20 miles away from you." The crazy part was when I saw my license on my dashboard, I immediately got really happy and almost comforted. It was kind of like my dad was pulling a prank on me. I wasn't giddy or beside myself. I was just really happy and calm. I don't know what it really meant and still don't. I have theories. I have some ideas. It was the most surreal thing that ever happened to me, mostly because I never felt such a weight lifted from me. It was almost like the message was, calm the hell down, stop taking shit so seriously. I was sober. I was pretty straight-edged and didn't drink or use drugs for years before or after the event. I was not tired. It was in the afternoon. I don't have these experiences ever or lose track of time. I've had no head injuries or diagnoses of mental illness. I rarely ever tell anyone of this face to face. I didn't tell anyone for weeks after it happened. It was just too difficult to explain. Maybe it was an impersonator? But how did he do the driver's license thing? Why did I suddenly feel calm and at peace? Why didn't I see him leave? I used to be kind of embarrassed to tell this to people, but not anymore. I'm 43 years old. I have a master's degree, I barely passed, I'm not a genius, I have 2 kids. I've just been alive long enough to now know that I don't know shit about almost anything and that there's a lot of mystery out there. I'm just hoping someone else had a similar experience. My skunk ape vacation story, how I got into cryptids. This happened in 2011. I was maybe 12-13 years old and was with my parents in Florida at a hotel, going to Disney soon for the first time. They wanted to get to Disney early, so we called a cab at around 6 or 7 a.m. since it was a decent drive. I remember being excited to just be in Florida since I live in NY. I watched out the window, the sun was up already, but the roads were very empty and quiet. We were traveling on a highway, with dividers and another highway on the other side parallel to us, and past the other side were tons of open green fields and wilderness, which I was looking at. Being from NY, Long Island, I never saw such lush, flat fields of green. All of a sudden, I notice up ahead a tall, huge, dark figure at the edge of the road. It looked like he wanted to cross the highway, but he was stationary as we drove by. My first thought was, is that a billboard or something? Since they have big billboards for ads on the highway. I glanced at it and suddenly got a sharp, intense feeling in my gut, like someone had punched me. I did a double take and stared at it as we drove by. It looked human-shaped but like a huge dark mass with thick, almost black fur and a weird-shaped head, and it was definitely alive, and it wasn't human. I remember saying, "Mom, look at that big thing standing there," but she was busy looking at the map and ignored me. I was intrigued, and it was at the back of my mind the entire vacation. When we got home I started looking into it and learned about Bigfoot and other cryptids and became obsessed. I saw the skunk ape, the Bigfoot of Florida. It looked exactly like it. My parents don't believe me, but I know what I saw, and it gave me an intense physical reaction that something wasn't right. It was my instincts. We saw something strange in a field driving to the movies. It was either 2010 or 2011. A few friends and I were driving along some back roads to the city next to our small town to go to the movies. The show would have started around 10 or 10:30 p.m., so it must have been around 9 when we were on the road. The road was surrounded by dense trees on both sides until it opened up near the end, where we had to turn left. On that corner the tree line stopped about 100 meters before the turn, revealing a small open field. This was just a small dirt and grass field that wasn't used for farming. As we passed the clearing, we noticed several police cars, maybe 3 or 4, and 2 or 3 unmarked black vehicles parked in the middle of the field. Their spotlights were focused on a metallic object sitting in the dirt. The object was large and looked like a metal fishing boat used for lobster trapping. That's the best way I can describe it. I'd driven that route hundreds of times and knew for a fact there was never any structure or plowed farmland for equipment out there. Whatever it was, it had a completely smooth surface, rounded edges, no doors or windows, and was all one solid metallic color. We slowed down enough to get a good look at it, and none of us could come up with an explanation. On our way back later that night, everything was gone. The cars, the lights, and the strange metallic object. Skinwalker story. The Navajo Reservation is the largest reservation in the U.S. It goes into New Mexico, Utah, Colorado, and Arizona. This story takes place in the northeast region of Arizona, near Indian Wells. This was told by people from around that area. If you are heading west on State Highway 15 out towards Dilcon, you come to a stretch of road that goes into a small valley. I remember going down this road in my youth. If you looked at the horizon, it would seem as if the road kept going. Then suddenly your car would be pulled down by gravity as you followed the road. It would always give me butterflies when we would go down the slope. When I heard the story about this road, it made my stomach feel different. A man was driving home one night, and it was very late. It was a drive that he had done before, so he wasn't too bothered by it. When you are driving on the reservation, sometimes there isn't any way to keep cattle from getting on the road. No fences means that you need to be extra aware. I was always told to look for the black horse. If you see a black horse, then you'll be able to see anything else that may wander into the path of your vehicle. So this man is driving home, not paying too much attention. He drives down the slope, but when he gets to the bottom of the valley, he sees it but doesn't have enough time to react. Suddenly, a horse comes out of the darkness. He slams on his brakes, but he is unable to stop and hits the horse with his truck. The impact did not trigger the airbags, but the incident threw the man around quite a bit. He turns on his emergency lights and gets out of the car to assess the damage. The front of the car was crumpled, and one of the headlights was destroyed. He cursed out loud. This was the worst place to have an accident, and he didn't have a signal to phone for help. He then remembered the horse. The man went into the cab of his truck and got a small keychain flashlight. He started shining around looking for the wounded animal. He heard noises, but they didn't sound like a horse. He was positive that what he hit was a horse. As he approached the sounds, he could see the animal's fur moving from its ragged breathing. As he got closer, he began to realize what it was. There was a naked elderly woman, wrapped in a large pelt. She was moaning from pain. The man stopped dead in his tracks and got weak from fear. He stumbled back to his truck, and although it suffered plenty of damage, he was able to get it started and drove off. Once he was able to get a signal, he called the authorities. An ambulance drove out there and recovered the woman. She was driven to a local healthcare facility. Due to the fact that many of the healthcare staff were Navajo, no one wanted to touch the woman. The woman was known in the community, and she was thought to be bedridden. This was shocking because she was so far from home, and the state she was in was immensely off-putting. She was still wearing her attire when she arrived at the hospital. The nurses called her family to come in. When her family got there, they removed her pelt and her jewelry. The staff were very frightened, but there were some non-Navajo staff that still provided her with care. The elderly woman had only bumps and scrapes. Other than that, she seemed just fine. She was able to get up and walk around that same evening. She went home with her family that night, but after a couple of days she had passed. In the Navajo culture, if you find out who a skinwalker is, you have the power to destroy them. After the community around Indian Wells discovered the identity of this woman, or more accurately, what she was, it became clear that her time was coming to an end. Woman in a white nightdress. Lots of years ago, when I was pregnant with my first child, her father and I were driving out of town to visit family for dinner. It was dark, and where we were headed was about 15 minutes out of town, down a rural road, and close to a beach. While we were driving, I looked out the window and saw a pale woman in a white nightdress that was blowing in the wind. It struck me as odd why she would be standing there of all places. She was about 100 or so meters from a house, in the dark on a cold night, wearing next to nothing. Her feet were bare. The creepiest feeling came over me, and I realized, after we had driven past, that the figure with the long flowing hair was semi-transparent. I was trying to decipher in my mind what I saw, trying to tell myself that I imagined it, when my partner suddenly said, "Did you just see a woman in a white dress, like a ghost? Or was it just me?" A red-eyed humanoid on the road. It was Saturday, December 16, 2006. I left my cousin's Christmas party at 10 p.m. She lives a few miles down the road, and it takes roughly 15 to 20 minutes to get to the stables from her house. The stables sit in the back of a neighborhood, near an MUD. Water facility, off a winding dirt road barely wide enough for two cars to pass each other. I can't remember if it was a full moon or not, but if it wasn't, it was close because the moon was bright that night. From the moment I turned onto the dirt road, I felt as if I was being watched. I had felt this many times before, but just shook it off as I did this night. I'm not easily scared by being alone, and I have always liked being at the barn with the horses by myself. There are lots of wild animals, deer, hogs, armadillos, rabbits, and so forth, in the area, and usually when I feel I'm being watched, I will find deer standing just behind some trees about to cross the road or waiting for me to leave so they can graze in the commons area. My 6-year-old son was asleep in the car, so I took care of the horse as quickly as possible to get him home. It only took me, at the most, 10 minutes to feed and water him that night. As I left the stables, I still had the strong feeling of being watched. We had received a lot of rain in the days before, the road was very muddy and had washed away in places. The road was in such bad condition, you had to drive just about the entire length of the road with your foot on the brake. The road has several curves in it, most of them being near the stables. There is an S-curve with a large section of straight road just after it with another small curve just before you reach the main road into the neighborhood. As I came out of the S-curve, I immediately spotted two red dots about 5.5 feet above the ground. My first thought was of a deer crossing the road, but afterwards I knew that couldn't be it, the red was too red. So I came to the conclusion it was an opossum sitting on a tree branch. The whole time my attention was on the two red dots, trying to figure out what it was I was seeing. As I got closer, I realized it couldn't be an opossum because the dots had taken the form of teardrops, and there were no tree branches hanging for it to sit on where this was coming from. As I neared the last curve in the road, I had to come almost to a complete stop because there was a dip with an immediate incline of approximately 6 to 8 inches. It was standing at the edge of the trees, which lined both sides of the road, about 7 feet away from the car on the driver's side. Using the height of my car, it was about 6 feet tall, completely black except for the eyes. It was very skinny and had 1 thumb and 2 finger-like appendages. Although I never saw it move, it was facing me the whole time as I passed it. As far as its head, it was wide at the top and very narrow at the bottom, or chin. The face was very hard to make out. The harder I tried to get a good look at the face, the harder it was to make anything out. It felt like the face was becoming more blurred the harder I tried to focus on it. Just as I passed it, I rounded the last curve. I came to a complete stop and put my car in reverse, intending to back up and get another look at it. However, I decided against it, put my car back in gear, and turned off the dirt road onto the main road. I have never seen anything out there again, nor have I had any more feelings of being watched while out at the stables. Fresh pedestrian sighting. One night my daughter, her boyfriend, and I were driving home. She is 15, and I have been teaching her to drive, so she was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and her boyfriend was in the back seat. It was late, around 11:30, and we were driving down this road. This road is located in the city, so there are still some people driving, but not many. It has an incline that leads to an overpass for the freeway, which includes both exits and entrances. Anyway, we are driving, and we are about 150 feet from the base of where the road begins to incline, and we see this thing running across the street. The best way I can describe it is it was big like a wolf but very thin, and you could see the front paws coming up off the ground and then tucking under the front half of the body before touching the ground and allowing the back legs to come off the ground. Just like a dog runs, but something about it was off, and I immediately got an eerie vibe, but I didn't say anything to my daughter, but we both kind of looked at one another with this puzzled look on our faces. So we keep driving, and the dog makes it across the street. There was no foot traffic at this time along the sidewalks, so it should have just been the dog, which was now coming towards us. We get stopped at a red light, and I am waiting for the dog to come past because you could tell it was heading our direction as it crossed the street, but as it emerges out of the slight darkness, there is no dog, it is a man with a pale face, 2 black vertical slits for eyes, and a really creepy ear-to-ear grin on his face, and he is riding a bicycle, and he passes us. He turns his head slowly to look at us, and the energy coming off this thing is so ominous and so creepy. I looked at my daughter, and she looked at me, and we both knew what the other was thinking, and so I asked her, "You saw that, right?" And she said, "Yeah," and I said, "You saw what ran across the street too, right?" And she was like, "Yeah, it was a dog," and I was like, "Okay, that's what I saw too." And then she asked, "But if it was a dog, where did it go, and where did the man come from?" And I said, "I don't know. This animal that ran across the street was big, it wouldn't have been able to not be noticed. It was huge, about as tall as a Great Dane, maybe a little taller, but it had the body style of a German Shepherd or a Husky, and I noticed that all 4 of its legs lifted off the ground as it ran across the street. There was nowhere that the animal could have gone to because on that side of the street there is a concrete barrier. As I said, it was an overpass to the freeway, and at the bottom of the hill there is a little grass area and a sound wall, so there is nowhere that this animal could have gone, and that was the only other thing we saw on that side of the street. I don't know what we saw, but it was an animal at first, then it was human, and the energy was chilling. I've never seen anything like this since, but it still baffles me all the time I think about it, especially when I am driving in that area. Has anyone else ever encountered anything like this before? If you're in Salt Lake City, it's in the 400 South and Redwood Road area. My horror story as a tow truck driver. I was an RTTO, registered tow truck operator, for about 2 years. It was a great job, pay was good, with lots of overtime and on-call shifts. I got into the career because of shows I watched as a kid, like Highway Through Hell. So when I got the chance to go into the field, I jumped on it. The first month was good. I learned a lot of experience and new skills. Part of our job as RTO was emergency calls with police and fire for crash scenes and impounds. So we saw a lot of tragic stuff, DUI fatalities, hit and runs, non-DUI fatalities, etc. The job can be very emotionally and mentally draining and can mess you up if you're not careful. However, there's another kind of aspect to the job not a lot of drivers talk about. The paranormal, odd stuff, or calls that unsettle you. Almost every tow truck driver has experienced it. It was a snowy, cold November night in 2023. We didn't get a lot of calls that day, so I was just chilling at the shop for my on-call shift. The night was going very slowly, we hadn't gotten any calls for hours. So I lay down for a bit, not expecting to get any call for the night. Then all of a sudden I get a call for a broken down WSP, Washington State Patrol, car off this dirt road. I didn't think much of it at the time, it wasn't too weird for me since I have gotten a few calls like it before, so I hop in my flatbed and drive up to the call's location. The directions took me a good 30-ish minutes outside of the city to the mountains on I-90. By the time I got off the freeway, it was super foggy and very hard to see, so I took it slow and easy to be safe. I keep driving up the now dirt mountain road, and then I start to think to myself that this is a really odd road for WSP to be on since they usually stay on the interstates and state highways. I didn't think much of it when I first got the call because state troopers and sheriffs do occasionally go out on the more remote roads, but the road I was going on was an unpaved dirt logging road. There was nothing out here, just an old logging road and trees. I try to rationalize it to myself that maybe the cop was just out here for an abandoned car, which would explain why he is all the way out here since cars do get left and abandoned out here often. So I just shrug it off and continue my way up the road. I finally get to the location and stop the truck dead in its tracks and just sit there for a minute. What the hell, I think to myself. The WSP car was parked out on this mountain road with all its doors open and no lights on, with no officers in sight. It was so foggy I really could only see the car, but it was clear to me that no one was in sight. I very heavily contemplated just turning around and going back. But I eventually decide to hop out and inspect the car and look for the officer. Since he could have been injured after all. So I hopped out of the truck and grabbed my AR with my sidearm holstered. Since I had no idea what I was about to walk into, I walked up to the car very cautiously. Just because I had my guns on did not make the situation feel any better nor safer. I first check out the driver's seat, then the passenger seat. Odd, I think to myself, nothing is missing. It was like everything was frozen in time. At this point I'm starting to get a strange feeling like something is off when I look into the trunk of the car and notice the AR is missing. I immediately freeze up and look around. As I'm looking around, that's when I notice that the forest was dead quiet, no wind, no nothing. I have seen a lot of messed up stuff, dead bodies, entire families ended in one accident, etc., but I was completely unnerved. Something inside me was telling me to get the hell out of there. I managed to gather the composure to do a walk around one more time just to make sure I didn't miss anything, and then I called my dispatcher just to make sure I had the right location and information, and sure enough, everything was correct. At that point I was ready as hell to get out as fast as possible. Right before I turned the truck around, I yelled out just to see if I'd get a response, but nothing but dead silence came back. Something is deeply wrong, and with this I said to myself and booked it out of there. The whole drive back I had this sick feeling like I stumbled across something I was absolutely not supposed to see or if I was even supposed to be there. I keep thinking about why the cop was all the way out there, why he left the car, why all the doors were wide open, or if it was even a cop in the first place. More or less, why was only the AR missing when thousands of dollars worth of equipment was in that car? Once I got back to the shop, I called the police dispatcher that gave us the call. Since I knew her, I was hoping she could give some answers. But no, she said the exact same thing that was said to me. That a WSP car was broken down and just needed a tow. I never told my supervisor or anyone else out of fear that they wouldn't believe me. I mean, I wouldn't if I were them. I never heard anything about a missing cop after that, nothing on the news, just nothing. It still creeps me out to this day thinking about it. A weird creature lurking by my home at night. So when I was a junior in high school, my boyfriend at the time came over to hang out with me at my mom's house. It got pretty late, so he decided he should hit the road and get back to his house, considering we had school the next day. It was fall time. Not super hot and not super cold. So anyway, he left around 10:30. It's well past it being dark outside. Around 5 minutes after he left my house, which would have given him time to start his car, back out of the driveway, and pass the first stop sign onto the main road, he called me. In a kind of confused voice, he said, "So, I saw something." Obviously I was already kind of freaked out because I'm a nervous Nelly, and I asked, "What do you mean?" And I stood up slowly and began to walk to my front door to make sure it's locked, passing my back door on the way and checking that as well. He told me as he was driving down the street, he saw a dog-like creature. But it was massive. Like larger than a Great Dane. Long bony legs. Kind of shaped like a hyena. He said it almost had no hair. But what was there was mangy and patchy. The creature was tan and brown in color, and he described it as having a huge mouth with prominent teeth. Teeth that stuck out on both sides. He sketched up a picture of it on his phone, and I wish I still had the picture, but unfortunately I do not. But it terrified me and sent a chill up my spine. Apparently it was heading in the direction of my house, so he called to make me aware. I just didn't even bother to look outside or anything. It very well could have been a sick dog or something like that. But my ex never exaggerated. And that picture was horrifying. It was like a hyena werewolf-like thing that had mad rabies. Any ideas? Something I can't describe happened to me while driving yesterday. I drive all over the state every week, and most of the time I take the back roads. I go on maps and enable avoid highways and always enjoy the scenery. Since I can't really describe what happened too well, this will be pretty short. I was driving along, noticing how sleepy I was getting. I picked up my empty bottle of Pepsi, shook it, set it back down in the cup holder, and thought, let's see how long until I can get some caffeine in me. 20 miles. Not great, but not bad. Keep on driving. I have some trouble keeping my eyes focused after locking onto a car in front of me for the past 30 minutes, before checking the time, so after checking, I patted my face, shook my head, blasted some cold air, and continued on. At this point I'd only noticed how sleepy I was for maybe a minute or two. Well, there was one particular moment where it felt like I could only see what was in my mind. I couldn't see the road. Right then, I saw a blue Chevy Malibu drive straight into the front of my car. I saw our cars almost touch. I flinched insanely, ducking hard, but it felt like it was way too late, like I'd already collided. I had enough time to think, I can't believe I fell asleep while driving, while seeing the Malibu. Then I was awake. I was driving along. My heart was racing, I wasn't fighting to keep my eyes open, nothing. I checked the clock, which is right next to the miles, because I hadn't checked the time when I checked the miles. I couldn't help but notice I now had 9.1 miles left to my destination. What the duck happened? Did I fall asleep faster than I thought I would while driving? Did my lane assistance and auto cruise control take over for 11 ducking miles? All I know is, if I ever feel the least bit tired again, I'm pulling over for a short nap. I don't care if I have places to be, this can't happen again. My question is, did I just dream a car wreck? Instantly? What did I see? Did I just hop entire universes? Because I had the strangest day that day. Midnight trucking. No one in the trucking industry would ever admit to each other the things they witness regarding equipment malfunctions. They are even far less likely to admit this stuff to people that they know because, most of the time, it could just be brought on by sleep-deprived hallucinations. I see things driving around at night, things like shooting stars dropping from the sky at 3 a.m. on the horizon of New Mexico and Arizona, though one of these shooting stars did something I've never seen before. I will admit I've not been a truck driver for very long, a little less than a year, and I'm working towards that goal. My experience would be far less than some of the things that other people have seen, however, I still have experiences as well. This shooting star is one of those experiences. Shooting stars are either meteors or space junk falling through the atmosphere of the Earth. They wouldn't be like you would see in the movies and cartoons and animated films, they will also just drop down straight depending on where their position is. West horizon is in the direction you are facing. This one star in particular didn't drop down at first, it just looked like a normal star hovering in space like any other star that might still exist out there. It stayed there, and then it shot and disappeared. Its disappearance was like it was burned in the atmosphere. How it did this confuses me. I've never heard of anything like this before. This could be a scientific way to show how space debris burns up, but it doesn't explain how it was bright enough to stay in the sky as a star before shooting up as if it had somewhere to be. This is just one of many encounters I experience nightly while driving from midnight to noon, as traffic is lightest during these hours and parking is easiest to find when convenience is required. Something creepy in the roadway. This is my story about an experience that I still cannot explain. If any of you can help me rationalize what I had seen this night, that would be great. The year was 2021. I had just moved to a rural area in southern Alabama. A town called Brundage is located just outside of Troy. We moved into a small house in the middle of nowhere, and on this night my brother and I were going to Troy to go to Walmart. My brother was driving, and I was sitting in the passenger seat. At this time I was 31, and my brother was 35. He passed away last year, and we have never been able to figure out what we had witnessed. So, here's what happened. After taking the right-hand turn off the main highway onto the dark, rural back road, which, mind you, is also a dirt road that leads to our house, we were probably going about 50 miles per hour. There are houses on our left and a forest area on our right. Very, very few streetlights. High beams were on. Music was on but not too loud. Ahead of us was a turn that created a T intersection, allowing for a right turn, but we were going straight. In the middle of the road, something was standing there. The closer we got, the scarier it appeared. If you have seen the movie The Village, then you'll have an idea of what we were seeing. It's standing in the middle of the road, at the T, facing the homes on the left, with the road that turns right directly behind it. It's not moving and is standing about 8 tall, give or take. The closer we get, I keep telling my brother, "What the duck is that? Dude. What the F?" That's when I notice it's literally floating about 2 to 3 off the ground, and its head is slowly rocking back and forth. It looks like a person's body with shaman robes and a pig-shaped head that's enormous. My brother doesn't slow down. I ask him what he's doing, and he says he's not letting it attack us/get inside the car. I tell him, it could be a person, maybe. He doesn't respond. We're not slowing down. We reach the point where we're about to hit it, and all of a sudden it turns towards us, and poof. It doesn't vanish, but sort of, it blankets the entire car like a tarp. It sounds like a giant tarp folding over the entire car. My brother cranks the wheel left into the front yard of someone's house and slams on the brakes. We come to a stop, and whatever it was is gone. Completely gone. Nothing there. We slowly pull back onto the road and drive the last 5 minutes home. And when we got there I tried explaining it to the rest of the family. My brother was so shook up he had tears every time he tried talking about it. It was an absolutely frightening experience that I'll never forget. I've done a little research and found that the area had a significant Native American presence, which suggests it could possibly have been related to some sort of shaman. I have no idea. But I actually wanted to share with y'all. If you have heard of anything similar or can help me understand what we had seen that night, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you for listening. Ever experienced missing time? I remember this pretty vividly only because it was so disturbing. Almost 30 years ago. Long time, huh? I lived in a small town about 60 miles south of Houston and made the long commute because it was much cheaper to live farther out and gas was cheap. To save some drive time, I normally took some back roads that bypass some of the more heavily trafficked roads. One road in particular is close to 20 miles long and very straight. It ran to a 4-way stop at a small town, made a slight curve over some railroad tracks, and continued on. I had been making this drive every morning for a couple of years, so it was very familiar. The terrain through this area is kind of swampy lowlands. The area is not really covered in water but instead has thick old growth. The area is also known for some UFO activity, although I have never witnessed any in this area. So this morning in particular I remember turning onto the start of the 20-mile straight road. I had what I call a long slow blink, where you hold your eyes shut for several seconds. When I opened my eyes again, I was at the stop sign at the 4-way stop. Foot on the brake. I blinked several more times and realized I had made the 20-mile drive and had no remembrance of it. Nothing else was really freaky about the experience. I did note that almost 30 minutes had elapsed. I had not been intoxicated or overly tired and was very accustomed to the drive. I have never experienced anything like this since then. So I know it could have been sleep driving or something simple like that, or it could just be mental fog. It truly unsettled me for an extended period, and I had difficulty recalling what occurred. Old Road 81. First off, I love listening to stories here. Even though I am skeptical most of the time. Honestly, growing up in Pennsylvania, there are a lot of abandoned buildings and haunted areas. I would go ghost hunting a lot. I would try to do seances as a kid, etc., and nothing ever happened to me. Even when I experience strange occurrences now, I simply dismiss them. The last explanation I consider is that they are caused by a ghost or apparition. I only had one encounter ever, 6 years ago, when I used to live in PA. There were these dirt roads me and my friends would drive around at night around our rural area. Honestly, there wasn't much to do in that area. Anyway, there was this really cool overpass bridge called Old 81, because it was a small bridge that ran over the 81 highway. It was pretty up there just to park your car and watch the cars pass underneath at night, and the stars were really pretty. I was driving around with my friend at the time, let's call him Bob. So Bob and I just got done hanging out on Old 81, having pretty deep conversations about life, time travel, aliens, and conspiracy theories, you know, all the stuff that can sometimes keep you up at night. We get in the car and start to drive. The fastest you can go on this particular road is 15 miles per hour in this spot, so we are going fairly slow. Suddenly, I experienced a sensation that is difficult to articulate. It felt like a wave of uncomfortableness, as if you see a huge spider next to you and you want to shake it off. But also the physical energy around me felt like a vacuum of negative energy. I can't really describe it. It felt sucking, like, not negative as in pain or fear. Just very physical. The moment I feel that sensation, I look up and see an outline on the side of the road illuminated by the headlights. I can only describe it as glass held up to the sun, where you can see the outline and depth. It was very organic looking, And it was like a bubble, but the way it moved looked like a person walking. Brakes. He stopped and looked at me and said, "Do you see that?" I looked at him and just made a face. We then sped off. After we calmed down, we talked about it all night and the week after, lol. Before he dropped me off, I said I felt weird before we saw it. He said he felt the same way, but he also experienced a sudden feeling of dread that came out of nowhere. If anything, it was just a weird experience, just so strange. Never had another experience like it. Has anyone else ever experienced vacuum feelings or anything similar to what I went through? Two beings watching us from above. One evening this past summer, my girlfriend and I were driving through the Kansas countryside. After crossing a cement bridge that spanned a river, we pulled into a farmer's access road and parked at the edge of a field alongside a bend in the river with the car pointing east. Not long after we stopped, we noticed a strange light that suddenly approached our location in a quick blur. Hovering above the trees was a dark object, rectangular in shape, with one red and one green running light positioned together on the lower part of the craft center. We stared in amazement and couldn't take our eyes off the object. After 5 minutes or so, we noticed the craft's position had moved to the right. It seemed to move in very slow motion to the other side of the river. After another 5 minutes, I decided to drive away from the area. As we turned onto the county road and subsequently onto the cement bridge, we saw that the craft had returned to its original position, above us and slightly back from the bridge. I stopped again and got out to look at the craft. The object was about 20 to 25 feet wide, and now I noticed a large rectangular glass window, or what appeared to be glass, running across the middle third of its front. Standing inside to the left side looking down on us were two beings, which I could see only from the waist up but could tell that these beings were about 4 feet tall, with abnormally large heads and large black eyes. The eyes seemed devoid of emotion, and their skin was pure white, like the moon, the texture resembling that of an albino salamander. Their eyes were oriented almost vertically in relation to their heads. The craft hovered silently the whole time. After about a minute of eye contact with the humanoids, I got back into the car and rapidly drove away from the area. We could still see the craft hovering where we had left it. Sometimes, we both get an urge to return to the spot and just sit there and discuss our shared experience, kind of hoping these beings would stop by. This experience just happened to me on November 6th. My mom passed away 3 months ago. She had early onset dementia for years, and it had gotten really bad the past year. I have lived in my town for the past 20 plus years and have driven the roads I will be talking about like a million times. On Sunday, I listened to a story that featured Rachel Stavis, an exorcism specialist, and she stated that we all have a presence with us, we just need to invite them in. That night I lay in bed and had a chat with my mom. I told her if she was with me, that was cool, and she is more than welcome to be here. I told her just not to freak me out, I am all about the paranormal, I just don't want to be afraid of it. I drifted off to sleep that night feeling hopeful and happy. The next morning I had to drop my son off at school and then head out to the lake area south of town about 10 miles to cover our boat so it can go into storage for the winter. Again, this is a route I have driven a million times, as we lived out there for many years and just recently moved into town. So, I drop off at school and set out. As I am driving, I remember seeing all the things I normally see on this route. The golf course, the Amish farm that sells eggs, etc. I remember trying to decide which way I wanted to go, back roads or the main county road. I remember deciding that the county road would be the way of the day. As I am driving, I come to the top of the hill where I am set to take a left turn. I know every house, every curve, every farm field. I take the turn and see a road sign that says CTY Road KK, it should say County Line Road. I slowed down and realized the houses were not familiar, and I had a massive headache. I pulled over and just sat there looking around. I had no idea where I was. I started to panic. I opened maps, and it captured my location. This did nothing for me. Nothing was familiar to me. It was like I was looking at a map of Zimbabwe instead of my little old hometown. I was lost. What the hell? So, I turned around and decided to retrace my route to go back where I came from. It was only one turn I had made, so it was not hard. I went back and made the one turn and was back driving down the county road. All of a sudden I finally realized I was on a road I recognized, and it was not the road I was supposed to be on. I got back into the town where I started from and decided to try it again. I drove my route and ended up at the boat storage, where I was supposed to act like nothing ever happened. This morning I woke up and had a little more memory of the event. I remembered that while at the stoplight I had this last-minute overwhelming feeling that I needed to go straight instead of turn. I actually went straight from the turn lane, illegal, I know. Let me tell you, going straight takes me the complete opposite way of where I needed to be. But the strange thing is, even though it was the wrong road I was on, it all looked like the road I was supposed to be on, all up until I saw the CTY Road KK sign. I can't explain the feeling. I have never had anything like this happen before. I ran the story past my cousin, and she said, "Don't you find it strange that you ended up on KK?" I was like, I find the whole thing really strange. What is your point? She said, "Your mom's name is K." But what she did not know is that my dad called her KK. So, I guess when I told my mom it was cool to hang with me, she missed the memo about freaking me out. I think we need to have another talk. Does anyone have any ideas what the duck happened to me? Ghost encounter in Mississippi. So almost 10 years ago I was in Mississippi. My grandma lives in the country area, and there are a lot of back roads. Anyways, so it was about 9:30 to 10 p.m.-ish, and we were driving, and we noticed a car got behind us. Normal. But then for about 5 minutes it was following us. Bright lights were following closely behind the car. My grandma got concerned and decided to pull into her friend's home. When we turned in, we sat and waited for about 5 minutes. No car passed. Mind you, the only place they could have turned was the neighbor's home, which they already passed when they were behind us. And the road we were on was a straight path. My grandma refuses to believe it was a ghostly encounter, but I truly think it was. A car with its lights on was right behind us, and it disappeared as soon as we pulled into her friend's house. I don't know. What do you guys think? I would appreciate any feedback that anyone has as to what I experienced or why it happened to me. I am not native, I am Hispanic and Irish, and this happened in Eddy County, New Mexico, very far away from any Navajo or other native reservations. The night started out by one of my friends inviting me to go drink with him up into the Guadalupe Mountains in the Lincoln National Forest. We left town after buying a 30-pack of beer and headed to the mountains roughly 55 miles away. We finished off about 13 beers and headed back down New Mexico 137 at around 2:10 a.m. Mike was traveling at a high speed along the highway, and I anticipated he would. I had only consumed 5 drinks in total because I wanted to drive his car. Like I said, I knew he would speed, and when I asked him if I could drive his car back, he insisted that no one could drive his car. I was pretty alert because of his speed and worried for our safety. Well, about 29 miles from Carlsbad, the car died out from lack of fuel. Luckily I had my cell phone with me and called 911 for assistance. The area is in the foothills, and cell reception was awful. I got through to Otero County 911, and the phone died out. We got out and walked around for a bit, and Mike, being more drunk than I, started to wrestle with me against my will, and I am a thin guy and he is pretty big, so he pinned me on the ground. I was tired and bruised and asked him to walk into town, and he said no. We got back in his car, and it started up on the remaining fuel, and he sped down the highway for close to a half mile when the car completely ran out. Again, I called 911 and got Eddy County Emergency Services. I explained to dispatch our situation and asked if a deputy could come out to assist us. The dispatcher was polite and said no officers were on duty in the area. I then asked her to give me the New Mexico State Police number in Carlsbad, and she did. I called the number, and State Police sent an officer to our location. He was there in less than 20 minutes. The officer gave Mike a lift to Carlsbad to obtain fuel, and I stayed behind in the car waiting for them to get back. I was so exhausted and needed to work at 10 that morning, so I decided to try and sleep until they got back. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, a terrible noise awoke me in the arroyo running parallel to the highway. It sounded like a very maniacal laugh and cough afterwards. The thing was walking in the rocky bed, and I could hear what sounded like heavy hooves clomping on the river stones. I swear this thing was laughing, and it sounded very demonic. I was paralyzed with fear and dread, but I managed to get out of the car shaking from fear. Stumbling on my quaking legs, I managed to get some rocks, and I chunked them in the direction of the sound. It started to laugh even louder, almost as if it was mocking me. I was frightened. It was pitch black, and it was very hard to see anything except the close vicinity around the car. I was cussing at it and telling it to show itself so that I could at least plant a rock into it. Then again, I was not so sure I wanted to see what was making those horrific sounds. I turned on the lights, but the headlights were facing up the highway, and when I went to the front of the car, I was even more blinded and could not see toward the arroyo or behind the car. This is where the laugh was coming from. I started to pray, and the sounds went away. I redialed 911, and again, I got Otero County 911, and I told the dispatcher what happened. She told me it could be a mountain lion or bear and to stay in the car, roll up the windows, and lock the doors until they both got back. The phone died out in the middle of this, and this time the battery was completely drained. Mike took the car keys, and the windows were left down, and it was all electric. I thought to myself that this thing would probably drag me out the window and carry me off, and slaughter me, and my body would never be found, and this would be a mystery that would forever remain unsolved. I turned off the headlights and left the emergency blinkers on and collected a bunch of rocks for protection and set them inside the floorboard and outside my door. After no sounds, I felt more at ease and decided to get back in the car and sit. But as soon as I started to calm down, the laughter started up again, and it sounded closer than before. I got out of the car crawling with paralyzing fright, and somehow I straightened upright, shaking, and started to throw the rocks in its direction again. I could hear it laughing and almost gasping for air, and it was a heavy, gurgling laugh. Of course, I was cursing at the top of my lungs at it. I could hear the steps walking up the arroyo toward the road, and I heard the barbed wire fence pull down, like when you decide to cross over it instead of under. Then I heard 2 loud steps as the thing jumped over the fence and landed on the other side. I heard its footsteps walking up the pavement towards the car. I was to the point of crying but threw rocks in its direction, and the thing kept coming closer, judging by the footsteps. I was sure I was landing the stones into it, but I could not see it. I started to pray to God, and the noises stopped. By this time I was very vexed, and I was not going to get back in the car. I kept looking down the highway for headlights, and nothing yet. Not one vehicle was on this highway that night. Behind the car, approximately 30 feet away, was a boulder with a large bush in front of it, and I could make it out with the lights from the rear of the car. The thing started to laugh and cackle and gasp with delight in that area. I started to throw rocks at it again, and it actually sounded like it was amused at the fact that it was taunting me into confusion. At this point, the thing left, and I could hear the noise it was making and see headlights racing up the highway and the loud sound of a racing engine. It turned out to be the state police officer and Mike. I am not sure how long they were gone, but it seemed like hours. I never got back in the car. I figured I would have a better chance of a fair fight if I was standing outside rather than actually having the thing catch me by surprise while sitting in the car. When the officer and Mike arrived with the gasoline tank, the officer asked me in a joking manner if I had seen any ghosts. I said no and thanked him for coming to our aid. When the car started up after the fuel pump picked up and delivered the fuel, the officer told us to be careful and drive safely. He went the opposite way down the highway, and we started back into town. Mike turned and looked at me and said, "Dude, what the duck is wrong with you? You look like a ghost." I just told him I was tired and needed sleep. I never mentioned to him what happened to me out there. I didn't want others to perceive me as crazy or foolish. I never saw what it was, and I am so thankful. I mentioned this story to a Blackfoot Crow friend of mine, and he said it was a skinwalker. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me, but my mom saw it too. For context, my family and I usually go to the countryside on weekends since we have a farm. We live in the city, and the car ride from the city to the farm is an hour or an hour and 30 minutes tops. I have 2 younger brothers, and my parents are together. So in total my household is my dad, my mom, me, my brother, and my youngest brother. Both my parents each have their own car. And this time we went in 2 cars, my dad and brothers went in my dad's truck, and I and my mom went in my mom's car. Why? Because the next day my mom had a hospital checkup, so we had to return to the city and then drive back. Anyways, once we finished the hospital appointment, we started our way back to the countryside, and it was getting dark. 07:30-ish. Skip forward a few minutes. We were on the highway with almost no cars around, except for one that was about a kilometer away, while my mom and I were chatting. Our surroundings included a field on the driver's side and a forest on the passenger's side. I was sitting in the passenger's seat, and I looked outside and saw what looked like a horse, a really tall horse with long legs and yellow shining eyes. The horse's torso looked short and disproportionate compared to the legs, and the lack of light made it look like a shadow. It was about 60 meters away, and I ignored it, and once we got closer, it ran towards the car but disappeared before it could pass the fence separating the forest and the road. I was weirded out but didn't mention it until my mom said, "Did you see that horse?" I was shocked and said I did, and we both continued in silence. I think we were both trying to figure out what that was, but after that I had a feeling we were followed and looked at. At night I heard a horse walking outside my window but ignored it since we have a few horses of our own on the farm. I did find it weird because my window looks to the garden, which is fenced off, and the horses we have roam outside the garden area, and that's a few meters from my window. So if anyone knows what that could have been, please tell me. My strange encounter one night. During my time at school, a few precarious circumstances landed me with no car. Because of this, I was forced to move to an apartment that would have put me within striking distance of my campus. Being that it was about a 2-mile journey, with my city's relatively small downtown falling in between my complex and school, I found it most rational to purchase an electric scooter as my primary form of transportation. My city ran alongside a river, and my apartment happened to border it. This gave me a nice view, but more importantly, it gave me direct access to the greenway that allowed me to circumvent all traffic on my scooter. The journey from one end of the city, my campus, to the other, where I lived, was straightforward. The greenway did have one flaw that regularly proved to be detrimental. There was almost no light for about a quarter of a mile in the section behind my apartment and where I got on. My scooter was nice, but the headlight was abysmal. I resolved to cease using it entirely, instead relying on my eyes to be able to discern movement on the path ahead. During my year-long stay at Riverside, I saw very few people on the path after dark. I guess I was the only one crazy enough to be out there so late so regularly. I drove past a naked homeless person tweaking about a mile from my house. I called the cops as soon as I arrived back home. I drove past one man whose chilling gaze could be felt even in pitch black. He must have not been too happy to see an electric vehicle with no lights at such an hour, which I couldn't blame him for. Of the encounters I had on that path, there is only one that still haunts me. There was one encounter I couldn't share with my friends or family because I was sure no one would believe me. Like any other of my evening commutes, I made it to the gate in the back of my complex that led up to my home. I was confident in the dark, and I didn't frighten easily, but as I unlatched the gate, I felt the sensation I had when that man was staring me down. I was being watched. Looking down the path to the section that lay ahead about 20 yards or so, under a flickering orange street lamp that signified the end of the greenway, was a German Shepherd, staring at me. It was as if it had been taxidermized. I couldn't see it breathing or blinking, just staring. Its eyes were almost human. Despite the distance, I could easily discern its iris. Small and beautiful. I felt frozen, and a morbid sense of dread overwhelmed me. I didn't dare get any closer, nor did it. We were locked within a mutual trance, and the entire time it was completely still. I wasn't sure how long I had been standing there, but I didn't take my eyes off it. I felt like that's what it wanted. I knew my gaze was the only thing holding it in place. The river flowing and the sound of cars passing by on a nearby highway felt deafening. Further down the path in the adjacent foliage, past whatever that thing was, there was the crackle of twigs being broken under the pressure of what was likely a bunny or groundhog. Before the sound even finished reverberating, the thing had snapped its head in the direction of its source like an owl. Electrical pulses were surging through my body, and I could feel every nerve screaming at me to immediately break for my apartment. However, I was so paralyzed with fear that I kept my gaze upon the creature, knowing where it was the only thing providing me a sense of comfort. Then, after it had seemingly ascertained the location of the animal, it leapt up on its hind legs and darted into the woods. Like a bolt of lightning it was gone, and it took a few seconds for the rest of my body to catch up to what my eyes just saw. Finally, realizing that the thing was fixated on something besides me, I immediately swung open the gate and carried my scooter up the mulchy hill onto the parking lot. In one motion I turned it on, placed it down, and started riding to the side of the complex my apartment was in. I was on autopilot, focusing on perfectly executing whatever actions would lead to the security of my covers. Before I knew it, I was in my room. When I finally sat down on my bed, I felt like I needed to cry. I couldn't understand what had just happened, but with a million thoughts racing through my head, I was just happy the encounter was over. For the rest of my time at Riverside, I decided dealing with the extra traffic going through downtown was worth being in the safety of light. I could handle racing past crackheads and junkies, but I never wanted to see that thing again. I hadn't had another similar incident, and when I finally got another car after I graduated, I began to feel safe commuting again. However, I still live in the city. Noises at night make me feel uneasy now, and one time I could swear there was something tapping on my bedroom window. I don't think I'm ever going to be the same, and the confidence I had to take care of myself in the dark has all but vanished. There are things out there that aren't what they seem. There are things that are beyond our comprehension and understanding. Don't try to be brave. Don't try to be a hero. Trust me, it's not worth it. Major skeptic here, had a very spooky experience driving home past a nuclear research center. This is my experience. Last night I drove home from the Sutherland Shire to Liverpool, in Sydney, NSW, at around 8 p.m. for 45 minutes via Heathcote Road. Prior to this I had been driving in the daytime and had experienced no problems with my car and had not consumed any alcohol or drugs before I set off driving. I have driven home this way many times before, both alone and with a partner, and had never experienced anything similar to what I'm about to describe. About 20 minutes into my drive, I start seeing funny flashes that look almost like fireflies in front of my windshield and start hearing low-frequency short bursts of vibration that sound a little like an annoying mosquito but more electrical. At this point I believe it is just the effects of microsleep, and somehow a fly has come into my car and is just buzzing away like a bastard. None of this has unnerved me particularly until I hit a stretch of road just after the Ansto nuclear facility, where the noise becomes very frequent and very loud and the flashes are constant regardless of how often I blink or how many other cars go by. At this point I start thinking it might be my car's wiring that's gone wrong. However, this can't be the case as A, it is a very new car that has been serviced regularly, and B, I've been nice and gentle with it today as opposed to my usual thrashing. Here's where shit gets weird. From the Ansto facility to the Holsworthy Army base, I experience non-stop pings and flashes, and I smell a very sickly sweet fruity smell from the Lucas Heights dump on the way that in no way mirrors any other trip down this road before. During my drive, I turned the radio all the way down and slowed down from 100 kilometers to 50 kilometers just because I have no clue what the duck is happening. The pings continue to be loud regardless of the noise level in the car and definitely do not sound like they are coming from inside. I hear 3 separate distinct pings once I reach town and, hallelujah, streetlights and civilization in 15 minutes, and since then I have heard nothing. So do you have any theories on what could have happened or if y'all have had any similar experiences? At this point, I'm unsure if the skeptic was simply scared into believing. Man has an incredible encounter in South Dakota. I am reporting this for my husband, as he had to go to work. He works as a security officer. When he came home last night, he said, "It touched me." And he was visibly shaken. It took a while for me to get his story out, but I typed it out as he told me. Below are his words. The usual drive from the casino back home typically takes 90 minutes under normal driving conditions. He said this started happening around 11:15 p.m., but he didn't get home until almost 2 a.m., March 6th. He didn't know that this took longer than usual, and he didn't know that time was missing. The witness, a security guard, was driving home in his car alone after work, and the red lights started about 11:40 p.m. but might have been later than that. The red lights were like softballs, hundreds of them, really light and spinning around the car south of Highway 20, and it was on Highway 63 about 5 miles traveling south to Eagle Butte. The red balls spun around the car for what seemed like a long time. It was really neat at first. There were about 100 to 200 of these red lights, and they kept going around the car for a couple of miles. They never got super close, like 2 car lengths away from me, but they were all around me. After a couple of miles, the car was slowing down. I was doing about 60 miles per hour, but it slowed down to 40 miles per hour and wouldn't go any faster. Then the red lights just disappeared. They didn't fly off or anything, they just disappeared. The car then went back up to 60 miles per hour, like I normally drive it. I just thought it was weird but kind of neat. Then I got to where a gravel road meets 63, one of the stations for wind block and soil erosion experiments, about 15 to 20 miles south of Timber Lake on 63. Then I felt goosebumps all over my body. It was a tingly, cold feeling all over me. Then I saw this thing on the side of the road where the gravel road meets the road, and before I knew it, it was on the car. It reached in and touched my head through the windshield and ran its hand down my back. My back got really hot. Description of alien. It had an oblong head, a really thin body, and thin arms and legs. It was translucent, and it was glowing like a real dim light bulb because you could see through it. The eyes were the size of humans, with a really long nose. It had a really big mouth. Its arms were like sticks, they were parallel to each other. The 2 sticks looked like they were glowing. It was around 4 feet tall, but its arms stretched, making it look taller. There was a second other one on the left-hand side of the road. It had a face like a beast, horrifying and ugly, looked wrinkly, and walked like a squat, about the size of a goat. It was glowing too, a reddish brown. It was wide and narrow. And almost as fast as I saw it, it was gone, the one on the side of the road, the one that was on the car. It seemed like it was there for a while because the tingly feeling didn't go away, it felt like it was still there. The tingly feeling lasted about 10 minutes. The one on the car, it got to the point where I couldn't feel or see it anymore. I didn't feel like anything was completely gone until I got to the bison farm, 15 miles from Eagle Butte. Once I arrived at the bison farm, I noticed that there were more farmhouses, but everything else was gone. The car used a lot more gas than it usually does. It had a full tank when I started and used over a tank to get that far on 63. I know the sky was clear, but I couldn't see any stars. After he gave me his account, I checked him for marks but found none. His head was hot, and he was agitated upon returning home. A truck driver from Ohio in 2006 in Kentucky believes he hit a dog man. I hit what I thought was a dog back in 2006. I was in Kentucky on Mountain Parkway. You know that when you drive for a while, you start seeing stuff. Usually I pull over and walk around the truck. I thought I had hit a dog, and to my surprise, I pulled over and discovered that I had actually hit something else. I pulled over to the side of the road, put my flashers on, and took my flashlight, and I had one of those, big long flashlights that look like a baseball bat. I get out of the car and realize that I had clipped something. Part of my back bumper was broken off, and there were these long hairs in it. In the dim light, which I believe was from a billboard, I saw a dog limping towards me, and I had stopped maybe a quarter mile or less from where I had hit it. I was doing about 55, and it was moving in and out of the light. For whatever reason, it looked like a man. The next time I caught a glimpse of the figure, it appeared to be a thin man walking towards me. It freaked me out. I got in my truck and left. I lied about the accident. I don't know what I hit, it wasn't nothing. I would rather not involve my insurance or take any further action. Whatever I saw looked like a man the second time I saw it walking up the highway towards me. Floating lights in the Smokies. It's a long story with some weird twists and turns, but bear with me. Some background: the barn and pasture are located in a bowl, which is a few acres of relatively flat land that is almost completely surrounded by a forested ridge. This ridge has an old logging path on its ridgetop, allowing you to walk all the way around while looking down at the road, pasture, and barn through the trees. January 17, 2018, was probably one of the coldest days/nights of the winter in WNC. It had snowed in the days prior, this is important later, and was supposed to get down to 8 to 9 degrees Fahrenheit. Because of this, the outside spigots were frozen, and I had to carry buckets of hot water from home down to the barn for my horse's mash and water tub. I usually do the barn chores alone, and if I had been alone, I probably would have not even noticed all this happening, but that night I had my fiancé drive my truck the few hundred yards from our home down to the stable. I held onto the buckets of hot water in the back to keep them from sloshing out. He then sat in the truck while I went inside to do chores. The buckets were heavy, and it was freezing, and I was getting flustered. When I got done, I hopped in the passenger seat and started to ask him why he didn't give me a hand. He stopped me right away and said it was because he had been watching the lights on the ridge the whole time, which he then pointed to. I looked to where he's pointing across the lower pasture to the small ridgeline behind it. He said there were 2 bright lights up there that had been moving back and forth while I was in the barn. I noticed them as well. They were maybe 50 to 100 feet apart from each other. We just sat there watching with the truck turned off, not saying a word. Sometimes, neighbors will follow that old logging road up the ridge to hunt for raccoons, etc., so we figured that's what it was. At that time, nothing was really in season for hunting, that I know of, and it was bitter cold that night with snow on the ground, so any critters that might have been active during that time of year were likely bedded down. He told me that when I rolled the stall door shut and bolted it, one of the lights looked like it swung around and focused on the barn below. We kept watching. It seemed like 2 people were walking with flashlights. Our dogs even noticed them, and they started to chuff and growl. We had to hustle them into the truck because we were afraid they'd run up to investigate, all of which further made us believe people were walking up there. I texted my landlord, whose house is just next to the barn, that someone, or multiple someones, was up on the ridge, but he goes to bed at dark, so no reply. We watch for a few more minutes, a little unsettled, and then back out and start driving back to our place a few hundred yards up the road, the ridge on our right headed home. I see the lights quickly start descending the ridge as we drive off, moving faster, like whoever it was running or hurrying to get down the slope or something. Like they saw us leave and started to book it down the trail headed in the direction we were going. I saw one of them rapidly approaching a small landing area in the trail on the ridge about 70 to 100 yards above us and then lost sight of them as we continued on to our place. The trail parallels the road as it descends the ridge and comes out at our house a couple hundred yards farther down, so we were a little anxious and on the lookout for, potentially armed, strangers to come down the path since they'd have to walk straight past our house to continue along the other end of the trail, but we never saw anyone come down. Here's where it gets really weird. I drove down to feed the next morning, and I parked exactly where we had been the night before. I looked out to where we saw the lights, and my stomach dropped. I saw that the height of the trees and the lights was skewed in the dark. We couldn't see where the ridge ended and the trees began. In the light of day, looking at one specific tall tree that I had noted relative to the lights the night before, I realized that the ground was farther down than I thought. There couldn't have been people walking up there, because the lights had been in the tree canopy. I still get cold chills thinking about this. So my landlord comes down a few minutes later, having seen my text, and he wants to walk the property and check it out. He and I trek up the north slope behind his house, now cleared for pasture and still blanketed in snow. Oddly, we see one boot print next to a poplar tree midslope behind his home. It was a perfect man's cowboy boot, featuring a D-shaped heel and an angular, almost diamond-shaped sole. He even stuck his foot in it to compare. We didn't see any other defined prints, but the snow was disturbed from that area up to the tree line. We continue up the slope, walking the inside of this bowl, through the trees and along the incline, looking for any sign of footprints. None. We get to the top of the ridge and get on the trail. The snow was completely undisturbed, save for some rabbit tracks, no footprints leading to or from. None on the other side of the ridge either. No one had been up there. We walked the trail down to the landing area, where I saw the light quickly descending the ridge, all the way down to our house, and saw nothing, on either side of the ridge, that would indicate two people walking up it through pristine snow the night before. My landlord confessed to me later that day that about 25 years ago, before he built his current house next to the barn, he was living in our home. His sister is a very straight-laced, no-nonsense Southern Baptist lady. She called him in the middle of the night, panicking. She lived in the old family home just downslope and was urging him and his wife to get out of the house immediately. She told him she saw lights hovering above his place. He said she was really hysterical, so he went out to see for himself and saw nothing whatsoever. That really freaked me out, especially considering what we had seen the night before, and now we live in the very place he's telling me about. There were also a few days in the time leading up to that incident where my horse would stand in the bottom pasture and just stare up at the ridge, not moving except to follow the ridge with her head like she could see something moving through the woods. She did this obsessively for days. It never happened before or since. I never saw anything, we could never figure it out. I didn't put much thought into it, but it was unusual behavior for her, and it made me wonder. We have since moved into a place just over the next ridge, within walking distance, but I haven't seen anything, at least not in our immediate vicinity, like that since. If you stuck with this all the way through, thank you for listening. Disappearing car. Hey. This is something that happened to a pal of mine on Friday night. He can't explain what happened but doesn't come on here, so I thought I would make a post and see what people thought. I live in a small town in Derbyshire and had some friends over on Friday night at about 7:30 p.m. One of our friends, John, was driving and lives about 9 miles away in a different town. He left about 9:30 p.m. I should point out he's very anti-drink driving and was completely sober. The following night, on Saturday evening, we all went out for dinner at a local pub near my home before heading into town for a night out, during which he shared that something strange had occurred to him while driving home the previous night. The road he had driven on goes over what is commonly referred to as the Tops. It's an area of countryside with a few villages scattered around, and while there are woods up there, some of it is quite open. The moon on the Friday night wasn't full, but it was fairly big, so there was a lot of moonlight when John was driving along over the tops on his way home. It was also a fairly clear night, not foggy at all. As he was driving, this car that was a fair ways in front started acting in a really weird way. It started to brake suddenly and slowed down so that it was really close in front of John. Now he was a bit confused but assumed that the driver had slowed down for a reason. Maybe there was something in the road. Suddenly, all the lights went off on the car, and it disappeared. All the headlights went off, the brake lights went off, and the car didn't seem to be there anymore. It's worth reiterating how clear the night was, and with John's headlights on full beam, he should have been able to see the car still, due to how close it had gotten, but it wasn't there. After a few more seconds of driving, he realized he hadn't overtaken it or encountered it again and decided to drive back and have a look. There are a few roads that split off on the tops, but the bit he was on at the time only contained a few farms with gated fields to turn into and short driveways to the farmhouses themselves. I drove up there on my driving lesson today and paid particular attention to the area, and I can confirm that. John spent about half an hour looking for this car. He drove back to where he had first encountered it and all along the road until the point where he had turned back. He went up each driveway and looked for this car, walked into fields, probably not a smart idea at that time of night, and for the whole time he was expecting to find some kind of crash site. He was walking around with a torch and his mobile phone with 999 typed into it. He didn't find anything and made his way home but was still a bit shaken up when meeting us the following night for dinner, and he simply can't explain what happened. Saw a lady running straight to my car. My mother and I were returning home from another city. Maps showed a route that was not a highway. I did not think much before taking that route. It was around 11 p.m. This route was deserted. I couldn't see any cars before me or after me. It had neither a divider nor markings on the road. It looked like some village road. No lights. It was just my car headlights. I do the dim dip thing with the lights so we can guess anything from the distance. Mostly speed breakers, stray animals, or something like that. At a distance, like 50 meters, I saw a man sitting on his bike on the opposite side of the road. The bike engine was off, no lights. He probably stopped to relieve himself, smoke, or for some other reason. My mom also saw him. Suddenly, an old lady came running straight towards my car, screaming from about 30 meters away. She looked like she was 65 plus, had loose hair, was screaming her lungs out, and was not afraid of the approaching car. My heart was pounding. I did not stop the car, I would rather not look at her face either. I drove to the side and dodged her. As I passed that man, I noticed that he did not even move. It was as if he neither saw nor heard her. We even heard her inside the closed car. The road was so silent, how did he not notice her? He was casually sitting. Or she didn't exist to him? Only we saw her? I don't know what it was. Driving to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, led to an encounter with something. It was somewhere in South Carolina. My boyfriend at the time and I were driving to Myrtle Beach. I am not a good passenger and tend to wig out on the interstate, so we were taking the back roads. It was pretty late at night. We had just gone through some little podunk town, and we're in the woods now. Pine Tree Woods. He was driving, and I looked over at him. Through the window on his side, it looked like someone's laundry had come off the line and was getting blown around. Like a big bedsheet getting hit by gusts of wind. Except we were in the woods, and there were too many trees around for it to be laundry blowing around. So I'm looking dead at this big white thing, and my brain couldn't wrap around what it was, but it was coming straight at the car. The closest thing I can think of would be a pterodactyl. I'm panicking and positive we are going to die. So I'm screaming go, 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 and my eyes are squeezed shut. And there is no way in hell I'm going to watch it kill us. Of course we get away. But when we looked at the car, there was a big snotty smear on the driver's side window. We weren't drunk or high or recently released from a psych facility. Any insight you could offer would be great. I've talked to other people about it, and no one has had a similar experience. I can't find anything like it online. The closest thing I've found is Thunderbirds, but this thing was not dark in color. Ideas? CF. I got back to the witness and asked if she could offer any more details. The date was between 2004 and 2005 in the summer. I know that doesn't narrow it down very much. I did get an overwhelmingly negative feeling from it. I felt like it was coming for us, not just passing by. We were coming from Roanoke, Virginia, and got the directions from MapQuest. I've lost contact with the boyfriend, and I'm pretty sure he sold the car. The slimy smear never did come off the window. It was greenish-gray in color, like discharge from a bad sinus infection. I remember thinking it was weird that it wouldn't come off and we should scrape some off and send it to the lab. I don't remember the name of the town, but I do remember thinking how much it looked like my dad's town. He lives in Bowman, South Carolina. It was in a pretty rural area. No stoplights. If you blinked, you'd miss it. A story my mother has always told me. Does anyone have something similar? So I am just wondering if this has happened to anyone else. My mom swears blind that this is a true story. So back in the 1980s my parents and grandparents were meeting up for dinner or something like that and made their way to the location in separate cars. It was raining heavily that day, and to get to the location, my mom and dad had to drive down a country road. On the way there, they noticed a woman dressed in all black in a long black dress walking down the side of the road. They didn't stop or anything but found it very strange. When they met my grandparents at the location, my grandparents stated on the way there they spotted a woman in all black walking down the side of the road in the rain. My grandma made my granddad turn around and see if the woman wanted a lift due to the weather. When he turned around, the woman had disappeared. I really believe this story, as she has no reason to lie, and she's told me this story all my life. I'm 32. I'm just curious if anything similar has happened to someone else, or what it could have been. The 1974 French encounter scared the shit out of two men. The incident occurred in the fall of 1974 in an unnamed village in Ain, France. Ain is in the north of France in the Picardy region. Two men, listed as Alain G. and Patrick V, decided to take a leisurely drive and enjoy the autumn day. It was about 3 p.m. when they left. As they approached the town limits, they decided to turn around and take a different route. The driver, Patrick, stopped in front of the last house in the village to turn around and change their course. The house was on the driver's right, and when the men stopped in front of the dwelling, they couldn't believe what they saw. In the courtyard of the home were 5 strange figures. 3 of the beings were in the background and to the left. The 4th was walking slowly in front of the home, touching the sides of the building with both hands. The fifth stood in the middle of the courtyard facing the car. Alan, the passenger, opened his window and found himself a few meters from the strange entity. He reports that his blood ran cold when faced with the being. The appearance of the 5 characters was as strange as their behavior. They were all around 1.30 meters tall, just over 4 feet. They were all dressed alike with long garments that almost reached the ground. These garments were decorated with multicolored spots. The beings themselves had earthy yellow skin and long hair that fell down their backs and to their waist. Their noses were compressed inwards, and their eyes were described as enormous, solid black hemispheres, the size of billiard balls. Time seemed to freeze as the 2 men stared at the weird beings. The entity closest to the vehicle raised an arm and gestured to the 2 men, indicating that they should come here. This was enough to push the men over the edge. Alan started shouting at his friend to get them away. Patrick put the car in reverse, backed up, and made a turn, getting away from the location as quickly as possible. Gathering some other people, the 2 men returned to the location a bit later, but the beings had vanished, and everything seemed normal. 8 months later, an investigator finally made it to the scene and spoke with nearby residents. Interestingly, he found a neighbor who had noticed the beings on the road in front of the home. He reported that he thought the beings he saw were children dressed in yellow oilcloth. 2 stories about guardian angels from the road. Story 1, asleep at the wheel, approximately 2000. An older cousin, who is more like an older brother, and 2 of his university buddies participated in a college internship program at Disney World for a semester. For whatever reason, they decided to leave Orlando on the last day of the internship immediately after their shift, instead of waiting until the next day to make the 5-hour drive back home. It was late, and they'd had a long day. The friend who was driving fell asleep at the wheel. It was a smaller SUV type of car, so it drove off the road and actually rolled over once or twice. It happened either right before or after an overpass. As soon as they come to, they're approached by an older man, short and thin, who says he's there to help. He tells them he saw what happened from the overpass, so he decided to come out and help, and that he actually went ahead and phoned the police from his tow truck. Despite being really shaken up and still very much in shock from the accident, they feel so relieved that an eyewitness not only came to their rescue but was also able to call the police for them. Mobile phones weren't really all that accessible then, and that the eyewitness is a tow truck driver. They really couldn't believe their luck. According to my cousin, he and his 2 friends just stand at the side of the road by their totaled vehicle, along with the older man. He's sharing stories with them about some of the incredible things he's seen making a living as a tow truck driver. Some time passes, they later learn that about 20 minutes have elapsed, before they see the lights from a police car on the overpass, and then they make out the Florida Highway Patrol cruiser making its way down to the crash site. The FHP cruiser pulls up in front of their car. According to my cousin, the tow truck driver tells the 3 of them to go on and make their way to the FHP officer while he goes to pull his truck up. The tow truck never came. Apparently, the tow truck was never there. In fact, the FHP officer tells them when he pulled up he was so upset because he saw 3 young guys who just had an accident standing dangerously close to the highway in the dark. He goes on to tell them that had it been a tow truck, the driver would have been legally obligated to stay until police arrived at the scene. None of them can recall the name of the tow truck driver nor the name of the tow truck company. Actually, come to think of it, none of them ever actually saw a truck. All they saw were 2 headlights and yellow/orange emergency lights flashing in the dark, from several yards on down. The FHP office is completely stunned, and he's not sure what to make of the story. Ultimately, he chalks it up to some kind of collective, sleep-deprived, and shock-induced hallucination. He's not sure what to make of the whole thing, so he just decides to leave it out of the police report. Fewer questions, he says. But he's actually the most surprised that not a single one of them is bleeding. Yes, they're banged up a bit, but not a drop of blood on any of them. Given the condition of the car, he's in complete disbelief that none of them seem to require any immediate medical attention. My cousin was convinced the old man, the tow truck driver, was a guardian angel. To this day, whenever he takes his family to Orlando, and he's on the turnpike, and he passes the site of the accident, he says he always sends up a silent prayer of appreciation and gratitude for that tow truck driver. Story 2, unable to accelerate, approximately 2002. I'd gotten my first car, a 1990 Toyota, a few weeks prior and was so excited I was able to take the road on my own terms. So, it's the weekend and it's the afternoon, and I'm going to go see a friend. I pull out of the house, no problem. Drive down the road, no problem. Make a left onto a side street, no problem. Then a right onto another street, no problem. And then one more, right? No problem. I'm on the street that will take me out of the neighborhood and onto the main roads. However, the car isn't accelerating now. It was accelerating just moments ago, and now it won't. I glance down quickly to make sure I've got my foot on the accelerator pedal. I do. I tap it a few times and then floor it. Nothing. I lift my foot off the pedal, and I glance down again to make sure that I'm in drive and not in some other shift by mistake. Nope. I'm in the drive. But the car is now basically going about 10 miles per hour. I go to tap the pedal again when all of a sudden, from just a few feet before me, a soccer ball bounces across the street, followed by a small child, who immediately stops as soon as he sees me. I slam on the brakes. Suddenly an older kid comes running after the younger one and drags him off the road. I'm motionless for a minute as this feeling of relief washes over me. My eyes find the children, just standing in their front yard, just looking at me. As soon as I lift my foot off the brake, the car moves forward, normally. I tap the gas pedal, and I can accelerate just fine. I was never able to process or make sense of the whole scene, but I'm just so thankful nothing ever happened. Need help figuring out what happened. So long story short, my family went on a trip to Wisconsin for some side-by-side off-roading. There is a trail that is only big enough for select off-road vehicles. The gate is small enough that no vehicles can enter it. We were able to get in on the smaller side-by-side and started the trail. About a mile in, the side-by-side I was in needed to stop and use the bathroom, so we fell about a mile behind the lead side-by-side. The driver of mine decided to try and hit a puddle after we started driving again and ended up hitting a stump and flipping up. We were pretty stuffed, and half the side-by-side was nearly crushed, so we couldn't get out. So less than 5 seconds after we stopped rolling, these 3 random men in their 20s started pulling us out of the vehicle and helping us. The weird part is that they drove a 1980 Chevy Blazer, which is far too big to be able to get on this trail. Also, we did not see them behind us at all. This trail is surrounded by trees, and every entrance is only big enough for small off-road vehicles. These 3 men helped us out. A few minutes went by, and the 6 of us, 3 in the side-by-side and the 3 random men, were working on flipping the side-by-side back over. That's when the other side-by-side got back and helped out. We took a few minutes to talk to each other, and by the time our focus shifted back to the 3 men, they and their vehicle were gone. We didn't hear a vehicle start, and everyone there at the time 100% saw them. Any ideas on what this might have been? I can't figure it out, and it's bugging me. If you're driving alone at night and the road signs start to distort, you've entered 7 Turns Road. Here's how to survive. If you ever find yourself driving alone at night, maybe after a night drinking with friends, getting off work late, or pushing yourself to reach a distant destination, refusing to stop for rest, and suddenly you're on a road that doesn't appear on your GPS or map, unsure how you even got there, you may have unknowingly been selected by 7 Turns Road. Take a deep breath, and follow this guide exactly. I've traveled this road myself many times. There is no turning back, no stopping, only forward. First off, you need to understand something. You were chosen, and I have no idea why. There are no rituals, no secret incantations, or hidden routes to memorize. Believe me, I've searched for patterns, I've tried to outsmart it, and I've failed every time. The truth is simple and unsettling. You'll never find 7 Turns Road intentionally. It finds you. At first, it's subtle. After making just one turn, your original route blends seamlessly into an endless stretch that feels both familiar and surreal. It doesn't matter where you were originally heading. You'll know with absolute certainty you're truly on 7 Turns Road when the temperature abruptly plummets, and roadside signs blur, warp, or become nonsensical, dreamlike symbols, distorted letters, or upside-down markers. You'll feel it deep in your gut. Don't fixate on the signs, that's how it tricks you into losing control. You can slow down, even stop briefly. Hell, if panic sets in hard enough, you can step outside for a breath, but never, ever make it a habit. Those who get comfortable leaving their vehicle don't tend to survive. Read carefully, memorize these steps, and accept the reality you've entered. The only path out is straight ahead. Continue along the road. Wherever you started will feel familiar, yet increasingly distant. Eventually, this stretch will lead you to a second turn. Your car's radio will switch on automatically. Attempts to turn it off or adjust the volume will fail. At first, you'll hear faint white noise that gradually evolves into a woman's soft muttering, indecipherable gibberish that slowly transforms into coherent words, spilling out your darkest secrets, hidden truths you've told no one. I was terrified the first few times, but keep your eyes glued to the road. Your headlights are your only illumination, and you cannot afford to crash. Ignore the woman and drive until the next turn appears. By the third turn, Any lingering familiarity of your surroundings will vanish entirely. A dense, oppressive forest will surge upwards, its thick, tangled branches arching overhead to form an almost suffocating canopy, enclosing you completely. On either side of the road, animals will appear, standing impossibly still, a fox, a squirrel, a bear, and a bird, all fixed like grotesque statues. Their empty, hollow eyes will lock onto your every movement, head slowly pivoting in unnatural synchronization as your vehicle passes. Keep driving. Do not acknowledge them. They aren't animals, not anymore. They're mere husks, puppeteered by the road itself as silent watchers. If curiosity compels you to glance again, and trust me, you shouldn't, you'll notice those husks beginning to distort, melting as if made from wax beneath a relentless flame. Fur sloughs away in thick, wet clumps, revealing slick, gleaming surfaces beneath, like dark, chitinous exoskeletons. Eyes liquefy, dribbling slowly from their sockets in streams of viscous decay. The forest around you fills with the sickly sound of dripping and the quiet cracks and pops of joints shifting beneath unraveling skin. Eyes forward. Keep your foot steady on the gas. Pretend you don't see them. Because I assure you, they see you. At the fourth turn, your fuel gauge will begin to plummet alarmingly fast. Your headlights will flicker intermittently. Remain calm, the road is enticing you to exit your vehicle. Do not. You're safe if you remain inside. Your speedometer will become erratic, but maintain a steady, comfortable speed. The radio's whispering will grow louder and clearer, the woman's voice will narrate every tiny detail of your existence, each blink, heartbeat, and breath you take, even the sweat dripping down your back onto your seat. Pay her no mind. Your focus must remain solely on the road until the next turn. On the fifth turn, a gentle snowfall begins, serene at first, softly coating your car. Normally, it might be calming, but the snow quickly intensifies. You'll notice your hearing fading alongside the thickening snowfall, the harsh wind buffeting your vehicle will abruptly stop, and your engine sounds will disappear, followed by your own panic breathing. All you'll have left is a faint ringing in your ears. Visibility deteriorates until your headlights barely illuminate the blizzard. This snow goes on endlessly, miles upon miles. Do not look to the sides, those silent, shadowy silhouettes will crawl toward your slowly moving car, attempting to pry their way inside or distract you into veering off the path. If you panic and leave the road, there's no returning. Some shadows will dash suddenly in front of your car. My advice? Pretend they're not there and keep driving. Eventually, you'll encounter a sign, ever-changing, surreal, and similar to those at the first turn. Each glance away alters its appearance, but it signals your sixth turn. Please make a right turn immediately after passing this shifting sign. Do not miss it. On the sixth turn, your hearing will gradually return. The relentless snowstorm, which seemed eternal, will abruptly cease, melting away rapidly and leaving you alone on the road. The road itself will deteriorate, becoming rough and worn before shifting into gravel. Your car will shake violently, rattling over every pebble and rock. Soon, these sounds will grow louder, heavier, and disturbingly similar to the snapping and breaking of bones beneath your tires. An open field will suddenly stretch out around you, filled with hundreds, perhaps thousands, of tall, dark figures. Initially, you might mistake them for dead, leafless trees. But they will begin to slowly, unsteadily move toward your vehicle. The smallest of these entities towers nearly 10 feet, while the largest stretches close to 20. Their elongated forms resemble charred bone fused with twisted bark. They possess smooth, featureless faces and deep, hollow mouths that emit anguished voices, cries, screams, and pleas from those you've loved, lost, or failed. You'll feel an overwhelming urge to stop and help them. Resist it. Accelerate as quickly as possible. The sound of cracking bones beneath your wheels, combined with their sorrowful cries, will make this turn one of the worst you've encountered. While slow, they will inch closer. Speed past them. As you approach the final turn, a profound sense of relief and accomplishment will flood through you. You'll feel as if you've narrowly escaped digestion by something monstrous and been spat back out into safety. This turn will be deceptively beautiful, almost rewarding, adorned with climbing roses and vibrant flowers. Euphoria will briefly fill you until your headlights begin to flicker, your dashboard lights flash erratically, and every warning signal activates simultaneously. Your vehicle will abruptly die, coasting to a complete stop. With one final flicker of your headlights, utter darkness, deeper than any you've known, will consume you. This is the final test. The road will determine your fate. Remain inside, silent and still. You'll soon hear tapping and knocking against windows, doors, and even beneath your car. Countless entities will circle and inspect your vehicle, breathing heavily and scratching at the exterior. Hold tightly to your steering wheel, do not brake or attempt to restart your car. Your car will begin shifting as they're pushing it towards something immense. You'll hear shuffling footsteps rapidly retreat, fearful. Then, something massive will open wide, though invisible in the darkness, you'll sense its enormity. Your car will shift downward, your stomach plummeting as adrenaline floods your veins. A sudden drop will follow, your vehicle will slowly descend into something terrible, crushing and grinding around you. You'll hear the car being chewed apart, the metal shredding. Sharp edges will puncture through the floor, roof, and sides, something will scrape your flesh. The vehicle will compress tighter, the roof pressing inches from your face, the sound of destruction deafening. Then, with a final, sickening spin, you'll plummet, spiraling until consciousness fades. You'll awaken gasping on a quiet roadside, the exact place 7 Turns Road first claimed you. Feel the grass, the dirt beneath your fingers. Breathe deeply. You've survived, for now. But surviving once doesn't mean freedom forever. I've traveled this road more times than sanity should allow, and each escape comes at a heavier price. Keep this guide safe because the road won't forget you. Even as I finish typing this from the supposed safety of my driveway, I look up, and where my house should be stands an endless road stretching onward, signs distorted and beckoning. 7 Turns Road calls me again. Mysterious hitchhiker. This story isn't as thrilling as a lot of the stories in here, but it baffles me. It's a little confusing, so I'll try to be clear. 8 years ago I was working near the corner of Santa Monica and Gower in Hollywood. Around midday, I left the office to run an errand. As I got to my car, which was parked on Santa Monica, a young man approached me on the sidewalk who was walking in the other direction. He was a white guy, maybe in his mid-20s, who looked like a hippie. He asked me if there was a nearby area that was good to sightsee and maybe get some lunch. I gave him basic directions to the area of Sunset and Cahuenga or Vine, which is roughly a mile from the area we were in at the time. He asked if I could give him a ride, and as I got into my car, I politely declined and said that I was going the other direction. I don't know if he didn't hear me or what, but he got into the passenger side of the car. Naturally, I was freaked out. I don't really know why, but I kind of just went with it, probably because I was just really confused. Generally speaking, we Angelinos interact with strangers in public so rarely that we really don't know how to deal with them. I will also add that I didn't get any kind of bad vibes from this guy. As an aside, I will also say that I know this was not the safe or right thing to do. I told myself that I would just drive him to where he wanted to go and that this weird interaction would be over in less than 5 minutes. I don't remember talking with him at all in the car. I think I turned the radio on to deal with the awkwardness. We drove down Santa Monica Boulevard, turned right onto Vine Street, and somehow hit every red light, causing traffic to pile up. About a third to halfway to where I planned to drop him off, I just bailed on the whole idea and told him that I was running late and needed to drop him off, and he politely said that was fine. I randomly chose the parking lot of a donut shop and pulled in. Here's where it's weird. After I stopped, he thanked me, got out of the car, and walked toward the donut shop. However, as he did this, a woman exited the donut shop, approached him, and the two embraced before walking down the street together. They didn't look surprised to see each other but rather like they had met at the place and time that they had planned. However, I had chosen a location to pull over that was relatively far from his destination, which I had also recommended. And I never saw him use a cell phone throughout the whole incident. I'm ready to accept any reasonable explanation for what happened, but I can't think of one. My wife and I had some high strangeness, traveling, missing time, etc. We have never told many about this except for my dad and mom, and I've not ever shared about it in detail. I've had some crazy things happen in my life and seen some things that boggle the mind that most would never believe, and I may give these accounts someday. Neither I nor my wife have any history of mental illness, do not use drugs, prescription or otherwise, and have never been alcoholic. This is one of my accounts. It was about 12 years ago on a September day. It was time for me to renew my license, so I, my wife, and 2 sons, who are 1 and 2 years old, set out to drive a few towns over, about 45 minutes away, and renew my license. It was a crispy fall day. I still remember how beautiful it was. We left home about 8 a.m. or so because we knew we would be back home by 11 and have some time with the babies before our daughter got off the bus at 2:40 p.m. We had plenty of time. We arrived at the DMV a few minutes after 9. My wife stayed with the kids while I ran into the DMV. I got my license and walked out 10 minutes till 10. As I walked to the car, I saw my wife standing outside smoking, and our babies were asleep. We got in the car to come home. And that's where things got very strange. As we pull out of the plaza and onto the off-ramp, I begin to feel very weird. I felt a vibration inside me. I'm not talking about a vibration like driving on the rumble strip or sitting on a washer. I'm talking about how it felt like the cells inside my body were vibrating at a subatomic level. I've never felt that before. I began to wonder if I was having a medical emergency. As I looked over at my wife as we drove down the off-ramp, we both faded into black. Next thing I know, I'm watching those white painted divider strips in the middle of the highway that separate the lanes. Each one is passing by very quickly, and I am watching, thinking how interesting it is. Just one after another. I'm in some kind of trance or daze or something. I felt very strange. I was not in control of myself. Then I looked over at my wife, and she was leaned all the way forward in her seat close to the windshield, seatbelt extended all the way, her eyes were wide open, and her mouth was gaping open. I've never seen her do that before nor since, and at the time I thought it very strange. Then I go back to watching those white lines on the highway. Then it's as if I start fading back in. I become aware of my hands on the steering wheel. I look back over at my wife, and she closes her mouth and leans back in her seat. We came to at the same time. Then it was as if I were released and given full control, and I was now fully aware, and I said, "What the hell is going on? Where are we?" My wife is looking around puzzled. She checks the babies, and they're still asleep. I'm trying to figure out where we are. There's no way. No way. We are getting ready to drop into the capital city. This isn't even the way we were traveling. I immediately pull off the highway, and we start discussing what just happened. I asked my wife what the last thing she remembered was, and she said coming off the ramp right after we left the DMV. I said, "Me too," and told her about the vibrations I felt and how I just faded to black. We were stumped, a little panicked, etc. I then see the clock, and it's 2 p.m. There's no way. I asked where 4 hours went and how we're so far out of our way. None of this made any sense. My wife had to call my parents and have them pick up our daughter off the bus. My mom asked if everything was okay, and my wife said that we're all okay but no, and that we would explain when we got there. At this point, it was closer for us to drive through the capital city and come around the back way home. We were about an hour and 45 minutes from home. As we drove home, I kept trying to rationalize this. I would say a few words and stop. She was doing the same thing. We finally get home, and I tell my mom and dad what had happened, and they know we aren't liars or anything, and they didn't really know what to say. This happened. I don't know what it was. I don't want to dox myself, but this happened where a famous UFO/alien monster thing happened many years ago. About 2 months later, we were in bed asleep, and I woke up all of a sudden. There was a dull blue light in our bedroom in front of the windows. It was the size of a basketball. I lay there looking at it and could see that it was three-dimensional. I dug my elbow into my wife's side and said, "Look." We watched for a couple minutes, then it turned off. I got up and tried to debunk what it was, but there's nothing that could have created that effect. Is it connected? IDK Not long after this I noticed a scar on my right wrist. It is a perfect triangle-shaped scar about the size of a pea. Have no idea where that could have come from. My wife checked herself but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Okay, so we live in a touristy lake town. We were out and about, and I saw a tourist magazine on the counter of a local gas station. Later when I'm home, I'm sitting in my chair just thumbing through it. And that's when I came across an account that someone had sent into this tourist mag. My jaw hit the floor. This lady said she and her husband had come to our lake on vacation and had a strange occurrence. She said they were in a small canoe going across the lake when all of a sudden they blacked out or something and then woke up sitting in the canoe in a dry drainage ditch beside the lake. If I remember right, she said they were 15 to 20 feet from the lake water. They didn't understand how they ended up there and were scared. They had to carry their canoe back to the water and paddle away. She said they packed up camp and left and were never coming back here. Is this strange enough for you, High-Strangeness? Encounter with spiritual entity? Huge footsteps and intense shaking. What I felt during this experience has taken me 2 years to comprehend in some way. I have had no real fear of these entities in the past. Do I believe they are real? Yes, with a grain of salt. In the sense of being and possessing animals, I believe certain things go beyond the realm of physical. How many of us have seen or encountered skinwalkers without realizing that a spirit was inhabiting the animal? A couple years back, I was camping in my girlfriend's car during a trip down to northern New Mexico. I'm not unaccustomed to the way the forest works, as I've been an outdoorsman my whole life up in Colorado. What I experienced on this trip was a pivotal point for my life, as well as my relationship with the girl I was with at the time. We were in Angel Fire, New Mexico. We drove around the forest at night, searching for a flat surface where we could park the car and set up the bed in the back. We pulled off to the side of a dirt country road, about a 10-minute drive from the highway. As we've done before on our mountain bike trips, we climbed into the back of the car and lay down for the night. The whole drive up to the parking/camp we were at, we talked about star signs and stuff like that. How it affects your personality, etc. She was always way more into that shit than me. I shared my views on it and the ways they slightly disagreed with her beliefs of the supernatural. The conversation eventually got deeper and deeper and turned to a spiritual topic that went on until after we lay down for bed. I shared about how my great-grandmother was a proclaimed psychic. About how my extended family believed there was punishment for multiple generations in my bloodline because of the things she did and the spirits she worked with, as my grandparents were devout Christians. At some point, while wrapping up my rant about my family, I felt an intense anxiety that took hold of nearly my whole body. I was shaking and frozen at the same time. My girl felt it in me. She started panicking, which was unusual. She said, "Something is going on here," in the shakiest voice I've ever heard. Next thing you know, we are praying, something we've never considered doing together. I hear footsteps that sound as heavy as a large bear, but bipedal. Happening right outside the car. Now I understand that bears walk on two legs from time to time. I've seen lots of this. But the car we were in had heavy tints and a cover over the windshield. You couldn't see anything outside at night. After a while of praying, shaking in my boots, and continuing to hear these footsteps, they made their way across the road and out of our immediate territory. I got in the driver's seat and got the duck out. We headed to an actual campground that had many other people. If it were a bear, I must have some really good primal instincts because I began shaking and feeling fear well before we heard any footsteps. And I think a bear would put its front legs on the car if it were walking around the vehicle looking for a way in. 4 legs, red eyes. Was driving on a 2-lane highway out in the middle of nowhere in the Ozarks. That's when on my left I see a creature with red eyes that was running on all 4 legs. It was running on the left side of the road coming toward me. As I passed it, I could see maybe 20 to 30 yards past it there was a dog that was chasing it, pretty sure it was a Great Pyrenees, that doubled back and went toward the gravel driveway of the farm, which it was guarding. Unfortunately I didn't have that great of a look at the 4-legged creature other than seeing the red eyes and that it was brownish black. I initially thought it was a bear because of its size, but then I remembered bears are probably hibernating right now. Any ideas? It was the size of a very large dog and pretty bulky. I think it was way too wide and big to be a coyote. Let me know what you think. My creepy experience at the Devil's Tramping Ground. Hello. In July 2020, my sister, our friend, his girlfriend who was visiting from out of state, and I, 27 female, all decided to book a hotel in a larger city that offered more activities than the small town where my sister and I lived at the time. On the day of our arrival at the hotel, we opted to depart later in the evening. This decision was made because my sister and I had shared with our friends a spooky location we had discovered approximately 45 minutes from the hotel. Given our shared interest in eerie, paranormal, and unusual phenomena, we thought it would be enjoyable to visit the site with them. It's called the Devil's Tramping Ground in North Carolina. It's a mysterious 40-foot clearing in the middle of a North Carolina forest where nothing grows. In my experience, I've seen very few animals around that area, maybe some ants or beetles, but no lizards, squirrels, birds, or any other larger animals. The legend of this place claims that the devil himself paces this barren circle nightly to contemplate evil deeds. It's said that objects left or placed in the circle often get moved or disappear completely by morning. It's also said that visitors get lost on trails very frequently, almost as if the trails are being swapped around or moved. This phenomenon is known to cause confusion and lead to people losing track of time or entire segments of it. My sister and I had actually visited the area twice before during the day, and while we found it a bit odd, we did not encounter anything scary or creepy. We actually found it super beautiful, calm, and peaceful to explore. However, we had never visited at night or stayed long enough to witness the fading daylight during our previous trips, so we thought it would be a fun little adventure to stop on our way to our hotel. We planned to arrive around 2 to 3 a.m., as our friend, who is a huge skeptic and very analytical, wanted to go at a time that would give us the best chance to see something, specifically 3 a.m., known as the witching hour. I was fine with this because I also wanted to see what all the spooky hype was about, and I'm a full believer in the paranormal and have had some previous experiences, so I love this stuff. The drive there was on a tiny 2-lane road in the middle of the woods with no streetlights, and we kept hitting random patches of really thick fog. This was strange, especially considering it was mid-July. It gave me a strange, uneasy feeling, as if it were a warning. Our maps had also malfunctioned for some reason and took us to a random spot only 5 minutes away from where we were actually supposed to go, which had never happened before the 2 previous times I had been there, so my unease never left, and I felt as if we were being misdirected on purpose. We finally got to the spot, and there's a little gravel pull-off spot to park in and a metal cattle gate blocking the path that leads to the tramping grounds. When we pulled up, I automatically had a really awful feeling in my core and was scared. My sister and our friend immediately wanted to get out of the car and explore, but it was dark, and I was already feeling very uneasy and scared for some reason, so I told them to wait. Instead, we rolled down the windows, pointed our flashlights into the entrance and surrounding woods, and stayed completely quiet. We all started hearing some sort of low drumming or chanting noise coming from one side of the wooded area next to the entrance and started getting creeped out, but we just stayed quiet inside my car and used our flashlights to look around more. For context, I was driving, our friend's girlfriend was in my passenger seat because she gets carsick in the back, and my sister and our friend were in the back seat. We all heard the drumming/chanting stop and start again about 3 to 4 times, and sometimes it would be quieter and other times it would be slightly louder, but we all heard it. Eventually, it got quiet again, but from my perspective, I pointed my flashlight at the gate and felt an overwhelming urge to keep looking, as if I genuinely could not look away. At that moment, it felt like time was slowing down, and I saw a massive, thick fog approaching my car from the woods, almost as if it were attacking my vehicle. The fog moved quickly, yet time felt as if it was passing slowly. I'm not sure how else to describe this experience. It also seemed as if the fog had a light source behind it, as it was slightly illuminated, and I felt like I was being put in a trance. Physically and mentally, I could not look away. I started seeing a huge dark shadow appear in the fog, but I could tell it was definitely behind the gate. It didn't just fully appear out of nowhere, but it also didn't walk up and slowly get into view, it just slowly started materializing. The shadow figure was very large and tall, appearing humanoid with goat-like legs, which horrified me, yet I still couldn't look away. I just stared at it for what felt like forever. Out of nowhere I heard my friend's voice starting to get louder, and I heard a physical finger snap and my friend say, "Duck and go, drive," and without even thinking, I immediately hit the gas and drove off. The address to the hotel was already in my maps, and I just followed it the 45 minutes back to the hotel without saying a word. I genuinely don't even remember driving. I just remember being in the parking lot and walking inside to the room. We got into the room, and my friend immediately said, "No one say anything. I know y'all saw something, write it down with as much detail as you can, but don't tell any of us." He used the term y'all because, unbeknownst to me, my friend's girlfriend and I had been behaving in exactly the same manner while we were at the tramping grounds. Turns out we saw/experienced the exact same thing and wrote down almost exactly the same things on the paper without saying a single word. The fact that she had described this in exactly the same way as I did blew my mind and left me speechless. However, we found out that my sister and our friend's girlfriend saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. However, they were extremely alarmed and frightened, believing that both I and our friend's girlfriend were entirely entranced and unresponsive to their presence. They had been trying to get our attention, talk to us, and ask us questions about what was going on, and they were very concerned, but we didn't react to them at all, and we both didn't hear them until I heard the finger snap and drove off. According to my sister and our friend, all of this happened within like 10 minutes when I thought it had been at least 30 to 45 minutes. My sister and our friend, however, did not see anything at all. Later I found out that when I finally drove away, my friend could see into my rearview mirror and saw what he described as bright yellow car headlights right behind us. Mind you, it was around 3:30 a.m. in the middle of nowhere, North Carolina, and we hadn't seen a single other car the entire time driving there, sitting in the gravel park spot, or on the way back. So he turned around because he didn't remember seeing another car and looked out the back window, and there was nothing. No car, no headlights, it was pitch black. But he looked in my mirror again, and they were still there. It freaked him out to an unprecedented degree because he typically dismisses such things, so experiencing both our behavior and the unexplainable firsthand terrified him. We never talked about that night again and just moved along as if it never happened. I think about it all the time, have had nightmares about it frequently since then, and have had random moments out of nowhere where I have that same gut-sinking feeling as if the energy from that night is around me. I have only disclosed this to a select few individuals because, whenever I recount the story, it unfolds in my mind like a film, causing me to tremble with anxiety, a sensation I am experiencing even as I type this. I had gone back one time after that, during the day again, to return a rock I had taken from one of the previous times I went. I didn't want anything physical from that place. I did have protection on me when I went back, but as I left, I realized that one of my earrings was gone. It's strange because they were hoops that were clasped on and wouldn't just slip off, I searched for it, but it was gone. I just left, I couldn't stay there any longer. I've sat on this for years, but I just randomly felt like I needed to share it because it's one of the most terrifying things I've ever experienced, and honestly, I feel like that changed me forever. Saw something on a car ride that I can't explain. I just got back home from an appointment in town, and I can't seem to shake what I saw on the ride back. I was sitting in the passenger seat, and it was around 8 p.m. at this point, so it was pretty dark out. I live in an area with many homeless people, so it's not uncommon for me to pass by them roaming around at night. I was staring out the window super absent-mindedly, my eyes not even fully focused on the images going by, when I saw this older woman walking around by herself on the sidewalk. She had headphones on over her ears, and she was in dirty clothing with a number of blankets draped over her shoulders. She was smiling and pointing at something above her. She was laughing too, looking like she found whatever it was above her to be pretty amusing. I barely registered it because I had no clue what she was going through or what it could have been. But when I passed by, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something floating above her head, exactly where she was staring and pointing. Honestly, it looked like the bottom of someone's feet. It appeared as if someone was standing directly above her, wearing a long and ragged cloak, but that was all I could discern from my vantage point in the car window. My eyes didn't even get to focus on it. When I realized what I saw, I searched in all the mirrors and turned around in my seat to get a better look, but there was nothing there. There wasn't even anything, lamp posts, lights, etc. that could have been mistaken for what I saw near the woman. There was only one of those tall wooden posts for electrical lines further down the street. The only explanation I can think of is that the power of suggestion made my eyes play tricks on me. I am a believer in the paranormal, but I am very skeptical when it comes to personal experiences, because I know the mind is excellent at making things up. But I keep thinking about it, and I know that there was nothing else on that street, and I know what I saw. Does anyone know what the cause might have been? I have no idea why now, out of all times, I would see this, and why there was a woman who seemed to be able to see it too. I think I saw a cryptid? I'm really not sure, but I can't think of anything to explain it. This happened, I believe, in 2021 when I and my family were driving home from a road trip to see some family in Florida. My mom and I were the only ones in the car at that time. If a specific location is important, this was basically coming up on the border of Florida and Georgia. We had gotten off the highway for gas in this really dead old town. The only thing we saw was an unfinished building, a big gas station, and fields, really. The gas station was the only thing lit up, and we were the only car that we could see at all. It was also the middle of the night, which may be relevant. Following the GPS and trying to get back on the highway, we were taken down a road that eventually led to a forest clearing. There was no road at all. It was just grass and looked like most people could walk it even if it was technically big enough for a car. Anyways, my mom immediately stops the car, and while we are discussing why the GPS directed us this way, I notice something slowly crossing the clearing about 6 feet in front of the car's high beams, and we both go dead silent. It was small and pale with slightly yellowing skin, and it was very wrinkly but distinctly humanoid with big eyes and very bony fingers. It kind of walked like how grandmas speed walk at the mall but in slow motion. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else, but it didn't acknowledge us at all. It just walked across the clearing, and the moment it was gone, we reversed and got the hell out of there. We turned the GPS off and back on, and it took us back on the highway, so I don't know what that was about at all. So does anyone have any idea what it could be? I'm a zoology major, and I just don't think it looked like an animal, but please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not very knowledgeable about cryptids besides a few. It almost looked like Creature from Harry Potter in stature and posture, but obviously different. Anything helps. I think about this at least once a month. Either a crazy coincidence or super weird. I just want to start by saying I am normally a huge skeptic about anything paranormal. However, this experience feels far too weird to be a coincidence. The other weekend I went on a ski trip with my friend. We left around 6, and it was around a 4-hour drive to the cabin we were staying at. The initial hours proceed normally, consisting solely of driving, sharing jokes, and enjoying music. Around hour 3 it got weird. At this point it is pitch black, and we are driving on a windy mountain road. Every turn looks exactly the same. The moon is very dim, so the only light is our headlights. The roads are basically empty. The music we are streaming cuts out due to lack of service. An uncomfortable silence falls between us. We both feel really strange, as if we are in imminent danger. My friend says he just feels weird or as if something bad is going to happen to him. Other than this, we haven't said anything for almost an hour. Out of nowhere, he says, Imagine that in 5 or 10 years, we will know people we went to school with who have died from a drug overdose, a car accident, or something similar. It's crazy how that can just happen to anybody. We talked about this for a while, and slowly everything went back to normal. Nothing strange happens the rest of the night. The next morning we wake up, and my friend finds an email from his high school that 6 kids from his school had been in a car accident. 4 of them died on impact, and 2 are in critical condition. He shares a desk with one of the girls and knows her quite well. The crash occurred around the same time we got the strange feeling. We usually never talk about death or anything morbid, so it seems really strange that on the night of such a horrific accident we talked about people we go to school with dying. The feeling we both got was unlike anything we have ever experienced. I am not good enough of a writer to put it into words. Let me know what you guys think. Strangeness on the road. I live in a house atop a mountain in the Pocono mountain chain of northeastern Pennsylvania. It's a quiet place that offers nice seclusion and the feeling of living in the woods. I'm in one of about 15 houses on top of this particular mountain. Each house sits on about 2 acres of land, and I own one additional wooded plot of 2 acres next to mine, and there is one 2-lane road that winds its way up our mountain and links us to the main town, an unincorporated village, about 5 miles away. That's the closest place to find a gas station, convenience store, or post office. On most days it's a beautiful place to live with sweeping panorama views of the valleys below us and the other mountains of various sizes all around us. The weather in this area enhances the natural beauty. When the conditions are right, the area tends to be enveloped in a deep, thick fog that can go on and on for dozens of miles in all directions, but it seems particularly thick on this mountain, so much so that when I open the front door, I cannot see the bottom step of the 3 stone steps that lead up to the front of my house. If the fog rolls in at night, I cannot see the various LED lights I have on the front of the house or that normally illuminate the driveway. Now I mention this because if you can reach your truck, you can safely get it out of the driveway, onto the road, and slowly navigate down the side of the mountain. When you get to the valley floor, the fog is nowhere near as thick or sometimes gone completely. There have been countless times when I am driving home and everything seems fine until I reach about 1,500 feet from the top of the mountain, and then suddenly, I am engulfed in blinding fog. This fog can occur without the presence of other weather fronts, but it can become even more severe during rain and snow. Bad fog is not unique to the area, it's very common anywhere you have mountains, at least from what I've noticed here in the eastern US. I've encountered it throughout the East Coast, from Maine to West Virginia, where the Great Smoky Mountains truly embody their name. Please excuse the rambling, let me get to my story of strangeness. During my regular job, I travel approximately 300 miles per night, depending on the day of the week, along I-80 and I-78. This is where fog comes back into play, as I-80 is known for fog as it winds its way through the Delaware Water Gap, which contains the passage linking the states of Pennsylvania to New Jersey. In fact, as you travel westbound on I-80 deeper into Pennsylvania, you will notice signs warning you of high fog areas. One night work had me traveling to Newark, New Jersey, which is not a bad trip. It's a straight shot across I-80 East until it splits off to 280 East, which will take me straight into downtown Newark. Now I pride myself on being a very confident driver, I'm ready for just about anything that may come up, and I'm very comfortable driving in all conditions. I take a foolish pride in not allowing weather to stop me from getting to my destination, as I've driven through hurricanes, tornado warnings, blizzards, and blinding fog when needed for work. Sure, I may get there a little later, I'll drive a little slower and be more alert, but I make sure to replace my windshield wipers every 4 months and tires each and every fall. On this particular night, my seemingly easy trip to Newark turned into a challenging drive through a severe snowstorm that was forecasted to drop 2 to 3 feet of snow within the next 48 hours, so I was prepared to stay in New Jersey for a day or two after reaching my destination. I set out at around 7:30 p.m. on a Tuesday, and even with the snow and slowdowns, I expected to reach Newark no later than 11 p.m. As I-80 began to wind through the approach to the Delaware Water Gap, I found myself in a moderate fog. It was nothing awful, but combined with the snow, I noticed that most other vehicles had decided to stay off the road. Various truck pull-offs I passed on the road looked jam-packed with trucks, and I noticed the flashing lights of tractor-trailers and smaller cars lining the sides of the highway waiting for the weather to pass. Anyway, I crossed the bridge over the Delaware River and was now in New Jersey. This area of northwest New Jersey is nothing like the rest of the state, it's very mountainous/hilly for that state. I always consider these mountains to be the foothills of the Poconos, but I'm not sure if the locals in the area refer to them by a different name. These continue from the Delaware River for the next 20 to 30 miles east into New Jersey. As I started the very first steep climb up these foothills on I-80 East, this happened right after the truck stop/rest area at exit 4 Columbia, the fog in the area became very thick. I'm very familiar with the road here, and I had my GPS. As I wound up the foothills, I could barely see the painted lines on the road, which indicated that I was still in my lane. I reached the peak of this particular incline, and the fog was a wall. This was not good at all, and I had no place to turn off. I could barely see past the hood of my vehicle and figured if I were to run into a deer, I wouldn't even notice until I hit it. I turned off whatever I was listening to, turned on my flashers, slowed down to around 40 miles per hour, it's a 65 miles per hour zone, and gave the road my undivided focus. I continued to creep along for another 5 minutes or so and was pretty tense, hoping that I did not come across a vehicle stopped in front of me, as I'd have no time to react. I also did not want to stop on the side of the road here because I could not see how deep the drop-off was to any side, plus I did not want a truck to come past and slam into me. Another 5 minutes or so of white-knuckle driving, and finally I found what I've been looking for since entering this fog. I found a large tractor trailer with reflectors and marker lights on the back that I could tail through the fog and let it guide my path. I've done this plenty of times in bad weather. I'm not sure if it's good or bad to follow a truck this close, but I was past the point of seeing the lines in the road. Between the fog and snow, visibility did not exist. I did not belong on the road, and I knew this, but I wasn't going to turn back now. The only thing I could see was the back of this truck less than 4 feet in front of me. The bottom of the truck had 2 marker lights on each of the bottom corners with a ribbon of reflective red and white striped tape connecting them. The top of the truck had 3 marker lights in the center with 2 on each corner. I felt like Santa Claus having Rudolph guiding my way through this storm. I noticed I was only going at 30 miles per hour, and looking at the truck in front of me, I would swear we were standing still, as we were going at the same speed, and my eyes were focused on the back of that truck. I was intensely focused on the truck lights in case the truck would brake. I wanted to be able to react in time to not hit him, as there were only 3 to 4 feet between us. Keep in mind that we're on I-80, one of the busiest roads in the US, and in all of that time, I only noticed maybe 3 cars passing. I'm not sure if only 3 cars actually passed or if that was all I could see, since I was focused on the truck in the right-hand lane, and I-80 in this area has between 2 and 4 lanes in each direction, depending on whether the road is uphill, downhill, or flat. After about 40 minutes of this white-knuckle driving, with my eyes fixed on the lights on the back of the truck in front of me, something caught my eye. I noticed the sign for exit 30, which I knew has a 24-hour quick check gas station that I often stop at on my return trips in the morning. This was significant for a few reasons. First, I actually noticed the exit sign, which was the first time this happened in the past 40 minutes. That's how thick this fog and snow mix was, I could not see the highly reflective road signs. Second, being at exit 30 means I was nearly out of the foothills. This is where New Jersey basically flattens out, and in most cases the fog clears up completely over the next few miles. I decided to press on, as I would be out of the worst of it soon. Another 5 minutes or so pass after passing the exit, and now for the first time I can see the painted road lines again in front of me. I assume the truck in front of me notices the lines too, as we begin to pick up some speed from our previous crawl of 40 miles per hour. The gap between our vehicles starts to widen up a bit, then suddenly the fog breaks completely. Wow, it's a whoosh moment, and I look in my mirrors and behind me for a second or two, and I can still see the wall of fog that we just drove out of. It's an amazing sight that I never get tired of seeing. I can finally breathe easy again and loosen up my grip on the wheel. I turn my attention back to the road in front of me that's now fully illuminated with orange streetlights along I-80, only there is no truck in front of me. I can now see for miles in front of me in the snow, and there are no other vehicles anywhere on the road in front of me. I get goosebumps up and down my arms, and the hair on the back of my neck starts to tingle. I pulled over to the shoulder, stopped, and got out. It's starting to hit me what just happened. This truck I've been following for part of an hour just disappeared in front of me like the fog itself. I look around, and there are no other exits, there are no truck pull-offs, and there are no trucks stopped on the side of the road. I see a few plow/spreader trucks with orange lights now traveling along I-80 west in the opposite direction. I got back in my vehicle and continued on to my destination. 10 minutes later, as I approached the 287 interchange, I was joined by 2 other vehicles for the first time since I entered New Jersey. They were simply a pickup truck and a sedan. I only came across one other truck on the road in the last 40 minutes of my trip to Newark, and that truck only had 3 marker lights on the center of the top, not the 2 outer ones on top, and no reflective tape on the bottom. I have no idea what I encountered, and I simply refer to this as my own personal phantom truck story. Looking back on the experience, I found it to be quite strange. After it happened, I only noticed the truck's rear marker lights and reflective tape. I never saw its size, decals, or markings. I never noticed its tires. However, I then noticed it didn't kick snow back at me, which was odd, and it left no tire tracks in front of me, where I would normally try to drive for better road grip in the snow. In the fresh tire tracks trucks in front of me leave. This was my only odd road experience that I'm unable to explain to this day. I don't even know what I've experienced, but I want to share. It could be a glitch, or perhaps I'm just imagining things. You guys can tell me. 26, female, this happened almost 2 weeks ago. It was around 1:15 p.m., and I was driving home from work. It's about a 30 minutes drive. For half the drive I'm on this back road more in the country before hitting a highway. Anyway, I had just left about 5 minutes into the drive when a feeling of anxiety, intensified tenfold, came over me. I call my friend, and I tell her, "Girl, I'm tripping, like I feel off. I feel like I'm getting a warning that I'm going to crash and die or something." Etc. She's at work, she can't really say much. She says to be extra careful and we'll talk later. The call lasts like 4 minutes, maybe. Okay, fast forward. I'm driving with a feeling of impending doom, experiencing tunnel vision, when I suddenly see a turtle in the middle of the road. I tried not to hit it, but the speed limit on that road is 55, so I accidentally hit it. I feel the crash, I hear it, I look in my rearview mirror, it's smushed, and I keep going. I'm talking to myself, calling myself stupid and sad, and now I'm thinking, dang, is that all I did to the passing, or so I thought, turtle. But I'm alert now. Well, about half a mile from that, I see another freaking turtle that looks like the same one in the same spot in the road as the other one this time. I wasn't able to hit it. I slam on the brakes and get out. I'm thinking to myself, what the duck is going on? As I'm walking up to it to move it out of the road, I get so lightheaded I feel like I'm going to pass out, and the closer I get to it, the more I get this weird deja vu feeling. I move the turtle and get back to the car, and something tells me I have to go back to the other one, so I turn around and go back, and the one I ended is not there. I get out of my car, and I even search the side of the road into the woods, looking for blood. Nothing. I felt like I was going crazy. I still feel crazy anyway. I ended up stopping and going home, and I've been thinking about this every day. I'm too scared to tell someone because I don't want them to dismiss my experience or label me as crazy, even though I know what happened. I've reached a point where I am essentially gaslighting myself by insisting that nothing happened and that I am crazy, even though I am certain about what I have experienced. I'd why? I'm sure I need to go get seen by a doctor. I'm just stuck with this event now and don't know how to move on or comprehend it. Did I see a griffin? Or something else? This is a true thing that happened to me. I saw what I believe is some kind of cryptid as a teenager, but I cannot figure out what it was, so I am coming here for help. It was the summer I was 17. I was living in a bad environment at home and was counting down the days until I turned 18 so I could leave. I'm in a wonderful place now, but it was hell every day then. On the night in question, I was on my menstrual cycle. I have endometriosis, a painful condition that was at times debilitating. Because of this, I needed to stay home and rest. However, my parents wanted to take me and my sisters on a family bike ride and told me to suck it up because I needed to spend more time with the family. I avoided them all like the plague due to the rising tensions in the family. They did not actually want to spend time with me, they brought me so I could watch my sisters and they could go have fun. It's how it always went. I loved my sisters. So anyway, we went on a ride. It was summer, and although I do not recall the precise time, it was dark outside, indicating that it was quite late when we began. We lived in Modesto, California. This place, for those who don't live in California, has some small forested areas and orchards here and there for bike riders to enjoy during the day. The parks are lovely, however, I believe it is unwise to visit them after dark. Anyway, when we finally turned to go home, I was lagging behind on my bike and struggling to keep up with the group. We turned onto a small highway. I recall the fear of a car's impact and the stinging sensation in my eyes as the headlights swept by. It is because of this I did not get a better look at whatever this was. I suddenly felt my attention drawn to the sky above me. I wasn't in a full trance-like state, I have been before, thus I know, but it was pretty close. It was like something was pulling me to look up. When I did, I saw the creature. It was huge, bigger than any owl, and had feathered wings. I only saw a flap of wings, then the bottom part of the body. The legs were outstretched like an owl's would be in flight and were a strange mix between cat paws and bird claws. The body reminded me somewhat of a mountain lion, but it did not have a tail. The tail is the only thing I got a really good look at. It was long, thin, and brown, and it had a bulb at the tip. The bulb looked like an artichoke, only it was feathered. It looked just like when you open the artichoke leaves to prepare it for cooking. I know that sounds odd, but it's what I saw. I didn't feel any negative energy, I was too distracted by not getting hit by a car. I was amazed and in awe. It was so close I instinctively ducked and turned my eyes back to the road. A car was dangerously close, and I had to swerve out of the way. Once I was safe, I looked back up to see if I could get a better look, but it was gone. I was scared and amazed and called out to my family. Whoa! Guys! Did you see that? They either didn't hear me or just ignored me and continued on. I gave up trying to get their attention and looked up at the empty sky once more before continuing on. I didn't say anything for the rest of the night. I couldn't process what I saw, and I still can't. But I know it wasn't a bird. Birds don't have feet like that, and birds don't have tails like that. It almost didn't look real, but it was. If anyone has seen something like this, please share. If I'm wrong and there is a species of bird like this, I also want to know. All I seek is truth. I'm a Christian, so I believe in the supernatural, but I cannot explain this. Paranormal encounters of the forestry kind. Sasquatch experience outside Auburn, California. I have a bizarre Sasquatch encounter to share with you. This experience is very long and involves more than just a Sasquatch encounter. This was years ago, admittedly during COVID. I stayed in Phoenix by myself and have a homie who lived out in the boondocks outside of Sacramento, California. So sometime during the summer of 21, later into the season, I flew out there so we could search for Sasquatch. Going into this, I assumed a few things. 1. These things are intelligent, and I'm probably not going to just walk up on them. 2. I believe Les Stroud and a few other witnesses who proclaim telepathic communication with them. An almost psychic awareness of the forest could explain why they are so good at hiding and why public acceptance is scrutinized. They are mirrors to what we are capable of as animals. 3. If I'm polite and have pure intentions, they may reveal themselves to me. 4. The mountains outside of Sacktown are a good place to start. 5. I brought some paper with funny chemicals so that a couple days into camping I could try tripping and maybe connect in the realm of psychic awareness. No psychedelics were consumed during the experience, but I did intend to. I'm leaving this point because psychedelic use isn't a barrier for determining someone's truthfulness. This is not to deny the potential for mental breaks, however, life is what it is. If you're still with me, the story doesn't get that much more loony, but you're going to need to suspend disbelief in respect to some things if you don't believe anything I just said. The homie and I packed the van from the 90s, and we're off. The weather was forecast as clear as can be, and at the time there was a fire restriction. You have to know this isn't our first rodeo in the realm of WTF, and both of us are generally very rational in our approach to life, just sometimes the paranormal happens. Thank God for homies that are witnesses alongside us, because sometimes it can be so wild you go a little crazy. Anyway, off we go, driving for a while. I couldn't tell you how long, you can just drive out there. We pulled off to the side of the main road eventually and found a dirt road that drove around a hill, and there we parked the whip. Hiking a bit into the forest, we set up our hammocks for the stay. We brought a bunch of shiny things and fruits as offerings, figuring if they are psychic, they are going to know we're there, and so the quest is to get them to come to you if you don't have too much time. We hiked a bit, set up the offerings on the top of the nearest mountain hill, and whacked a few trees with some logs, performing the signature wood thump Sasquatch has been known for. Waiting for a response, we got nothing but an echo. That's cool. It's not like you drive up, make some noises, and the squatches are going to be like, welcome to the forest. Even though that's what I secretly wanted. Now you have to understand, the forest is alive, awake, and aware. I already knew this, superficially. The forest knew my intentions and recognized how naive we had been and still are. We end up just chilling at the camp, bullshitting, smoking a joint, and enjoying the sounds of the woods. I figured maybe this night would be the one for just getting our base figured out, and the night for the funny papers would be the next night so we're not bugging. So no funny psychic chemicals were needed this night. We did smoke a joint, but we were proper stoners. A single joint was us being serious and sober. After a bit I was like, yo, let's get organized. If a black bear pulls up, we have to scram, and I don't want my stuff ruined. My friend agreed, so we packed up our belongings to ensure that everything would be easy to grab if we needed to leave quickly. Back to chilling, we went. Forest life is a buzz. You know when you're out in the middle of nowhere like that, it gets dark fast. The comforting atmosphere of the forest suddenly became unsettling. I don't know, I've camped in isolation before. I know the weirdness of being by yourself in the middle of nowhere, even while smoking weed. This was worse. So I decided what was wrong was we had no fire. The homie was not about it though. He said the forest was weird for him too, but he was telling me how there is a fire restriction and he's not paying any fines. And I'm like, nah, gang, I'll pay the fines, blah blah blah. We just have to clear like 10 feet around, dig a pit, and start a small fire at the bottom, and I'll put it out. I just don't feel right. And he's like, aight, run it. I know, irresponsible, but ooga booga fire. I don't know what to tell y'all. We do all this, I get some kindling, and I'm ready for my inner shaman to channel the spirits of my ancestry. Except, by the power of? This perfectly dry kindling refused to light with a lighter. I wasn't even smacking stones or anything. Just regular modern shamanic fire starting, with a Bic lighter. Couldn't believe it, swear to God. At the time the campsite was lit up by electric lanterns and headlamps. So in my infinite guru wisdom, I realized the answer to nonsensical problems is nonsensical solutions. Turn off all the lights. To start a fire, it must be dark, I said with the confidence of a third-generation witch doctor. And the camp plunged into darkness. With a crackle and a wisp, flames caught the kindling on fire, all cliché-like. Bic shamanism was a success. The fire died down a bit and was pretty small, like maybe the size to cook one hot dog, maybe. But it was enough. The weird feeling of being in the forest by ourselves was gone. However, I have camped without a fire before, so in this moment, it felt strange, believe me. I wouldn't usually be setting fires during fire season. After not even 5 minutes, though, of sitting there in that chill, fire-crackling silence, the homie looked up, and things just got weirder from here. Put out the fire, there's a car coming along the way, he said this, and when I looked up, I saw what he was referring to. A blue car, almost like an old Beetle. It was driving from our right, going left. We shouldn't have been visible, as this was a section of road that was down a ways, but from there it was a little valley, and then the road pulled up around the hill, going past us about 200 feet away. This was strange because we had already driven a long distance, and we were in the middle of nowhere, so we weren't expecting a car to suddenly appear at 10 at night. And the car never shows up. Like a ghost car, it didn't drive back up after it went down. Nothing. We sat for 20 minutes staring at this place in the road. No car. It vanished just as we lost sight of it. We weren't joking, we sat there, still relaxing. Ghost car, huh? Yup. After a small amount of time, once we realized there's no car anywhere, it started drizzling. Water droplets began to fall from the sky in a forest that had just started to drizzle, seemingly out of nowhere. Fortunately, we had already packed some of our belongings, so all we needed to do was grab the hammocks and bags and make it to the van. From there it poured for 20 minutes straight, a microburst of rain when just a few hours earlier there was not a cloud in the sky. I don't even remember seeing clouds show up in the sky, as I was busy worrying about the blue ghost car pulling up with a fine for my fire. Sometime during the shower my friend fell asleep. I don't know how, but this dude falls asleep early all the time with no problems. It's crazy. This might be the most unbelievable part. It is astonishing that someone can fall asleep so quickly and early in the night. I'm sitting there, waiting. At this point, I am convinced that Sasquatch is about to jump onto the roof of the van to scare me into losing control of my bladder. This seemed like the only logical conclusion given how the night had progressed. I'm looking into the woods, nothing. And then it hit me. Like a magnet to my mind. It felt as if the reality tunnel of my mind had been warped into a quasi-hallucination. It was like I just got thrown into a psychedelic experience within seconds. I could feel my sense of self in space loud and clear, but my mind was drunk in this liminal shared space of mind, but there was no reduction in clarity of thought. On the other side, a male hominid. Huge. I am only human in the face of this being. He did not look directly at me, almost looking past me within this mental space. He was up on the hill along the way further north, to the right, less than half a kilometer away. I could just tell. If you've experienced anything like this, you just know. They have language and the concept of abstract thought. They maintain ancestral genetic memory in a way only a psychic primate can. And they hate fire. Hate it. Why do you do this? He said it through a combination of psychic body language and mental imagery. The warmth is our home. I respond by imagining us huddled around a fire, keeping warm on a freezing night. Why do you destroy and play with fire? He asks. I could tell he wasn't asking me like I was personally responsible, but I was representing our species at this point. He was not offended by my fire, the rain is why he decided to trust me. A shared vision arose. Of early hominids running into fires to grab sticks to whack each other with. Some of these fires were not devastating until they started playing with them. When some primates decided not to fear the fire, they split off. The beings I was speaking with never touched the fire, they did not feel a desire for power over it. They feared us. They ran away. We followed suit. They still fear us. You are the skinwalkers. He says. This time he peered at me a little more, like a side glance. And you know what? We are. Humans are the demons of native tradition. Made of only bone and skin. We are the monsters that go bump in the night. And I looked to him, scared. I was heartbroken. Why? Why? He looked at me one final time, clearly upset. Why, if you are so small, are you so loud when you walk? Not angry, just confused, sad. Man carries a pain that makes us heavy. I said this with the little energy I had left. And that was it. The visions left just as quickly as they showed up. Instant sobriety. Exhaustion. Melancholy. I stayed up the rest of the night, feeling away. Eventually the homie woke up, took one look at me, and said. You saw it, huh? Yup, telepathic Sasquatch. Great success. That means we can go. Lamau, the whole ride back into town I looked around feeling like, all y'all skinwalkers, I'm the truth. Like I'm not a skinwalker myself. I eventually came back to regular reality in respect to how I live and love my life. It's been up and down in the world of people, and I've got things to work on. However, the paranormal has never ended, and I am so privileged for that. I don't have a choice but to believe that maybe one day I shall walk into the wild silently, and the forest shall be proud. Stay safe and blessed out there. Objects crossing the road at night. I'm 55 and have never had any type of paranormal experience, in spite of exploring abandoned houses, etc. While I don't hold a firm belief in the paranormal, I maintain an open-minded perspective. Over the past 3 years, I have experienced the following 3 occurrences while driving at night. I've seen small black objects cross the road in front of me, not animal-shaped, but like a 2 feet by 2 feet square, more a blank space in the night than a physical object. During the first 2 instances, which occurred late at night when I was extremely tired, I attributed the sighting to my imagination. The last time, in January 2021, it was early in the night, and I was not worn out. Anyone else have any similar experiences? I saw a woman in the road, but her body didn't seem right. A few months prior, I was returning home quite late, approximately 3 a.m. or thereabouts. I was traveling along an approximately 28-mile stretch of road on my return to the city, thereby navigating a predominantly rural area. I'm about 5 miles out, so the city is coming into the distant view. I noticed there was a car stopped in the lane, so I turned to the left and pulled up alongside them. Their headlights were on, and there was a body in the road. A woman was on the road completely crumbled, as if she had no bones or anything to give her shape. I'd never seen a human being like that before. She lay there like a pile of unfolded laundry. That's the closest way I could describe it. She was a heap. I can't even begin to express how contorted her body was. Nothing was where it should have been. She was fully illuminated by the headlights, so I know I wasn't seeing a trick of the light. A couple, I presume husband and wife, were both at the car. The husband was standing outside looking at the woman, and the wife seemed to be on the phone with 911. I was shocked and didn't know what to do, but the wife told me, "You can go." She didn't seem panicked at all. In fact, she seemed surprised that I had bothered to stop. I listened to her, and I left. I kept driving, and after a few miles I drove by EMS, who was heading there. I still don't know what that was. Their car wasn't dented, so it didn't suggest a hit and run. There was zero blood, too. Even if they'd hit her, she was at least 5 miles away from the city, and there are no sidewalks or anything out there. I don't understand how she got there. I don't understand how her body made that shape. I kept my eyes on the news, but it was never reported about publicly. I thought perhaps it was a trafficking thing, like she'd been dumped on the road, but nothing was ever shared about it. I don't know what to make of it. I keep trying to think of logical conclusions, but they don't add up. I mean, sure, she could have been on drugs and walked all the way out there, but that doesn't explain her body. The car could have hit her, but it was in pristine shape, as though it were fresh from the dealership. I can't clear this from my mind. Any input is appreciated. A vanishing car on a country road. This was a personal experience from years ago. This happened many, many years ago when I was a teenager, over 30 years ago. I understand that was a long time ago and memories fade, etc. I was with my father, and he recalls this event, and I know for a fact that I might have forgotten minor details, but I will not embellish. Background to the experience: it was Thanksgiving, and my mom had everyone over for dinner. Both sides of the family. My one grandma didn't drive, so she came with my aunt and uncle. After dinner everyone left. My grandma wanted to stay longer to chit-chat, so Dad offered to take Grandma home. It was only 15 miles away, so it wasn't a big deal. We chit-chat, etc., when Dad notices that it is now snowing really hard. We lived in the snow belt in Ohio with lots of lake-effect snow. When it starts to snow bad, you know it's time to get your butt moving and then get off the roads. We bundled up Grandma, and my mom suggested that I go with my dad so I could help him get Grandma into the house and help him stay awake while driving. He was fine, and I am sure to get me out of the house so she could have some quiet time after such a long day. We head out, and it is snowing hard. Not slushy snow but heavy big flakes. Grandma didn't live that far away, but we are talking country roads here, and the snow was piling up, and the roads were a little dicey. There is, one area on the way to Grandma's where the main state route goes down a very steep grade and then quickly up an equally steep grade. The car barely made it up. We get Grandma home. As the weather is quickly getting worse, Dad said we need to get back on the road. Dad was truly worried about getting back up/down that steep grade and decided to take the back roads. They might not be plowed, but there aren't any hills or grades. We head out of town. These roads are truly rural back roads. Very country, hardly paved, lots and lots of Amish houses. No streetlights and no stoplights. It is dark. These roads are fairly straight, and there is only one intersection with stop signs. No turnoffs and side roads. There are plenty of trees. Big maples and other trees as well as lots of brush. Very thick. One side of the road is woods, the other side is a high wall of dirt and rock. We are driving, and Dad is concentrating intensely on the road. Me too. It is pitch black, and the only light is from our headlights. We are the only folks out on the road, as there are no tire tracks in the snow. We are both quiet and concentrating when from behind we are almost blinded by headlights that just appeared. They were far back, but we had been on the road for some time, and it was odd how they just appeared. We keep driving, and this car is quickly gaining on us. They are driving fast. My dad is driving at about 20 to 25 miles per hour, occasionally pushing it to 30 miles per hour. This car was going way faster than that. Before we know it, the car is right on our tail. They have the brightest headlights, and I remember putting my hand over the passenger side mirror to block the light. After this went on for a very short period, the car made a swerve to go around us. I looked out the back seat windows and noticed that the car was a big vintage muscle car. Maybe a Chevy Nova? Chevelle? Not sure what the type was, but it was certainly a vintage muscle car. As it starts to overtake us, and this all happened within a matter of seconds. I glance over and see that there are 3 people in the car. It almost seems like the car is lit from the inside. The car isn't glowing, but you can see inside clearly. Maybe the dome light was on? In the backseat center was a guy with shaggy hair wearing what looks like a buckskin jacket. The driver was also a shaggy-haired young man. He was leaning close to the steering wheel, arms almost wrapped around it. In the passenger seat was a young woman. She was wearing a big floppy hat. And she was laughing. I could tell she was laughing because she seemed to be rocking in her seat and leaning forward towards the dashboard. As they are right by Dad's side of the car, the guy in the back seat looks over at us. He really doesn't seem to notice us or care. Just a blank expression. It seemed a little odd at the time because you usually can't see into a car like that at night, so I do believe that the dome light was on. As they get around us, my dad says, "What an idiot. He's going to get killed driving like that." They pull in front of us and slow down a little, as I'm sure they noticed there were no tracks in the snow to follow. They tap their brakes once and then take off. Dad is actually pretty thrilled because now we have some tire tracks to follow, so he speeds up, but the other car pulls ahead. We can still see the taillights and are following. We see them stop at the one intersection and go straight. We do the same and keep following the taillights and tire tracks. The other car drives over a little rise, and we follow. We are only a few feet behind. 50 to 75 feet. We drive over the rise and nothing. Nothing. No car, no tire tracks. No lights. Nothing. Just an empty snowy country road. My dad slows down a bit and says, "What the hell? Where did the car go?" We see nothing. The car could not have crashed because now with Dad driving slow again, we can see that the woods is not disturbed. Besides that, there are no tire tracks going towards the woods. There are no turnoffs and no side roads. We'd been down these back roads many, many times, And we know for a fact there are no turnoffs and side roads. In this area also there are no houses, so no driveways to drive into. We keep looking left and right, and nothing. The tire tracks just vanished over that rise, and the car did too. We didn't talk the rest of the way home. I'm sure we were both thinking the same thing. What the hell? When we make it home, we tell my mom. She is stunned too, and when she sees how shaken my dad is, she believes us. Years later I learned that my father went back the next day, while mom and I were shopping, to check the roads/woods. There were no signs of any accidents and no signs of the car being local to the houses. My dad was really shook up and even looked in the newspapers to see if any accident had occurred over Thanksgiving. He finally broke down and called the local fire and rescue to report a possible accident. He's not sure they actually checked, but they did call him back to say they found nothing. So, what happened? How or why did a big muscle car with 3 young people in it vanish on a snowy country road? And if the car was real, where did it go? What if it was a phantom car? Why? Why then and why there? To this day I'm still freaked out. We've traveled that road many times, and nothing odd has ever happened again. Whenever I return to Ohio, I always make sure to go down that road, as it's actually gorgeous with the trees. Nothing strange has ever happened again. But that memory is always there. Ghost car seen by 2 witnesses. About 15 years ago I got a taxi home from town in County Leitrim. It was evening time, and it was dark. The taxi driver was a man in his 50s. Seemed like a nice guy. On our way to my house, we chatted. About anything really, the weather, politics. Whatever. But when we got to a set of crossroads near my house, we stopped talking. As the taxi we were in came down a steep part of the road, as we approached the crossroads, I noticed a car in front of us on the road. It was a red car. It looked quite modern in design. And the headlights from the taxi shone bright on the stranger car's rear, lighting the stranger car up. Until it glowed bright red in the darkness of night. But then, as the stranger's car made a right turn at the crossroads, both I and the taxi driver noticed something very odd. The car made a turn that was much too wide, so wide that I clearly could see that the car was heading towards a wall that bordered the crossroads and the entire road for about a mile. A low wall, about 4 feet high. And behind the wall there was a shallow drop, and at the bottom of the drop there was a narrow stream, and all along the stream there was lots of overgrowth, grass, thorn bushes, trees, etc. I and the taxi driver watched as the stranger's car veered off the road, and then it met with the wall. But the stranger's car didn't hit the wall. No. It didn't crash into it. No. It went through the wall. Then it disappeared. It was dark, but I and the taxi driver could still see that the car went through the wall. Because the taxi's headlights had still been lighting up the stranger's car, on the car's side. We stopped the car when we came to the crossroads ourselves, but there was nothing there. We looked left, right, up, down, and down the road, which was lit with a skin of moonlight. But still, we saw nothing there. We listened. We heard no sound. So we kept driving. About a minute later we got to my house. I and the taxi driver have said nothing to each other since the incident. But as I took out my wallet to pay him, I asked him how much the taxi was. He ignored my question, and he said, "Did you see that? Back at the crossroad?" I told him I did. Then I told him what I saw. He confirmed that what he saw was exactly what I saw. We laughed about it. I paid him. We said goodnight, and we never saw each other. Or that freaky car ever again. Tell me your thoughts, people. I swear this is a true story. Truthfully, I don't believe it was anything supernatural or anything myself. I don't believe in ghosts, etc. but tell me your thoughts. Thanks. I drive a tow truck on the night shift. Last week I got a call that made me fear the woods. I've been driving a tow truck for Morrison's Auto Recovery for 8 years now. I began my career working day shifts, but I found that the night shift offers higher pay and less traffic. You get used to the weird hours, the drunk drivers who wrap their cars around telephone poles, and the breakdowns on dark stretches of highway where cell service cuts out. It's honest work, and I'm good at it. Most calls are routine. Common issues include a dead battery, a flat tire, or a fender bender in which no one was injured. Once in a while you get something that sticks with you, like the time I pulled a sedan out of Miller's Creek with the driver still inside, or the guy who insisted his car had been moved while he was getting coffee at the truck stop. You learn to take people's stories with a grain of salt. Stress and fear make folks see things that aren't there. But last Tuesday's call was different. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened out there on Route 47. The dispatch came in around 2:30 a.m. Vehicle off the road, mile marker 22, possibly occupied, Linda's voice crackled through the radio. The caller said the driver might still be inside, but she couldn't get close enough to check. Mile marker 22 on Route 47 runs through some of the thickest forest in the county. It's a winding two-lane that connects the valley towns to the interstate, popular with truckers trying to avoid the way stations. During the day it's scenic enough, but at night it's just 20 miles of dark trees and no cell coverage. I grabbed my coffee and headed out. Linda had given me the coordinates, so I knew roughly where to look, but finding a car that's actually off the road can mean anything from pulled onto the shoulder to wrapped around a tree 50 yards into the woods. I kept my speed reasonable and watched for reflectors or broken glass. I found it about a quarter mile past the marker. At first glance, it looked like the driver had just pulled off to take a call or get some sleep. The car, a blue Honda Accord, maybe 5 years old, was parked about 30 feet into the tree line on a patch of relatively flat ground. The engine was off, but the headlights were still on, casting weak beams through the fog that had rolled in during the drive. I pulled my truck up parallel to the road and hit the flashers. Standard procedure is to assess the situation before you start hooking anything up, so I grabbed my flashlight and walked over to see what I was dealing with. That's when I noticed the first odd thing. The car's doors were all locked, windows rolled up tight, and I could see someone in the driver's seat. A young woman, maybe in her mid-20s, gripping the steering wheel like her life depended on it. When my flashlight beam hit the windshield, she looked up at me with eyes that were wide with terror, makeup running. I tapped on the driver's side window. "Ma'am? I'm with Morrison's Towing. Are you hurt?" She shook her head but didn't roll down the window. Instead, she pointed toward the woods behind her car and mouthed something I couldn't make out. "Ma'am, I need you to open the window so we can talk," I called, raising my voice slightly. This time she did roll it down, but just a crack. "You need to get that car out of here," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Right now. Don't unhook anything, don't get out again. Just pull it back to the road." "What's wrong? Are you hurt? Do you need medical attention?" "I'm not hurt." She glanced toward the trees again. "But there's something out there. Something big. It's been watching me for the past 2 hours." I'll admit, my first thought was drugs or alcohol. It wouldn't be the first time someone got spooked by shadows while under the influence. But she didn't smell like booze, and her speech was clear and coherent. "What kind of something?" I asked, playing along. "I don't know. I never got a good look at it. But it's huge. Bigger than a person. And it's been circling the car, just staying back in the trees where I can't see it clearly." I played my flashlight beam into the woods behind her car. The fog made it hard to see more than 20 feet, but I didn't spot anything unusual. Just pine trees and underbrush, same as the rest of the forest along Route 47. "Ma'am, I don't see anything back there. How about we get your car back on the road and I'll follow you to the nearest gas station? You can call someone from there." "No." Her voice was firm. "Don't go back there. Just hook up the car and pull it out, please." Something in her tone made me pause. I've dealt with a lot of scared drivers over the years, and you learn to distinguish between different kinds of fear. Drunk fear is sloppy and unfocused. Accident fear is sharp but fades once the immediate danger passes. This was something else, the kind of steady, controlled terror that comes from extended exposure to real danger. I decided to humor her. "All right, ma'am. I'm going to hook up the car from here and pull you back to the road. Keep your doors locked and stay inside." Walking back to my truck, I found myself listening more carefully to the sounds around me. The forest was quiet. Unusually quiet. No owl calls, no rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. Just the low hum of my truck's engine and the distant sound of a semi passing on the interstate miles away. I was backing my truck into position when I noticed the smell. It was strong and musky, like a wet dog that had been rolling in something dead. The kind of smell that makes you breathe through your mouth. I'd encountered plenty of roadkill during my years of towing, but this was different. More intense, and somehow fresher. Getting out to attach the chains, I played my flashlight around the Honda and immediately understood why the woman was so terrified. On the roof of her car were 2 massive handprints pressed deep into the metal, not scratches or dents from debris, but actual palm and finger impressions where something had gripped the roof hard enough to deform it. Each handprint was easily twice the size of mine, with long finger marks that ended in what looked like claw scratches. "Duck," I muttered, running my flashlight along the car's perimeter. There were more marks, scratches along the passenger side like something had tested the strength of the windows, and gouges in the paint where claws had scraped across the metal. "Now you see why I wouldn't get out," the woman called from inside the car, her voice muffled by the glass. I was crouched down examining the damage when the first branch broke. Not a small twig snapping under the weight of a squirrel, but a substantial branch, the kind that takes real force to break. The sound came from somewhere deeper in the trees, maybe 40 yards from where I was working. I stood up and played my flashlight in that direction, but the beam only penetrated about 20 feet into the fog before getting swallowed up. Then came another branch. Crack. This one is closer, maybe 30 yards away. Then another. Crack. From a different direction entirely. Sir? The woman's voice was tight with anxiety. It's doing that thing again. What thing? The knocking. It's been doing it all night. Breaking branches, hitting trees. Like it's trying to scare me. As if responding to her words, a loud thump echoed through the forest, the unmistakable sound of something heavy striking a tree trunk. Then another. Then another, from different locations around us, creating a pattern of impacts that seemed to be moving in a circle around our position. I worked faster to attach the chains, trying to keep my movements efficient and quiet. The whole time I was acutely aware of being watched. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you from across a room? It was like that, but amplified. Like something with very focused attention was studying every move I made and growing increasingly agitated by our presence. As I was tightening the last chain, my flashlight flickered and went out. I shook it, smacked it against my palm, nothing. The battery had been fresh when I started my shift, but now it was completely dead. It was 20 feet in the dark, but I had a backup light in the truck. The branch knocking stopped. The forest went completely silent. Sir? What happened to your light? Battery died. I'm going to get another one from the truck. Don't leave the car. Please. The fear in her voice was palpable. Standing there in the darkness, I felt surrounded by oppressive silence and the lingering smell of wet animal, and I realized I didn't want to leave her either. I'll be right back. Just getting another flashlight. I walked to my truck as casually as I could manage, but every instinct I had was screaming at me to run. The fog seemed to have gotten thicker, and the Honda's headlights only created small pools of illumination that made the surrounding darkness feel deeper. I grabbed my backup flashlight from the cab and was turning to head back when a sound froze me in place. It started as a low rumble, almost subsonic, that I felt in my chest before I actually heard it. Then it rose into something between a roar and a howl, a guttural, primal sound that seemed to come from something with a throat structure unlike any animal I knew. The call lasted maybe 5 seconds, echoing through the trees and seeming to come from all directions at once. When it ended, the silence that followed was somehow worse than the sound itself. That's when the creature stepped into the Honda's headlight beams. Sir? The woman's voice was urgent now. We need to go. Right now. I didn't argue. I climbed into my truck, put it in gear, and started pulling the Honda back toward the road. The chains were taut, the car rolling smoothly behind me, when something massive crashed through the underbrush directly in front of us. It stepped into the full glare of my headlights, and for one terrifying moment, I saw it clearly. The creature was enormous, at least 9 feet tall, maybe more. Its body was covered in thick, shaggy, dark hair that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. The shoulders were impossibly broad, the arms so long they nearly reached its knees. Its hands ended in fingers that looked more like thick, clawed talons. But the worst part was its face. It resembled that of a human, but with proportions that shouldn't exist on either man or beast. The eyes were deep-set and intelligent, reflecting my headlights with a yellow-green shine. When it opened its mouth, I could see teeth that were designed for tearing. It stood there in the road for maybe 3 seconds, studying us with that terrifying intelligence. Then it began walking toward my truck. Go! The woman screamed from behind me. Go, go, go! I gunned the engine, hoping to scare it off, but the creature didn't flinch. Instead, it picked up speed, moving faster than anything that size should be able to. Then something seemed to shift in its expression, and it stepped back. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I floored the accelerator, pulling the Honda behind me as fast as the tow chains would allow. In my side mirror, I watched the creature grow smaller, but it didn't disappear into the forest. It just stood there in the middle of the road, watching us go. We didn't stop until we reached the gas station 8 miles down Route 47. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely put the truck in park. Behind me, I could hear the woman crying. Not hysterical sobs, but the quiet crying of someone who'd just survived something that shouldn't be survivable. When I finally got out to unhook her car, I saw what the creature had left behind. There was a handprint pressed deep into the metal of my truck's door, not just on the surface, but actually deformed inward like the metal was soft clay. Each finger had left a distinct impression, complete with claw marks that had scratched through the paint down to bare steel. The woman stood next to me, staring at the evidence of what we'd just encountered. "Those weren't there before," she whispered. "No," I agreed. "They weren't." We stood there in the harsh fluorescent light of the gas station, both looking at proof that what we'd experienced was undeniably real. Physical evidence that something impossibly strong had touched our vehicles and had been close enough to kill us both if it had chosen to. "What do you think it wanted?" she asked. I thought about those intelligent eyes, the way they had studied us both so carefully. "I don't think it wanted to hurt us," I said finally. "I think it was curious." She nodded slowly. "It was like trying to figure out what we were." I called in sick for the rest of my shift and drove straight home. Spent the next hour sitting in my kitchen, drinking coffee and trying to make sense of what had happened. The rational part of my mind kept searching for explanations, maybe someone in an elaborate suit, maybe a circus animal that had escaped. But the handprints on my truck door told a different story. No person, no matter how large, could have compressed steel like that. And no known animal moved the way that creature had moved. I still work the night shift. I still take calls along Route 47 when they come in. But now I carry extra flashlights, and I never work alone in areas where the trees grow thick and the fog rolls in heavy. I had the handprints on my truck filled in and painted over, but occasionally, late at night while driving along those dark stretches of highway, I trace my fingers over the spot where they once were and recall. Because whatever's out there in those woods, it's still out there. And now I know it's curious about us. That might be the most terrifying thing of all. Quantum jumping? I was at my aunt's house because my parents went out for the night, and I decided to spend time with her. Around 9 p.m. I got a text notification pop up from Mum saying, "We're home now." So I was like, cool, it's getting late anyways, so I'll head home. I have to take a highway to get back home, and there are 3 lanes that split midway, and the left lane turns into this bridge-like lane. I know there were a few cars behind me and a few in front of me. Everything went fuzzy for 2 seconds, and I just thought it was too dark outside and my eyes were playing up a bit. I remember feeling a bit off because the lane just kept going. It wasn't ending, and I take that left lane every day home from work, so I know how long it takes for that lane to meet back with the other 2. It felt like I was on it forever. And then the time on my clock jumped a full hour ahead. It wasn't daylight savings or anything where the clock would have to change times. I was like, TF? Car malfunction, maybe? The lane finally met up with the other 2, but there were no cars, not behind me and not in any of the 3 lanes. Mind you, it's Saturday night in Sydney, everyone is on the road going out at this time. But there was no one. Not even on the lanes going to the other side. I was just like, WTF is happening? I got home about 6 minutes later, and my parents' car wasn't outside, so I thought maybe they parked in the garage. I go inside, and it's completely dark, no lights on. I called out for them, no response. They aren't in their rooms either. I picked up my phone to call Mom and ask where they are, and she said, "We're still out." I was like, "Why? You texted me saying you guys were home." She said, "No, I didn't." I checked my phone, and there was no text. I went, "Oh, sorry," and hung up because I had no idea what just happened to me in the last 30 minutes or so. So did I like quantum jump or something? UFO experience in Gatineau, Quebec, Canada, 2006. In May 2006, I was a resident of Gatineau, Quebec, in Canada. I had turned 17 the month prior, and 1 year of high school remained before I graduated. My parents split up in 1996. Growing up, I found it challenging to be apart from my father. My brother and I could only visit him once or twice a year due to our physical separation. My dad was given the chance to relocate to Ottawa sometime in the early 2000s. As a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, my father had little control over his career, so when this opportunity arose, he seized it without hesitation. Finally, my parents would live in the same city. My father had been seeing another woman at the time. On June 3, 2006, they were married after she followed him to Gatineau. He is a wonderful father. My brother and I have always received a lot of his love and attention. Swimming in the summer and sledding in the winter kept us constantly occupied. We both had a passion for exploration and frequently engaged in outdoor activities. Going back to May 2006, my father told us that he would be getting married the following month. They wanted a simple marriage, nothing extravagant. They chose to host the wedding in their home and invite friends and family to join them in celebrating. I was asked by my father if I could find 2 female friends to work as servers at the wedding. Along with that, he said he would pay them for their time. I did not have a lot of female friends at the time, but I immediately thought of Liz and Lindsay, 2 girls who were also close friends with one another. When I asked them to help with this event, They graciously agreed. I prepared for the end-of-year exams as well as the special event as June drew near. June 3, 2006, finally, the wedding day has arrived. I have never been one for wearing formal attire. The fabric of the clothing always made me feel hot, uneasy, and irritable, but today was about my father and his wife, not me. Though comfort is not always a given in life, at least I looked good. My brother and I got to my father's house early. We were the first ones there. Liz and Lindsay soon followed. They were dressed elegantly and had a stunning appearance from head to toe. I was pleased that they agreed to lend a hand at my father's wedding. People thought they did a fantastic job and were very happy. I was thrilled to have them present for such an important occasion. I remember feeling out of place because I was so young. I could not have any alcoholic beverages for another 11 months, and the majority of people were in their 50s or older. My parents were very strict in this regard. Before my father drank any alcohol, he drove me back to my mom's house around 7:30 or 8 p.m. because I had school the following day. The commute was only a 5 to 7 minute drive from each home because both parents lived in Gatineau and were relatively close to one another. A few hours earlier, my brother had left to return home. I said my farewells for the evening and laced up my shoes. I got in the car with my dad, and we started the short drive back to my mom's house. Our route took us through residential streets before merging onto Highway 148. I want to mention a few things that increase the confidence and authenticity of this sighting before I get into the juicy details of my experience. My father had been a member of the Canadian Army for 26 years at the time of this incident. He was a vehicle technician who worked on bases for the Army and the Air Force. From a tank to an engine the size of a lawnmower, he could fix it all. His involvement in peacekeeping operations abroad included the Croat-Bosniak War. Many people consider my father to be a very professional, trustworthy, honest, and situationally aware man. He is rational, analytical, and logical as well. He has a keen eye and a variety of skill sets under his belt. His mind is filled with a wealth of fascinating information. Being an artist himself, he can express his art through almost any medium. My father is a quiet and modest man who has a great deal of sincere love in his heart, not just for people but also for nature and animals. My father and I kept going, and we were now on Highway 148. I saw my father cast a couple of quick, incredibly curious glances out of his window. After a brief moment, he shouted, "Wow, look!" and pointed to the horizon in the north. He stopped the car right away and jumped out onto the roadside shoulder. I followed suit. In utter awe and fascination, we stood next to one another. I had never felt anything like it. It was a jumble of intense fear, paralysis, excitement, joy, and confusion. This should not be happening, but despite what my mind was telling me, it was. There was still plenty of light outside, and the sky was clear, but two reddish-orange orbs were whirling and dancing across the sky. Although very bright, these orbs are not blinding. They moved indistinguishably according to no discernible pattern, and there were no distinguishing features that made one orb stand out from another. Imagine having a laser pointer similar to the ones professors occasionally use in universities. This will help you visualize the incredible speed at which these objects were moving. You stand at one end of the gym and activate the laser pointer. The laser point is visible at the opposite end of the wall, but it can move instantly from one point to another with just a flick of your wrist. To be clear, I was not seeing laser pointers in the sky. Rather, these unidentified aerial phenomenons could move and stop in a pattern similar to how a laser pointer could be moved around a room. These orbs would move erratically in both short and long directions, swiftly changing from one part of the sky to another. No signs of acceleration or exhaust could be seen. In the middle of their dexterous, lightning-fast maneuvers, these orbs could also stop instantly. I do not remember how long my father and I stared at these orbs. Even though it might have only lasted a minute or so, it seemed to last much longer. Both orbs instantly vanished in thin air as quickly as a finger snap, ending the show with highly unpredictable and impossible maneuvers at light speed. I can recall at least two other cars pulling off the road to watch this happen, but none of us interacted with one another. We waited a short while after the orbs vanished before re-entering the car and making the brief drive home to my mother's house. This experience will forever be etched in my memory. It was an extraordinary encounter, which we still cannot explain to this day. For what we saw, we still do not have an explanation. One thing is certain, I am confident in what I saw, and I saw it very clearly. I never reported this incident, primarily because I was not aware that there was a way to do so for a very long time. I recently looked online to see if there had been any similar sightings in the same time period, but I was unable to locate anything. The neighborhood newspaper did not mention it either, as far as I can remember. Although it was my father's second experience, I had never encountered anything like it before. His first was in the late 1980s in Belleville, Ontario. He informed the local police of the sighting, but they did not believe him. At the time, he was still serving in the military and was employed at CFB Trenton, a base for the Canadian Air Force. I've also been subject to several strange experiences in my life, which I still recall with excellent detail. A majority of these experiences occurred between the ages of 3 and 17. There was a period of my life when a lot of this unexplained activity spiked as well. I feel a lot more comfortable sharing my experiences now, as I feel the stigma attached to the topic is slowly being dissolved. I would be more than happy to spend time with you if you wanted to ask me about my experiences.